Since I was born, but now I am getting old.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Ko domin moni domin darti yo goto fone bonni bokke as a party and winam better min garti min gari zude kadi party ko domin moni domin darti yo goto fone bonni bokke as a party ay tuwa gamne weli focus souvenir film hanki wana hande hanki jammo bale sim min nyalla fije nange jammo lengi mbada tin on sa kuran ala wura men ko jaro find sifti nammo ala chifti ala ind idi now wilde iwi
Oye tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà. Màá ní kó bá mi wá.
Okay now.
To person between my pen.
I see.
I see Panamata the wedding forget me.
Okay.
Papa you look at him. One day Ikeyanya. Mama say na wa me to go kwa. Aka na wa mu jelumba. O we budike. Aka dilu ne budilo wane mo. Asa na wa ke ya di kwa ya jomwa.
Maybe look on, don't turn, maybe look on. Yorubas are screaming, Hausas are crying, Igbo brothers are saying, don't blame them, Igbos are being discriminated. Even food don't turn to gold in Nigeria. Kidnapping, lucrative business in Nigeria. Imagine saying your grandchildren where they kidnap. By now, your soldiers for don't scatter Nigeria. How common man won't get money for ransom when they kidnap him, his wife and his children? After everything, now kill, they go kill them. See, as Naira, they fall against dollar. Emi Lokon, don't turn to Ebi Lokon. And you say make we sacrifice for Nigeria. 7 billion to renovate your residence. 15 billion for your traveling allowance. That's not for you and your only vice president. 40 billion for Asurok maintenance. 5 billion for food and refreshment. 100 of millions for dogs and animals. Meanwhile, hunger they kill Nigerians. What did Nigerians do to warrant this treatment? Even Gary, they no fear afford for the family. Tinubu government blame Buhari. Buhari government blame Jonathan. Hunger day, people they die. This one don't pass jaga jaga. Oh. Emi Lokon, OTD Emi Lokon, Baba Emi Lokon, Edaku Emi power. Emi Lokon, OTD Emi Lokon, Baba Emi Lokon, Edaku Ojeti Wo. Tinubu was APC party leader during Mr. Buhari Jaga Jaga government. Why didn't you help Buhari to solve the problem? Debt under Buhari, 77 trillion. No proof of any positive transformation. Unborn children, I ain't go pay for this evil. You know, say Buhari was incompetent, but you still bring him to destroy Nigeria. Paddy government, now you are the president. Since Buhari don't destroy Nigeria, I hope say you go free bring him to judgment. Emefiele printed 23 trillion within 8 years under Buhari government. $6 million for election observers. They say somebody forged Buhari's signature. Now lie, Buhari signed that document, period. Where our
where are you? Where to ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ bèbèrè wá fi jó ẹrùkù bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè aṣíwájú odògbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tiẹ̀ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọkọ tí ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgétì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ọkọ.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. This thing never really properly positioned, but pardon me. So there it is right there. Here I am, here right here. There you are, wherever it is that you are, and here we are. So that's it. Here I am. Here where I am. There you are, where you are, and all that then makes it. Here we are. So here we are. Here we go again. We do it again as we always do it. So yes, we do it again as we always do it. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you hear me inviting you to do it. So do it just as I'm making the invitation. It's called a call to action. So I'm inviting you to do something. And what I'm inviting you to do is to click on the like button. So click on the like button. And by the way, I'm carrying a bit of a flu. So you have to accommodate that for me. So click on the like button. And then subscribe if you're not already subscribed. So do those two things. Click on like and click on subscribe. If the subscription button is showing as red on your screen, then you have not yet fulfilled all righteousness. So fulfill all righteousness by clicking on that red subscription button and turning it gray. It's a once in a lifetime click. It's one event that you only have to do once in your lifetime. So once you click on that red subscription button, and it changes them from the word subscribe to subscribed, you will never have to click on it again. So all you then have to do then, anytime you do turn up, is to click on the like button. So click on like, click on subscribe, and then if you want to come and participate in the conversation, this hyperlink right here, I think I've sent it to Twitter already. Let me send it in. We've never yet had somebody come join us from Twitter. Maybe today will be that day. So if you want to come and join in the conversation, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will put you into a studio space. Soon as I finish reading out the body of the talking points, although there's not so much reading today, today's session is very much video-led. So there'll be a lot of videos played. We'll be playing videos of the op-ed that Very Dark Man did on Bobrisky, releasing narratives around that sort of the incarceration of the. There's a very interesting clip that was released by VDM today. So a lot of you may have seen it. We'll play it and then run commentaries on it. So we'll do that. And then we'll be playing clips of Nnamdi Kanu, who's had a day in court today. And then we'll be playing clips round the Biafran narrative with a lady presenting a different and a unique perspective on it. So a lot of clips to come. So just steady yourself for that. So as I said, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then and then share the links, of course. You know to do that anyway, don't you? Share the link. So copy the URL and then pop them into your WhatsApp groups, you know, your old friend groups, your family groups, whichever groups it is that you belong to on WhatsApp. Copy the URL and pop them in there so that those people can come and see this funny sounding guy with a peculiar accent talking nonsense. So let them come see this funny looking guy with the peculiar accent talking nonsense. So let them come share in the nonsensities that go on in here. So do that. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then the dollar sign at the bottom of the YouTube stream. We have the anticipation, and we hit it more often than not. We have the anticipation of 5 minimum super chats per stream, and we often hit that. There is a rare instance that we don't hit that, but be the first one to set us on our way by being the first to super chat. So super chat a high figure to set the bar
for people who subsequently follow you. So do all those things. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYards to come and join in the conversation. Click on the $ at the bottom of the screen to super chat towards the stream. So do all those things and your body will be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. So do all those things and your body will be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. So your body will be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. So like I said, a lot of things to go through. We're talking about Nnamdi Kanu. We're talking about very dark men. We're talking about the Biafran narrative. And we're still picking up the residues of what went down in Edo State. So just a potpourri, a licorice, a four elebimeje is an F4 elebimeje. There's an Orishi soup sort of a session we're running today. So come be part of it. There's nobody in the studio at the moment. So click on that hyperlink, be the first to come join. Shall we just do it? Let's just launch into it. So no more time for dilly-dallying. Let's just launch straight into it. So let's launch straight into it. And we kick it off with this one. So we launch straight into it and we kick it off with this one. Oh, hold on. I always get all this doubling up of all right. Hopefully you can still hear me. All right, let's just launch straight into it and we kick it off with this one. Like I said, picking up the residues of what went down in Edo State. You know, the Nigerian electoral cycle is such a predictable thing. So the campaigns will be hard fought, and then a winner emerges. And then as soon as that winner emerges, everybody else that lost will tell us that that is the worst election yet in the history of Nigeria, that the country is going to the ports, that they are going to court. They will go to court, of course, only to be sent back with their tails between their legs. The only victory that you get within the judicial system, electorally, within the electoral, the only victory you get is the victory that the system wants. So there it is right there. It is fait accompli. The APC guy is going to be your governor for the next 4 years. Whether you like him or not, whether he does well or not, nothing moves that guy from that seat for the next 4 years. So yes, and nothing moves that guy from the next for the next 4 years, especially with a headline like this. Edo governorship election was widely peaceful. And that is the United States Observer team are running this commentary. The United States has commended the conduct of the governorship election in Edo State. Okpebholo, candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, was declared winner of the election held on September the 21st, 2024, that should say. The Independent National Electoral Commission said Okpebholo secured XYZ votes to defeat his closest rival, Asua Ighodalo of the PDP. Olumide Akpata, candidate of the Labour Party, came a distant third with 22,000 votes. In a statement issued on Tuesday, Richard Mills, U.S. ambassador to Nigeria, said the election was widely peaceful. The United States mission in Nigeria commends the people of Edo State for the widely peaceful conduct of gubernatorial elections on September the 21st and reiterates calls for calm following the announcement of the results. The statement reads, "We commend Governor Obaseki's appeal for peace and urge all stakeholders, including INEC, to support established electoral processes and respect legal procedures to challenge results." So it says that transparency and due process are crucial to maintaining public confidence in any democratic system. Mills added that the United States is committed to supporting free, fair, transparent, and credible elections in Nigeria. So that's an endorsement from the United States then, which puts the seal on that victory. So go to court by all means, of course, because the lawyers have to eat. So go to court by all means, but of course, it's a done deal. It's a done deal. And of course, the people are shouting righteous indignations. The people shouting righteous indignation, led by the Labour Party candidate Olumide Akpata. Akpata bought all the Labour Party delegates during the primary to get the Labour ticket. He bought over the party structure, gave them vehicles. He even called police to harass those who pointed out the abnormality. He bought the National Working Committee over and took the ticket. Where is this coming from? This is coming from Julius Abure. So that's how Olumide Akpata, who is now the custodian, the harbinger of what constitutes free and fair election, forgetting how he got his ticket. So that's how he got his ticket. Let's go on from that to another one. Matawale to Governor Lawal, swear with Quran you know nothing about banditry. So this is a battle that's been going on for quite a while now. Matawale himself actually stands accused of having associations with banditry. The Minister of State for Defense, Bello Matawale, on Tuesday challenged the governor of Zamfara State, Dauda Lawal, to swear with the Holy Quran to prove his innocence in banditry affecting the state. Matawale gave the charge on Channels Television Sunrise Daily, whilst debunking the governor's claim, which linked him to banditry in the state. The minister recalled how he swore using the Quran that he had no connection with banditry. And by the way, the person standing accused to the point of having to swear on the holy book is actually the Minister of Defense. So the Minister of Defense, and this is not a new allegation, by the way, for a long time, Matawale has stood accused of having associations with banditry. So quite how he landed up as the Minister of State for Defense, only Tinubu can explain that. The Minister of State for Defense, Bello Matawale, on Tuesday, challenged the governor of Zamfara State, Dauda Lawal, to swear with the Holy Quran to prove his innocence in banditry affecting the state. Matawale gave the charge on Channels Television's Sunrise Daily, whilst debunking the governor's claim, which linked him to banditry in the state. The minister recalled how he swore using the Quran that he had no connections with banditry. During an appearance on TVC, Lawal had charged the minister to resign and address the allegations of him sponsoring banditry and money laundering during his tenure as governor. If I were him, Matawale, I would resign and face all the allegations against me. For me, honestly, I will step aside and face this allegation until I clear my name before I come back and continue my job. That should have been honorable. So there it is, a back and forth then between the advocates. They are all responsible for banditry. There's no one of them that is not complicit in the banditry. What Justice Binta Nyako told me about Nnamdi Kanu'S trial 2 years ago. This is Sam Amadi opening up to the space. The director of the Abuja School of Social and Political Thought, Sam Amadi, has stated that the charges against the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, do not make sense legally. This is coming after Justice Binta Nyako said she was going to recuse herself from Kanu's trial. Recall that during a hearing session on Tuesday, Kanu asked Justice Nyako to recuse herself from his ongoing trial, claiming she had failed to adhere to orders issued by the Supreme Court. He made his request directly in the courtroom, emphasizing his dissatisfaction with the judicial proceedings. In response, Justice Nyako acknowledged Kanu's request, stating that she would be happy to step down from the case. She indicated that she would forward the case files to the chief judge for reassignment and any further necessary action. Speaking via his X handle, Amadi claimed that Nyako has suggested to him that the charges against the agitator do not make much sense. He wrote, "The charges against Nnamdi Kanu do not make much sense legally speaking, and in my opinion, difficult to prove." Justice Nyako said something close to that to me 2 years ago. Not surprised she backed down. It is a political trial in the guise of a legal trial. End it. So Nnamdi Kanu's trial is not a political trial. Nnamdi Kanu did a lot of very nasty things. We've got a lot of his clips still on this on this platform. So Nnamdi Kanu is a very, very dangerous guy. So forget about it being political. It's a criminal trial. Judge withdraws from Nnamdi Kanu's trial. Trial Judge Binta Inyako of the Federal High Court in Abuja has withdrawn from continuing handling the trial of Nnamdi Kanu, the detained leader of the proscribed Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB. Mrs. Inyako recused herself from the case following oral applications by Mr. Kanu and his lawyer, Aloy Ejimako, during the resumed hearing in the case on Tuesday. The State Secret Service SSS had detained Mr. Kanu, a dual citizen of Nigeria and the United Kingdom, over charges of treasonable felony arising from a separatist campaigns for secession of the independent Biafra from Nigeria. His trial started in 2015 and was stalled after he fled the country on being granted bail in 2017. He was rearrested in Kenya in June 2021 to continue his trial. Mrs. Inyako ordered his remand in the DSS custody throughout his trial. Mrs. Inyako's abrupt withdrawal means the case will have to start afresh before a new judge. The development worsens the uncertainties and delays that have defined the case, which has lingered for 9 years without significant progress. At the resumed hearing on Tuesday, the federal government's lawyer, Adegboyega Owomolo, a senior advocate of Nigeria, said he was ready for continuation of trial. But Mr. Kanu's lawyer, Mr. Ejimako, asked the court to adjourn the trial due to 2 pending appeals challenging the court's jurisdiction. Mr. Owomolo argued that a criminal trial cannot be stalled because of a pending appeal, and that the defense should file for a stay of proceedings at the appellate court. The judge said the parties should not delay the matter, having ruled that the court would not attend to any applications until the end of the trial. Mr. Ejimako insisted it was inappropriate to continue with the trial when he had not adequately prepared his client. So a trial that's been ongoing, the guy has been in custody for 5 years now, so I'm not quite sure how much more preparation is needed. Mr. Ejimako insisted it was inappropriate to continue with the trial when he had not adequately prepared his client. He said all court orders directed that his client should be. All court orders directing that his client should be allowed to prepare for his defense had allegedly been disobeyed. Mrs. Inyako then directed for a prosecution witness to be called. While Mr. Ejimako was addressing the court, Mr. Kanu stood up from his seat in the dock and ordered him to sit down in anger. Sit down. I say you should sit down, Mr. Kanu screamed from the dock. He insisted that the Supreme Court had ruled that his fundamental rights should not be violated by the detaining authority, especially regarding access to his lawyer. Turning to Mrs. Inyako, the IPOB leader said, "My lord, I have no confidence in this court anymore, and I ask you to recuse yourself because you did not abide by the decision of the Supreme Court. I can understand it if the DSS refuse to obey an order of court, but for this court to refuse to obey an order of the Supreme Court is regrettable. I am asking you to recuse yourself from this case." But Mr. Owolomo countered the argument on the Supreme Court's judgment delivered in 2023. He argued that the Apex Court mandated the lower court to proceed with the hearing and determination of Kanu's trial. He stated that Kanu's claims did not align with the Supreme Court's verdict. This is clearly an incompetent and audacious observation, Mr. Owolomo said. The judge responded that, as far as she was concerned, there was nothing in the Supreme Court's late judgment that supported Mr. Kanu's assertion. She expressed surprise that Kanu would stand up and yell at his counsel. I hereby recuse myself from this case and remit the file to the Chief Judge for future necessary action, Mrs. Nyako said. The judge said she could not proceed with the trial where a defendant lacked confidence in the court. Mr. Owolomo expressed his appreciation to the court, lamenting it was a very unfortunate day. So that is Nnamdi Kanu, you know, the case will be reassigned, of course, and when the case is reassigned, it is then taken back. It starts afresh. That is essentially what that means. So the case will be reassigned, and once the case has been reassigned, it starts afresh. So that is Nnamdi Kanu then in custody for the foreseeable. That's another 3 years. He sentenced himself to DSS custody, by the way, all for wanting to be bombarded. Let's have a feel. This is Nnamdi Kanu, of course, you know, all fire and brim, but no brain. You know, it's just noise, just the need to shout all the time.
It's not going on.
No, it won't happen.
It won't happen. It doesn't happen.
It doesn't happen that way.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't happen that way at all.
Thank you very much.
These are the things that the public must understand. Most of you journalists, the legal correspondents, you don't take time to actually study some of these rulings and judgments. Go and study. In fact, I'll give you this lady. Yes, where is it? I'll give it to her because I think she's a bit more.
Give her the shoulder judgment.
Can you hold this for me?
She can.
I want to let the whole world understand something very, very clear. In all this is judgment of the Supreme Court. It made it very clear that even that the impartiality of the judge is questionable. And it's here. Where is it? Please do bear with me. It says it here. What is it, page? What is that again? Where it says all these things are online. Is it on page 18? All these things are online. So I suggest that the journalists in this country actually take out time to do some basic research. It's not difficult, just minor research. You will understand the vacuousness, the emptiness of all the charges against me.
Okay.
They kept switching the charges.
Yes.
They said I committed this crime in England, isn't it?
Yes.
I made a broadcast in England.
Yes.
And in 9 charges leveled against me, the place where I committed this crime was London, in the United Kingdom.
Yes.
When my lawyers came to see me, I had a discussion with them about how I'm going to defend myself.
They removed it.
I told them that no court in Nigeria has jurisdiction to try me.
They removed that lump.
Because since this offense was committed in England, so they said, it's only a UK court that can give a Nigerian court the authority to proceed, isn't it?
Yeah, based on that, they removed London.
Based on that, they now amended the charge again and removed London.
Location of the broadcast.
Location of the broadcast. Contrary to section 196?
174 of the Terrorism Prevention Act 2022.
In violation of their own laws. Violation of their own laws. And you want me to stand trial under such circumstances? Is that possible? Nnamdi Kanu to stand trial where these shenanigans are going on? It's not possible.
You've asked Justice Binta to recuse herself.
Yes.
Do you have that time on your hands for the case to go to the CEJ for it to be reassigned to another judge?
As long as justice will be done at the end of the day. That's what bothers me. For justice to be done. I cannot be tried in violation of a key provision of the Constitution of Nigeria, Section 36. It's as simple as that.
But now she's saying the part of the topic I'm making reference to was a contributory statement by one of the justices.
The Constitution of Nigeria says any determination made by the Supreme Court is binding on a lower court. So I was actually surprised that a high court have refused to obey or abide by the determination of a Supreme Court judgment.
And then take the only part that is against him and then refuse to apply the part that is in favor of him.
This cherry picking of what was contained in the Supreme Court judgment is what I'm against.
Yes, that's correct.
It should be implemented holistically.
Yes.
I'm not against facing any trial. After all, I'm innocent, so they have not been against me. But there cannot be any trial when key sections of the Constitution and a key Supreme Court judgment has been violated by a court of law.
So you'll be patient for the case to go back and come back to the court?
This is my 4th year in solitary confinement in detention. The 5th year will not kill me.
Sorry, what of it is...
We have many of that.
Mr. Kanu, one last question. One last question. With reference to what she has asked earlier, Justice Binta made it known that she's one of the senior judges in this court.
Yes.
What if...
And I have respect and love for her. She knows.
What if this case comes back to her? Because she said no other person...
It is not possible. This persecution of the Igbo people, this orchestrated, almost global persecution of the people stops with me. It cannot happen. It can never happen. That is why we do what we do. That is why I do what I do. I am campaigning for the freedom of my people because of the persecution that we are facing. It's as simple as that. Nothing more, nothing less.
Thank you very much.
So there it is right there. That is empty head from Umar here, who thinks he can scream and shout his way through a legal process. Empty head from Umar here. So empty head from Umar here. And by the way, that guy has just shot himself in the foot. So it does a lot of these things for his audience and for the optics. It's showmanship, isn't it? But at his own peril. That the guy is just, if only there was a thinking, look at his lawyer even. Would you hire that guy? It looks more like a... Anyway, he's made a big mistake, of course, because what the lawyer said that if you don't have confidence in the court, then there is no point in us proceeding. So she's going to send the case files back to the chief judge. So now, when she sends the case file back to the chief judge, what happens next? So they are not going to substitute her with another lawyer, with another judge rather, and the case proceeds. No, they will substitute her with another lawyer, with another judge rather. I keep saying lawyer. They will substitute her with another judge, but then that case restarts all over again. So everything that's been done to progress the case to wherever it is now, cancelled all of that out because the new judge now comes afresh and he wants to hear all of the arguments again. So that sets him back then for however long that process took to cascade him to where he is now. So essentially, by that rush of blood to the head demonstration, Nnamdi Kanu by himself has sentenced himself to an additional 2 years in DSS custody. It's just noise, isn't it? It just needs to shout and to show off. But there it is. I don't. Sometimes you have to navigate this sort of commentaries delicately because there's a lot more to it. It's a malaise that afflicts a particular type of being. It's a malaise that afflicts a particular. Just scream, shout. We had it in Soludo's essay, by the way, that you cannot unzobu your way through life. So even Soludo, he acknowledged that in the cut and throw of the elections. But there it is right there. So let's leave Nnamdi Kanu and go to an even more controversial space. So a lot of you, of course, will recall how Bobrisky was sentenced to however many months for abusing the Naira. So a lot of us recall that because we all went through that journey with him or her. So a lot of you will recall how Bobrisky was sentenced to abusing the Naira, and it was very, very, very quick to plead guilty. When another guy, was it one of these e-monies or Kube Kubana, from that group, one of them also faced the same charge, but fought and won it without going into custody. And a lot of people thought that Bobrisky was too quick to surrender. So a lot of people thought that, and a lot of people also thought that the punishment did not really fit the crime. A lot of people, and I ran commentaries on it at the time as well, a lot of people felt that a fine and binding him over to good conduct would have sufficed. It certainly wasn't a custodial level sentence or crime even. It wasn't a custodial sentence level crime, especially being a first offender as well. So a lot of people were confused about what went on there. But there's been audio leaks that sheds more light onto what went on there. And that audio leak is coming out of Very Dark Man. And in that audio clip, which I'll be playing to you in a moment, in that audio clip, we are led to believe that Bobrisky, he did not even spend a microsecond in prison. A lot goes on in the underbellies of Nigeria. Wait to hear this. Bobrisky did not even spend a microsecond in prison. Listen to this and be aghast.
Yes, all right. In respect to Bobrisky, what I'm about to post now, a lot of names will be mentioned. These are people that I also respect, and I believe a lot of Nigerians respect them as well. I am very, very disappointed in the agencies that are involved in this, and I believe that this call recording that I'm about to play, even Bobrisky will not expect it. That is what is crazy. But all the people that will be mentioned, I don't care. You understand? I don't care. And from today, no longer respect for all of you. As you can see, it is a call. Listen.
You know, I'm a very big influencer. I have over 5 million followers on my Instagram. So, my Facebook. And they're paying me on my Facebook every month. So, I'm okay. So, they were like, all those money cannot still make me buy a house of 450 million naira in Pinnock, and where I'm staying in Chevron, blah, 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 blah. The shah put the money laundry shah. They charged me to court. So when they charged me to court, we had to beg them that, okay, if they want to remove the money laundering, how much would they collect? They said we should go and bring 15 million naira, that they will remove the money laundering. To my friend, I called my friend, because I can't use my account. I wanted to send money from my account, but he said I'm still under investigation. I cannot withdraw from my account. So I now called a few of my friends. Polanco, Elele. That Polanco, yeah, is my very good friend. So I called him. I told him. He was like, no, I can't want to send the OC. I can't want to send the OC. He now I gave him my brother's account. He now sent 8 million naira. He can't only send the same year.
Yeah.
I was even shocked that he can send that kind of amount of money. He said, Omogidini or Shomopega, a very nice person. So I called Demola. Demola in New York. Is my friend too. Demola sent 1 million naira. Because I had to call the people I'm close to, people I trust. Demola sent me 1 million. Yeah, Demola sent me 1 million immediately. Transferred 1 million naira to my account. Then I called other few people because I can't start making call because I don't know who set me up. So let me not start calling the wrong people. Do you understand?
Sure.
So I called the people I trust. So the money shall complete 15 million I paid. They now remove money laundering. They now took me to court for spraying of money.
Okay.
And I know that the old things started from when they gave me best female dress. You saw that video, Abby? That they gave me best female dress.
Yes,
when the old
I
things
did.
yeah, that's when the old things started from, jealousy, everything.
Envy.
So we shall got to court. I shall told them that I'm guilty, that maybe court will even pity me or say, oh yeah, pay fine.
I know.
Or community service. Sadly, the court sentenced me. So, I was on my way to the prison. Then my godfather called me and said, you will not enter that prison, don't worry. Let me make arrangements for an apartment close to the prison. That is going to call the controller in that's overall in Nigeria and Abuja, and I'm talk to them. They shall talk before I come back. They now took me to one apartment that I must not come out till I finish my sentence. That the Oga said they should come out. The Oga said they should come and keep me here. That I mustn't go enter data, but nobody should know that I'm not there.
Yes.
So they said the guy will collect money. They wanted to give them 7 million naira. I had to call Elele again because there's nobody for me to call. Elele gave me give me 2 million, the balance of 2 million. So now I'm supposed to come out in what's it called? Ending of July next month,
Okay.
29th. Bad guy. His father is a son. So first reached out to me. His father spoke to me. His father said we can apply for pardon.
Okay.
That pardon the president, because it's federal that my case is federal. That's so that the federal can actually pardon me. That's the president that he can do it. That if they pardon me, I can even leave here by next week. Do you understand? I don't have to wait till like ending of next month. Okay, so the man started the pardon. He said he wants to send it to the Minister of Justice in Abuja. So Minister of Justice will now send it to President to approve it. But you know Nigeria now, Nigeria with the corruption and everything, they take it fast to him. That the man, the lawyer said they will collect 10 million naira for him to, yes, that pardon will clear my name off the record.
Off the record, which is not bad.
Yes, that which exactly. So, there's nobody to call because, like, I have friends, so, but, you don't know who set you up, and they've not opened my account.
And there it is right there, a real expose. So Nigeria, we hail thee, and we hail thee indeed. Only in Nigeria do certain things really, only in Nigeria can certain things go on, I should say. So a lot of things said by, pardon me, a lot of things said by Bobrisky there. So the first thing is, because we saw how meekly he surrendered to the system, and we wondered where the fight was. So now we are starting to understand. The original charge was meant to be money laundering. We don't know the details of that money laundering, but according to him, everybody knows his voice. The original charge was meant to be money laundering. But then he was able then to persuade the EFCC to change that money laundering into something else. So how was he able to persuade the EFCC? Did he offer his body? We know that he offers his body sometimes. No. Was it the power of his oration? No. It was a 15 million naira bribe. That was what he said. He had to bribe them with 15 million naira to transmute that money laundering charge into naira abuse. So that's the first expose right there. That's the first bombshell, but it doesn't stop there. So now he takes that money laundering charge as a lesser charge. It takes rather that naira abuse charge as a lesser charge to the money laundering charge. It gets summarily sentenced to X amount of months in prison, and off he went to prison only to come out to big celebration. So we saw that process. We saw it walk through. So we saw the walkthrough of that process, but then of course it was an optical illusion. It was a Professor Pella thing, an abracadabra. We called it Babi Magbabe in Yoruba land. Now you see it, now you don't. The more you look, the less you see. So the more you look, the less you see. Bobrisky, according to him, never spent one single second in a prison cell. So what his godfather, which we will probably want to make the leap of assumption to assume will be his big daddy boyfriend. So what his godfather did was to call the powers that be, and they rented him then an apartment close to Kirikiri or somewhere. Kirikiri is in Ikoyi, isn't it? So a cushy little apartment in Ikoyi for him to cool his head and stay out of circulation for however long that prison sentence was meant to last. And when Bobrisky was then summarily released by the legal system, he came out then with stories of his experiences in the prison, how he was feeding his fellow cellmates, etc., and or whatnot. All of it a ruse, abracadabra. So there it is right there. All of it a ruse, abracadabra. So explosive was it that the EFCC could not help but to react. They were boxed into a corner. Olukayode orders investigation of 15 million naira Bobrisky's allegation against the FCC officers. Executive Chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Mr. Ola Olukayode, has ordered immediate investigation of alleged bribery allegation imputed to some officers of the commission by Idris Okuneye, aka Bobrisky, in a viral video circulating across the country. Okuneye, an ex-convict, had alleged in the video, powered by Martins Vincent Otse, aka Very Dark Man, that some unnamed officers of the EFCC collected the sum of 50 million naira only. Hold on, let me turn that off for a moment. So I'll read this out and I'll sort out my lighting. Actually, let me take that from top again. Olukayode orders investigation of 15 million Bobrisky allegation against the FCC officers. Executive Chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Mr. Ola Olukayode, has ordered immediate investigation of alleged bribery allegations imputed to some officers of the commission by Idris Okuneye, aka Bobrisky, in a viral video circulating across the country. Okuneye, an ex-convict, had alleged in the video, powered by Martins Vincent Otse, aka Very Dark Man, that some unnamed officers of the EFCC collected the sum of 15 million naira only from him to drop money laundering charges against him. In a swift reaction, the EFCC boss has constituted a team of investigators to critically look, etc. So it tails off there. So that's the EFCC now trying to pretend as though they don't know what is going on. All of them complicit, of course. I'm pretty sure that part of that $15 million went in the way of that Olukayode, but there it is right there. Nigeria, a gift that just keeps on giving. Nigeria, a gift, and like I said, only in Nigeria, that's a place that we should adopt. Only in Nigeria can certain things happen. So there it is right there. I'm hearing people say that it made a faux pas, having that phone conversation with whoever. You have phone I have been recorded on the phone before against my knowledge, outside of my knowledge. So you make a conversation, you are having, how many conversations do you want to avoid, or how guarded can you be in conversations? You make a conversation in trust, and if that trust is betrayed, then really, it is more on that person, really. At least then you know that person is a treacherous person. But there it is right there. That is Bobrisky, who is going to be having even more encounters with the EFCC now. Even more encounters with the EFCC now. Let me give you a few paragraphs from a few articles, then I'll play you a few more clips, then we kick off the session. Nigeria can stabilize exchange rate, strengthen Naira. This is the CBN Czar Cardoso. The governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, let's do that again. The governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Olayemi Cardoso, has called for an urgent increase in oil production and a broader economic diversification strategy to stabilize the country's volatile exchange rate. So that is not blue sky thinking. That's just pedestrian. Everybody knows that the economic space of Nigeria has to be broadened beyond what essentially is a mono-economic economy reliant on oil. So everybody knows that the Nigerian economy needs to be broadened beyond just dependency on oil. The governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Olayemi Cardoso, has called for an urgent increase in oil production. I thought the oil production had already gone up under the Tinubu administration. The governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Olayemi Cardoso, has called for an urgent increase in oil production and a broader economic diversification strategy to stabilize the country's volatile exchange rate. He made this call on Tuesday whilst addressing journalists at the end of a 2-day monetary policy committee meeting held in Abuja. The bank chief emphasized that whilst efforts to boost foreign exchange inflows through various initiatives, including liberalizing diaspora remittances, have shown promise, these measures cannot substitute for addressing the fundamental structural issues in the Nigerian economy. We must recognize that without resolving the underlying economic fundamentals, we will continue to suboptimal. I don't know why they like to use this sort of. Is this meant to impress? Suboptimize. What does that even? We know what it means, but is it necessary to use it just to show us that you're a banker? We must recognize that without resolving the underlying economic fundamentals, we will continue to suboptimize. Our oil production must be ramped up to levels that can support the economy, and we need to diversify beyond our current status as a monolithic economy reliant on oil. Until this happens, this is to tell you that he has no ideas on how to recover. That's essentially what he's telling you. That we have to boost. Yeah, of course, we already know that the oil production has to go up, and with that comes in more money. And we all, who has not told us since Obasanjo, even since the first coup, since Ahmedu Bello, they've been telling us we need to diversify the economy. So it's not breaking new grounds, or there's no. It's telling you what it's telling you essentially is that it has run out. It doesn't know what to do anymore. Is what it's telling you right there. All production must be ramped up to levels that can support the economy, and we need to diversify beyond our current status as a monolithic economy reliant on oil. Until this happens, the strong exchange rate we all desire will remain out of reach. The governor highlighted the constraints faced by Nigeria as an oil-dependent nation, noting that global fluctuations in oil prices and production levels leave the economy vulnerable. He stressed the need for investment in non-oil exports and urged Nigerians to adopt a more sustainable approach by reducing the country's heavy reliance on imports. So it's just it's telling you essentially that it's run out of ideas. I don't think this guy will last in the job. Maybe it's not all he's cracked up to be, this Cardoso fella. Okukwe counters Dangote on call for total removal of subsidy. So we had a session actually earlier on a big media outing that Dangote had with Bloomberg. So let me get some water. I'm running out of steam. Okukwe counters Dangote's call Okukwe counters Dangote on call for total removal of fuel subsidy. A former presidential spokesperson, Dr. Donyi Okukwe, on Tuesday said he was not in agreement with Aliko Dangote's call for complete removal of fuel subsidy. Okukwe expressed the position in an interview with News Agency of Nigeria. Correspondents have reported that Dangote, owner of the 650,000 barrel per day Dangote refinery, had in an interview with Bloomberg urged the Nigerian government to end fuel subsidy completely. Speaking during the 26-minute interview in New York on Monday, Dangote said the time was right to end subsidy, which he said had cost the country trillions of naira. Reacting, Okukwe said, "With utmost respect, I disagree with Aliko Dangote on the suggestion that the government should completely end subsidy now. Petrol is the economic oxygen of Nigerians, whether rich or poor. This is not the situation in other countries in the world." The former Director General of the Peter Obi presidential campaign said that with the coming up of local refineries, some level of succor should be given to Nigerians. According to him, with the allocation of 450,000 barrels a day for local consumption, Nigeria can combine the advantage of local production with local consumption and determine the price to sell crude to local refineries. We can use opportunities that these local refineries avail us, ensuring adequate fuel supply with the dedicated or allocated daily crude oil for local consumption, which is outside OPEC's quota. So yeah, off OPEC, that's a new phraseology that we're having to get used to. So whatever we do with it is our internal affairs. It is a way of providing some level of comfort. We can sell this daily crude allocation for local consumption cheaply to determine the average pump price of PMS in the country. For instance, the price of Nigerian crude per barrel is $77. We can decide to sell to Dangote refinery at $35 or $37 per barrel, thereby having made adjustments of processing fees and profit margins. The pump price of petrol can come down to 500 to 600 naira. This will bring major relief, comfort, and succor to the masses. Yes, that makes sense in theory, but then of course they'll be lumping it over the borders to their brothers in Niger Republic, etc., etc. So that's that. So that's that. Let me bring you one last readout, or should I just abandon it? How Dangote refinery petrol will reduce food prices. This is the CBN. Okay, it's not a long one, so let's just speed through it. The Central Bank of Nigeria has disclosed expectations that lifting petroleum from the recently launched Dangote refinery will reduce the cost of food in Nigeria in the short to medium term. CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso, who made the submission while speaking on Tuesday at a press conference after the 297th meeting of the Monetary Policy Committee in Abuja, said the operations of the refinery will ease the cost of transportation and rub off on food prices. He said the committee expects that the Dangote refinery's operation would also save the country in terms of foreign exchange demands, which would lead to improved external reserves. The committee expressed optimism that the lifting of refined petroleum. So I think we get the gist of where it's going with that. So let's just leave that. Let me play you this clip. This clip now. So now we are going to the Tony space. Tony, Thorny, Tony, full of thorns. So we're going to the Tony space of that historical affliction, that historical wound that afflicts the Nigerian space. So we're going to the Biafran War, and of course, it's a narrative, it's a storyline that you have to navigate with some level of sensitivity, because a lot of people died. But that is where the question is, just how many people died is the question, and under what circumstances. So this is a question that has always agitated. It always leads to, charged up, angered conversation in most instances, because there's no real proper documentation of what transpired at that time. No real proper documentation of what transpired at that time. But here is a lady bringing a unique perspective to it. Watch this.
Welcome to Rudolph's Insight. This is a newspaper editorial purporting that over 6 million Biafrans lost their lives during the Biafran War. Is this a hoax? Is this true or false? Now, if this editorial was accurate in the number of people that lost their lives being over 6 million, the simple question is, where are the massive graves? Now, to put it in a better perspective, the current population of the Igbos from their 5 eastern states, according to the last census, is approximately 18.3 million in total, with Ebonyi being 2.1 million, Anambra 4.1 million, Abia 4.1 million, Imo 4.9 million, and Enugu 3.2 million. So yeah, 18.4 million approximately. So the Igbos mean to tell us that they lost approximately about 40% of their current population today during the Biafran War. Like, how is that even possible? Perhaps, maybe most of you don't understand. So let me further break it down. In the year 1960, Nigeria had a population of 45 million people. Picture above. And at no point in time has the Igbos ever been a majority in Nigeria. It has always been Hausa, Yoruba, and even Ijaws. These guys inflate their number too much to make themselves feel big. But that's not even what we are here for. So, if Nigeria's population around 1960 was approximately 45 million and today Nigeria is over 240 million people, it only means Nigeria has doubled 5 times its population from 1960. And going by that logic, we would assume the Igbos also doubled 5 times their population of 1960. So, if Igbo's population today is 18.4 million, which is approximately 5 times their number from 1960, how many Igbos were there in 1960? Well, the answer is simple. 3.7 million Igbos in 1960. That was their population. And mind you, the war hasn't even started in 1960. So you claim you lost over 6 million people. Meanwhile, your population around 1960, when the war hasn't even started, was barely less than 3.7 million. Even if we were to add the whole of old southeastern region, which South was also a part of then, the number would still be around 7 to 8 million people who were alive around 1960 in the old southeastern region. And that will suggest that more than 90% of the people from the old southeastern region were unalived in that war. The math is not just mathing. Now, my question is, where are the massive graves to suggest you lost over 90% of your population? What happened to the bodies? Were they eating? I'm not suggesting anything, no. It's just a harmless question. Although, we have seen reports that suggest that a lot of cannibalism goes on around the southeast. Allegedly, allegedly. Well, that brings us to the topic of today. The tyranny and the atrocious acts of the Biafran soldiers during the Biafran War and the quest for Igbo expansion. Now, having asserted that it couldn't have been possible for the Igbos to have lost 6 million people during that war, however, a lot of people, may their souls rest in peace, lost their lives in that war. And over 70 to 80% of those that lost their lives in that war was from today's South region. You see, the Igbos knew they never had the capacity or numbers to go into that war alone, and being at the top military positions and in charge of arsenals and weaponry of Nigeria, because let's not forget, they were the top of the food chain when Nigeria first got its independence. And being at the helm of affairs, it availed them the advantage of having those military arsenals and weaponry. So what did they do with this power? They forced the minority ethnic groups in today's South into that war. A lot of youth from Ibibio, from Ika, from Efik, from Ikwere, Ijaws, etc. were forced into that war.
How do you happen to be in uniform?
I was forced to join the Ojukwu soldiers.
Oh, you were forced to fight Ojukwu soldiers?
Yes, sir.
Who forced you?
Ojukwu rebel soldiers forced me to join them when I returned from Lagos.
You returned from Lagos?
Yes, sir.
To go where? To go Ogoja?
When I returned from Lagos to my home.
Oh, to your home?
Yes, sir, to escort my wife.
To escort your wife from where?
From Lagos to...
Oh, yes. You escort your wife from Lagos to Ogoja?
Ogoja. So I was forced to join army. So we have been demanding for our state. And they suspect me that as I return from Lagos, I may carry anything back to Lagos again because I was...
Why? Because the Igbos alone never had that number. Even till this day. When that war, however, was ongoing, what did the Biafran soldier do? So, apparently, they forced the youths and men into that war and stayed back to claim their lands and properties. Take for instance the Ikwere people, because That is where I am from. So I'll be using that as a case study. The soldiers came into Ikore land, forced the men into the Biafran army, and they stayed back and started claiming the properties of the men they forced into war. Did they stop at that? Quite on the contrary, they also proceeded into renaming the towns in Ikore land, specifically the area today known as Port Harcourt Metropolis, which comprised of mainly Obiakpo, Port Harcourt City LGA, and even some parts of Ikore LGA. They targeted these places and started renaming the towns to Umudis and Umudats, while claiming lands and properties and genociding the men of these places by forcing them into the Biafran war. You would think that was enough, but nah, it didn't stop at that. They proceeded to raping the women whose men were not there to defend them, and the few men who were left behind in Ikore land, most were buried alive by the Biafran soldiers. So, at the end of the day, they report that over 6 million Biafrans were unalived in that war. And you feel pity, really? The minority ethnic groups of Ika, Ikwere, Ibibio, Efik, etc. were the ones who lost their lives in that war, not the Igbos. So when the war ended, we over here in Ikore land had to undo everything that was done by the Biafran soldiers, starting with renaming of our towns to Rumo and Omo, because the southern Ikore call children Rumo and the northern Ikore's call children Omo or Omo. The reason why when you come to Port Harcourt today, you see a lot of places named Rumo. We also had to take back the properties stolen by the Biafran soldiers and land stolen back from the Igbos. And lastly, we had to mass deport all the Igbos in Rivers State back to the southeast. We never wanted to let them back in, if not for federal government intervention. The end of a long reign of tyranny by the Igbo Biafrans was finally over.
Take over their jobs have not yet acquired the necessary skills. Outside the docks, I asked some Rivers men what they thought of the Igbos.
Igbos, though we are all one Nigeria, but they misbehave themselves, and we feel at the moment, at this time, they should remain in their East Central state.
You don't think there is a place for them to work down here now?
At the moment, I don't think so.
Do you think it will come in the future?
That future can tell.
But not now?
Not now.
Do well to support the page by giving us a follow, liking, posting, reposting, and tagging your favorite people to this page.
So there it is right there. No be me talk am, na she talk am. No be me. The math is not mathing. I'm not going to run any commentaries other than to agree with that particular phraseology. The math is not mathing. You cannot. There's another clip actually that I could play you on that narrative. On that narrative still. There's another. Well done. So I was wondering where the traffic was coming from. We're getting really huge traffic from on Twitter, more than we have ever had before. But somebody is telling me that they are reposting it. So that's where the traffic is. So if the Twitter listeners or viewers want to come and join us, I've sent the link in. So just click on that link and then come join us. There's an. I just don't want to go too deep on this particular storyline, but there's another clip that I could play you. Maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't, but you know me, never taking the sensible option. Maybe I will play it to you if I can just download it and grab it. I'll download it and grab it, but whilst I'm downloading and grabbing it, let me play you the other clips that I have lined up. Let me see if this can happen with some rapid speed. We may well be able to just because if I play another clip in between it may well break the sequence. So I'm just trying to download it now and then put it or upload it then into the studio and see if I can play it to align with where the conversation is right here. So I have downloaded it. It is uploaded now into the system. So try and see if we can and there it is. So this follows on from that clip you just saw. This is not a watch. This is a listen. So listen to this.
What the fuck is going on this place? I am Yoruba. I'm saying with all sense of responsibility. Are they killing us? Yes. But that's why exaggerate numbers beyond what it is. It's like the same thing during the Civil War. That's when I heard 80 million people had died. You know what it means to kill over 1 million people? Wiping 1 million people of the senses? Why are the graves? Did they eat all of them? Did they eat their bones? Over to there, you still see the bones. In Rwanda, when they did that genocide, you could still find the bones. You could still find the fucking bones. Where are the bones? Okay, 29,000 people died. Where are the fucking graves? Where are the fucking graves? Let's even say it's 19,000. Then where are the graves? Where are the graves? They say Nigerians are most intelligent. Even if you're not in Nigeria, they say people within this geographical space that we call Nigeria today, whether you identify as Nigerian or Biafra, they say that we are intelligent. We will at wars all over the world. And you are coming to say that approximately, mathematically, even say maybe, you said approximately, meaning that means you did a mathematics. You went to go and look for data. You went to go to police report, calculated, added all the number, and you are telling me after you did that mathematics and approximate 29,000 specifically Yoruba people, not Nigerians alone, across all the ethnic divides, were murdered by Fulani headsmen. All the murders were.
All right. So that's another region and right into that space. So it's a very thorny one that has to be navigated delicately because, like I said, a lot of people died, but people are starting to interrogate these things because a lot of those numbers are so fantastical that it stretches believability. They are such fantastical numbers. It ranges from 6 to 8 million. So what that lady was asking was, what exactly was the population of that space at that time that 6 million people could be lost and the place and the space still bounces back? So that's what she's saying. And she's saying then that the loss actually expanded more to the south than the southeast. That's her narrative. But people who know better than me will come and educate us a lot more. Let me play you just the remaining clips. They are less than two minutes. So let me just rattle through them and then we kick the session off. Let's go back to Yemi Cardoso, the CBN governor, trying to talk gibberish to try to hold on to his job. Watch this.
Members assess the performance of key financial soundness indicators and noted with satisfaction that despite familiar headwinds, the banking industry remains safe, sound, and stable. The committee, however, emphasized the need to sustain supervisory oversight on the industry to strengthen its continued support to the economy. Following these considerations, members deliberated on the optimal policy option to sustain the downward in price development, contain emergent risks to inflation, stabilize the exchange rate, and safeguard the banking system, while also shielding the recovery of output growth. In addition, members noted that the real policy rate remains negative, even after the recent moderation in headline inflation. To attract investments into the economy, efforts must be sustained to achieve a positive real interest rate. This would enhance the economy's competitiveness for international capital, thereby improving the exchange rate.
All right. Okay. So that's Yemi Cardoso talking gibberish to try to hold on to his job. So that's Yemi Cardoso talking gibberish to try to hold on to his job. Still staying in the realms of nonsensical talkers, and nobody talks nonsense more than this guy. So next up, Isaac Fayoshe.
Wike don't remove executive in front of all the PDP governor name. They are now Mr. Governor. No more executive governor. All the PDP, he don't remove the executive with them in front of their name. 48 hours after talking on Sheun Okinbaloye's program, you don't see any of them talk. Everybody firm. Kokoro going. Wike. Now the governors, the PDP governors, they are rushing to his house in Abuja to say, me I know they fight you. I beg you. Wike, after Tinubu in Nigeria, now Wike be the next rated politician. Now he be the next rated now. Even the executives, even the governors, everybody shaking PDP. I know one Wike will allow. After the reggae, now to play the blues. When I grow up, I want to be like Wike. All the PDP, if don't catch them, seal their mouth. 48 hours after talking, none of them dare open their mouths to say, no, you know they talk well. He don't seal them, put them inside pocket. Talk now, Wike go come out, you go.
So there it is. After the reggae comes the blues. So still within the realms, we're still staying within the realms of nonsense. So we go, of course, to Rufai Oseni.
Labour Party, Olumide Akpata, go on national TV, Channels TV Politics Today, to say that we're giving reasons why he will win the election. He said he won, that Rufai Oseni of Arise TV conducted a social media poll and that he won, that he scored 71%. So that he is going to win the election. Election, they don't vote for Edo State. Result don't come out. Olumide Akpata couldn't even win his own polling unit. He was trashed in his polling unit. So you can imagine. I doubt if he's going to get up to 20,000 votes in the whole state. That's that. Now that same Rufai Oseni went to conduct another poll, best performing governors. And he used 3 governors, Sanwo-Olu of Lagos, Alex Oti of Abia, and Dauda Lawal of Zamfara. In that poll, Sanwo-Olu got 15%, Oti got 80%, and Dauda Lawal got 5%. And you want to wonder, you want to wonder why these people do these things. Rufai Oseni cannot pretend not to know. He knows, but he's just using these guys to just make. How would you compare Sanwo-Olu and Alex Oti? Is that not an insult? That's a serious insult. Where do you want to start from? It's like comparing apples and oranges. How can you compare Sanwo-Olu with Alex Oti? How? You should be comparing Sanwo-Olu with, Alex Oti with the local government chairman in Lagos. Not Sanwo-Olu. Where do you want to start from? How? Is it, where do you want to, is it the Julius Berger signboard that they celebrated the last time? Or these bus stops? Is it these things you want to compare? To use to compare the Lagos Blue Line or the Lagos Red Line?
So there it is right there. So a little bit of whatever it is that guy said. A little bit of whatever it is that guy said. We'll end the clips with this one. So this is a back and forth. This is a contract turn between Sheun Okinbaloye and Adams Oshiomhole. So no man yet born of a woman had yet been able to out-debate Adams Oshiomhole. He's a fantastic debater. Here is Adams Oshiomhole putting Sheun Okinbaloye to the sword.
You can see he's the president of America, the most powerful country on earth. He said that much. He admitted that much.
Is that the reason behind the strategy of your party not to allow your candidate to engage in some certain kind of communication?
Not about not allowing him. We are not in a position to compel anybody. And how we communicate, don't use the word communication.
Because it's part of it.
The mistake you are making is to assume that the most potent means of communication is through television. It's not true. Radio is even more effective.
That's your assumption.
That's your assumption. That's a fact. It's about reach.
You probably have a very little. No. I beg to disagree. You don't have expertise in that area, so it's difficult for you to say.
No.
I disagree with you.
I'm a viewer.
Yeah, but you don't have expertise in the area. You don't have facts to defend. I am a communication expert, and you cannot talk about the potency of a particular medium where you don't have expertise to speak on.
We can argue that. I believe I'm a better communication expert than you. Because, let me give you an example.
That's your opinion, Governor.
Your opinion, my opinion. Exactly. Opinion is free. But let me tell you why I think I am a better communicator.
Go ahead, please.
As president of Nigeria Labour Congress, without the aid of armed forces, police, television, or radio, I was able to communicate with the Nigerian people and get them to defy Obasanjo's government and get them to sit at home for 1 week. That's communication. Without the aid of even modern telephone. So your understanding of communication is the textbook theory, right? How you should dress, how should you appear corporate and all that. Even my own choice of dress when I go out in my khaki is a means of communicating. To tell people, look, you can approach me. It's not a statement about suggesting I can't afford to dress better than you. No. But if I'm going to work for these people, they should feel able to approach me. I shouldn't look like that, the oppressor that they're running away from.
And I'm asking, comrade,
communication
is that the reason why you framed the campaign and the appearances?
As you can see, our strategy worked, which is why the people who vote and who voted
to shield in from certain kind of communication.
The real voters, perhaps those who are watching us now, they probably just that day they were watching. Have they started fighting? And so on and so forth. I thought some of the things that will excite you, Chiwa, this is important for our country, is that I watch you because you are one of the most influential TV hosts. I mean, that is a fact. Even if I don't like you for it, but you are. I wish I could take it from you.
All right. So that's Adams or Shiomole somewhat taken up. So it's on a victory lap from his flogging of Obaseki. So it was essentially an Obaseki versus Oshiomhole thing. Let's play the Kegite music, kick the session off. The Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. You don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chief Wela ti keke elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudode ojare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Petro Sodana ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Petro Sodunke ẹyẹ rẹ òdìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Akoko Orome called the cockroach of the heavens don't crow yet. That's what that means. Iku koni riwagbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So joining us for the conversation, Ogbeni, always a delight when Ogbeni is here. Bram Berry is spending increasing more time with us, much to our delight. Baba is in the house, so always a delight when Baba is here. His Majesty King Emekus, there is a maker right there. Patoski is in the house, there is Patrick. Ajande Kuko, of course, father of the bride, there he is right there. Who's unmuted?
Woman, please, can I just go with 5 minutes?
I think Baba wanted to.
Huh?
I think Baba wanted to go first. You come after Baba. I was going to go to Baba because he said he wanted to go first.
Okay, let me allow Baba.
Then I'll come to you, Ogbeni, then Ajane Koko Bramberry. So we do that, but we do it in a 5-7 minutes monologue, and we want to maybe somewhat adhere strictly to that. Just as you see the urgency, people want to quickly speak. So good to have you, gentlemen. We kick it off with Baba. So Baba, you're up first.
Yeah, very fine evening to everyone. One man, two, and the comment section people. I salute you all, and our esteemed viewers, listeners, watchers. Have you clicked the like button? That's very important. You enjoy the show every day, so do the needful. Take it as a duty. Click the like button and share and subscribe later. Yeah, woman, I came specifically because of the Bobrisky audio, and the only place I know talking and doing this is just the one-man platform. And before I settled on your platform, I stayed in the background for a very long time, like I did with other platforms, and I settled for yours because I know, and you still maintain that standard. You allow facts to emerge, and I cherish that very much because this modern language catching crews or things, I don't understand it. It's just debate, put opinion out, put facts out, and then we put them side by side, and whichever is actually the truth emerges. The Bobrisky, this audio, I belong to my home church. It's Assemblies of God Church. That's where I've been worshiping since the early 80s. And I belong to Full Gospel Businessmen Fellowship International, actively, more so the prisons ministry. In the prisons ministry. So the Kirikiri prison is where I know very well. We go worship there every Sundays with the prisoners as far back as, I think, 82. Yeah, 82. Because no sooner we organized that ministry, that 83 coup happened. They brought all the Jack Hondays, everybody to Kirikiri. I met almost all of them personally, because on Sunday, most of them who are Christians, they come to worship. Those that are not worshiping, whatever we brought for the prisoners, we give to them. Ambrose Ali, Saraki, Ojuku, everybody. The vice president was there before they started taking them away. So that's the formation of that place. All the politicians, they put them in where they call special class. Special class is secluded in a part of the compound. That's where they put special class people. Those politicians, when they come, that's where they put them automatically. And if you're a businessman, you come, they sentence you, they bring you there, they check your tax clearance certificate. And if you are within the range they consider to be a big man, they put you there. as per your status. So they have their own gates. They have, and their cells are like apartments, just mini apartments each. They give them special diet food from the resident hospital there. And that is what I think Bobrisky is referring to. Not going outside, or I'm not defending anything, but I do not want anybody to think our country has gone.
But Baba, he said rented apartment. He said rented apartment. Yeah.
No, look, when you come in from, let's say you're coming from Apapa and you branch into Kirikiri, the first thing you will see is the Kirikiri jetty. Then further down on the left, the Kirikiri town. On the right, they call it Kirikiri Estate. It goes straight, takes you to Ojo Road. Amuwu Odofin, that takes you the inner road. That's where you have Vanguard. Then the Kirikiri itself is in between the middle. Once it is gated, it is a barracks for the prisons. You come to their office, you get their own resident barrack accommodation, the female prison, the male prison. And when you go on the right, they have their training school. I remember very well, they have their football field. Yes, football field. Then when you go down to that straight road, it takes you about 1 kilometer, you meet the Naval Armory. The Naval Armory is there, so large a place where the Navy people put their armory. Then you turn right, because if you turn left, you go straight to the gate of the armory. If you turn right, you now take another 0.5 kilometer to hit Navy Town. That's the naval barracks properly. All these are private. No individuals are allowed to go in. That's how that place is formatted. So the question of, yes, they do take people out to go drink, to go and carouse on the pretense that they're taking them to hospital. Those are special arrangements. I don't want to go into all of that. Even people have been known to be there and impregnate their wives or girlfriend. Yes, all those are done. But to say you are taken to a special apartment or anything, no, that is not true. That is not true. That EFCC takes bribe, is that a new thing? That can't be new to anybody. It's not a new thing. Everybody takes bribe in Nigeria. So if they ask are fine. It's just the Kirikiri thing that they say, oh, they take people out to go and live. No, nothing like that. Even those with the heavy money.
It's not a different dispensation. So I mean, we can't go against his own words. He said his godfather told him that he was not going to spend a day.
Yeah, that's where I said they pay. When he says they put me in a special apartment, he didn't say outside. Did you hear him say outside the whole complex there?
But I did hear him say that it wasn't his godfather said he wasn't going to go to prison.
Yeah, he said that, but that's a
slant. I heard that outside. I think
say
I heard
again.
That.
Yes, he said he rented an apartment outside.
I think I heard that outside.
Yeah. That's not true.
I think I said one man wants to replay the video a bit. I think
I think that's what I had to. That's not true. That's not true. And it will unravel. I don't embrace falsehood. Anyhow, I can't just stand it in the name of anything. I don't.
But why would it be? Why would it be falsehood though? It was in a private conversation that got leaked, so he had no reason to lie. Now, you know.
He has reason to lie. Lie in the sense that
it is quite believable that would happen, knowing the sort of system we run in Nigeria. They would just tell him to keep his head down and not, go outside, and that's
a rarity. That is a rarity. Very, very rare. Even Chief Bode George, when he was there, he was in special class, and he goes to the hospital to go on for the general hospital at Racecourse area, end of or start of Broad Street. He goes for dental clinic. Let me leave that part of everything. That's a rarity. No. They take them out to go drink, to go carouse, impregnate their wife or anything, but they take them back. All those are special arrangements. And we can see it will unravel itself. Maybe the EFCC is in the matter in solving or fishing out those who took bribe from her. I think they will solve this part because the correctional services will come in to find out. So that's it for that.
All right, brilliant. Did you want to comment on something else, or should I go on to Emeka?
Yeah, because I think I will go to the Nnamdi Kanu one quickly. I think I may have 2 minutes left. I think when people spew some kind of lies, I don't know why the pressmen don't challenge them immediately. I mean, you can even if, I mean, what manner of hardened liar you will be and stand before a judge who went to law school, a lawyer, possibly a magistrate, before becoming a high court judge. And you are telling that judge that the Supreme Court asks you to go, that why is the judge still holding you? And you refuse to read that last paragraph where the Supreme Court said, yes, this is what happened, this is what happened. Everything they've done to you is illegal. But go back to that court and answer your 5 or 7 charges. The Supreme Court said that. But people just, they call it propaganda, but propaganda is lie too. Goebbels did it for Hitler. Chukwu Merije and the other people did it for Biafra. And people just swallow it, lap it up, and run with it. They are holding him illegally. Even his lawyer, that man should be derobed. Should be derobed. Because if the Nigerian bar association, they are very serious, they should yank him before a panel. You don't spread falsity. Even if it's wait to be a country where the NBA is active, the correct function of a lawyer is not to mislead the courts. It is to guide your client, stand on the path of law and truth, not to play rascality in the court of law. So NBA too is lacking in that respect. And I don't know why they're keeping quiet. Because you don't treat falsehood in court. That is very, very wrong. The Supreme Court said, I'm not a lawyer, but I had it correctly. Go back to the High Court and answer to your 7 charges pending. And that's the finality. But everybody will come from that side and continue to say, no, it's illegal. The court has asked him to go. Apparently, himself, he come out today because he did not want that trial to commence. Because it's supposed to have started today. And they've all agreed that the witnesses of DSS or Nigerian Security Agency, they will be masked or stay behind a wall and talk to the court because they cannot appear to be seen. The trial was supposed to start today. And if it has started within the next 6 months, it will be over. It did not want it to start. The lawyer was on a different trajectory. Ejimako was saying, we have an appeal pending, so you cannot start the trial and everything. And he says that may not work or wash with Nyako, the judge. He stood up and started saying, no, I don't even trust this court anymore. And brought what we call in jackery into it. And okay, the woman already fed up with the whole thing. They said, okay, I'll return your file back to those who sent your file to me. So go in peace. So stalemate. And that could take another 1 year.
No, I think the judge just recused herself. He wanted the judge to recuse herself, so the judge did that. Maybe in a couple of few months, 2 months, they would send it to assign his case to another judge.
It will start afresh again.
Yeah, but the case will start afresh. That's the thing. So he's effectively sentenced himself to at least 2 years in custody more.
So that's it, one man. Let another person take over.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Baba. There's still more topics, especially that Biafra space, which I think you have deep knowledge on now. But let's go on to Emeka.
Yeah,
7 minutes monologue.
I would be quick. I'll pick just a few topics, especially the NPR from the CBN governor. I'll be very honest now. I'll be blunt. I think I don't believe in the economic policies of the president, right? I think it is skewed. You know, the president came out to say he wants to grow the economy to a $1 trillion economy, right? The plans are not there. I don't know if he intends to do that in his dreams, but the plans are not there. With what the NPR is looking like, you're increasing NPR, that is not how you grow an economy. You're only doing it, you are growing the pocket of investors. So if you are taking NPR to 27.25, you are increasing it, and the excuses the CBN governor is giving is he's fighting inflation. He's trying to fight inflation. He's trying to shore in our reserves and keep our exchange rate more robust. We all know here that the main driver, even if we call inflation, the main driver is the food inflation. And what is the president doing? Nothing. So you are increasing NPR. Just let the CBN governor be honest and tell us that you want foreign investors to bring money in, because once NPR is up, I think Japan increased theirs. I believe so. The United States, I think the United States just reduced their interest rate. I want those in America to correct me. I believe they just reduced it this month. So
You are correct. Last week.
Last week, thank you. So since they've reduced interest rates, investors in the United States who will look at this as, okay, my interest income in my investment portfolio will go down. Let me look for alternative markets to put it in. I think that is why we increased ours. Japan increased theirs immediately after the United States reduced theirs. So we are fighting for investors coming into our market, and we are hurting our local economy. If the president is sincere about growing an economy of a $1 trillion, this is not the route to go. So in this aspect, I think I am completely, in short, let me call it till I begin to see a different direction. I think the president and his team, they are just making a wraps of all this. This is nonsense. This is not the way to move. Fight inflation through food supply. Fight the insecurity. I am glad the CBN governor indicated the three factors that is causing why food prices are going up as a result of fuel prices that are high due to movement of the foods, transportation costs, insecurity in the north, and then the flooding. Yes, we cannot address flooding. We understand that, and our sympathy goes out to the victims of the flood. But insecurity should be completely addressed. I saw Matami having an interview with Channels TV and say he's swearing through Quran, or Quran is swearing with him. He's swearing oath and swearing his commissioners with oaths that he has nothing to do with banditry. For you to even go to bring religion into security matter, and you are swearing, or the swearing is swearing you, or you and the Quran, you are both swearing with each other after allegations has been and accusations are pointing towards you that you are sponsoring insecurity in the north. He should be ashamed of himself to be explaining himself. What he should have done is, let me go and reduce this. He should not reduce, eradicate it completely. Now, with his own tongue, he said he had negotiations with bandits, that he's not the only governor that had negotiations or discussions with bandits. So we can clearly now see that these politicians are talking with bandits. Whatever they are talking, whether they are discussing on when the discussion is all about insecurity. Whether their discussion is positive or negative, we don't know. But we can see the outcome. So the outcome will only tell us the give us context of what that discussion is all about. If insecurity is going down, then the outcome is about reducing the discussion is about reducing insecurity. But apparently it appears insecurity is going up. And then he's saying he's swearing with Quran and his commissioners are swearing. Let's leave that discussion out. But what I'm actually now saying is that I do not believe in the economic policies of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Whatever he is saying, he is not doing it. You don't keep increasing MPR rates and expect the local economy to grow. The excuses are not excuses that you should give out. The CBN Cardoso would have come out to say, which he actually did technically. He said, a woman read it out. He said, NNPC, we need to grow our oil exports so that we will have more revenue coming in. And with the view of, so that the revenue that is coming in through exportation can be used to manage the economy. That is not feasible. We cannot continue to rely on oil alone. We cannot continue to rely on oil alone. But if you keep MPR or you keep increasing MPR every quarter or every biannually, then definitely we will continue to rely on oil alone. How will the local companies go and borrow? They will not borrow. Who will want to borrow? It's expensive to borrow. Rather, the money they have, they will either go and put it in the bank through treasury bills, through government bonds, and be collecting income, interest income on it. Who wants to borrow with that kind of MPR rate? What would the bank put as their own spread? Local banks. Who will borrow? The only people who will enjoy out of this are the investors in the United States, or the investors in London, or the investors in Dubai. Those are the ones that will bring in their funds. And they are not bringing it to help our economy. They are bringing it for their own portfolio or for their customers or clients. And after a lot, they collect their money and they move out. Why are we doing this to our economy? Why are we doing this to our economy? And we have a president telling us he wants to grow an economy of $1 trillion. It is not looking like it. His policy strategy is not consistent with what his CBN governor is pursuing. We must be honest with ourselves. And I said at this point, I have looked at it. This is the third time MPR has been increased. So I have seen the vision. I have seen I have seen the implementation. And clearly, the goal is to just bring in dollars into the economy. And
Mika, what about, have you examined also if it's a form of mopping up the excess liquidity in the system, which they don't actually know how much we have in circulation?
Okay, thank you very much. Now, before the first MPR, they increased cash reserve for banks, right? They increased it to 50%. I don't know if you've forgotten. That was around was it January or February? I can't remember the date.
That was about.
No, you mean the last increase?
No, that was about 6 months ago.
The first increase in MPR.
That was last year,
increase. No, that was not last year. No, we're in 2024. Last year election.
That was about 6 months ago, wasn't it?
Yeah. I think it was in January. Okay. So they increased cash reserve for banks about 50%. That was his first MPR increase. Okay, that is supposed to mop up the excess liquidity. So I listened to him. He was just giving excuses and justifying why he increased MPR. And because I know I follow the news, I know we are just looking for dollars. We do not want foreign investors to, maybe the possibility of existing foreign investors to pull out what we have and go to another market. And because the United States has reduced their interest rate, we are looking at attracting the US investors to come into our market. That is just it.
Do you think he has run out of ideas, Cardoso?
He has run out of ideas, but he made sure that we are working with other partners to reduce food inflation. That is what we are not seeing. We are not seeing the plans. They are not communicating.
Their plan wraps around Dangote.
Let's leave Dangote aspect of it. The Dangote aspect of it, yes, if he's going to be exporting byproduct of petroleum and be collecting reserve, or he trying to address the transportation cost, the impact of the transportation cost, we are still fighting about the price of oil. Price of fuel. What would be the impact if we Dangote now, let's say, okay, NNPC have started distributing, what would be that cost impact that will bring that the price of transportation of food that will be reflected in the prices of
Even 4
on
months into giving that directive that they should do free import of food, nothing.
The the Minister of Agriculture is not talking. We don't know the agricultural plan. That's what I am saying it. And I think, like I would say, I used to be one of the first that would call it out, and I'm calling it out now that I think the economic policy of Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a disaster. I'm calling it out now officially. I have seen this the third time NPR has been increased. I can see the direction. I know what they are doing. You are asking me, has he run out of ideas? Yes, he has run out of ideas.
Emeka, for the benefit of the uninitiated, can you just, in a very short explanation, tell us what MPR are and why you are so upset by its increment?
So MPR is the monetary policy rate. It is the rate, official rates that for a layman is the official interest rates, right? Which the central bank would lend to someone who wants to borrow from them. So the central bank is the last resort, the last lender to the government and last lender to the bank. So banks will use that rate to price their lending products. So once MPR is, let's say MPR is 5%, bank will use that MPR rate as the benchmark. They will not go below 5%.
So if they are looking to grow the economy, then why are they increasing rather than decreasing?
That is what I am saying. If you want, I'm not the one. I'm quoting the president, right? I'm quoting the president. I'm only quoting what the president has said. So if the president has said, I want to grow a $1 trillion economy, then your MPR rate must not be going up. Emefiele had MPR Emefiele had MPR at least for 2 years. No, let me not exaggerate. I know for 1 year he had MPR static. It didn't move, it didn't go down. So my great annoyance is, why did they increase it by 50 basis points? There was no need to increase this. Inflation figure came out last 2 weeks ago and it went down. There was no need. If we are pursuing an expansion economy, no need to increase MPR rates. But I have seen I see what they're doing. Yes, you want to shut up the reserve, and I'm calling it out. It is a disaster because after 3 years,
Emeka,
what do you want to do? Yeah.
Could it be that because the inflation that they were talking about, that it came down, it didn't really come down? That was why they could not bring down the NPR you're talking about.
Inflation can't come down if we are not addressing the food issues.
Could it be?
It can't. They are only addressing the money supply side of it.
What I'm asking you, hold on. Emeka, what I'm asking you, you said that the NPR is not even, it didn't even come down, it even went up, right?
Yes,
so
it went up.
Now, if they say, because one of the reasons why central banks of different countries, they jack up interest rates is that so as to curb inflation. So if there's recently they said that inflation dropped, and this NPR does, but the United States recently, Bank of the United States, they dropped it by 0.0%. I mean, 0.5%. They dropped it recently. So, and most of the banks across the world, they're dropping their interest rate now. So, if they did not do that, they jack it up or it remains static. Does that not tell you that really that figure that MBS was giving us, that what's it called, dropped? It's just a lie. Is that not what it is?
I didn't follow your question. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
What I'm saying, you need me to repeat it or you want to move on?
Let me explain it because I got it. Recently, they told us that and I think it's in 2 subsections now, that the inflation rate was coming down. I think it was 32 point something percent. So what our rational mind is asking you is, if the inflation rate is coming down, then why would they want to put up the interest rate? Because you only put up the interest rates to manage an inflation that is spiking up. So
thank you. For the very first time.
Hold on. because he put a question there, because it seems counterintuitive for you to put up interest rate when inflation is going down. So what Rational Mind is asking is that, were they just telling us a fib when they told us the inflation was going down?
Yeah, well, thank you, Rational Mind. I thank you, Woman, for explaining the question better to me. For the very first time, I'm going to agree with Rational Mind, right? Not that the inflation coming down is a lie, no. Is that the monetary aspect of, so there's core inflation and there is also food inflation, right? When you add them both, that is the main, okay, we now have a general inflation rate. But the problem we're having is the food inflation itself. The food inflation is the major. So food inflation on its own is about 35%, right? Increase in Nigeria. So the food inflation is the main driver of our inflationary issues in that country. So that it came down, yes, it shows that the interest rate, our interest rate is addressing the supply, the money supply in the economy. It's really addressing it. So what Cardoso would have done is to maintain that interest rate as it is without increasing it.
Emeka,
right? Why I say
Emeka,
so, sorry, let me just land the point. I would
I
take
think you are missing it too. You are missing
no, why I say so, hold on, don't worry, I will listen to you. Why I say so is that already Nigerians are complaining. They are complaining that things are not looking good. And you are increasing this interest rate again. As you are increasing this interest rate, you are not expanding the economy. Companies that want to employ will not employ. Companies that want to expand cannot expand. Companies that want to borrow cannot borrow because the cost of borrowing is too expensive. We are only doing this for external investors to enjoy. And if we are setting up and not, so I will officially speak what say from the CBN governor, who has said that our economy is a monolithic economy. We are only exporting oil. Now, if we are only exporting oil and we are only deriving our foreign reserve from oil, why are you still increasing monetary policy rate again? If you are calling on the government to expand or diversify, why are you?
Because that makes it much more difficult to diversify the economy, isn't it?
It's still the same money that will be used to diversify now. If I want to diversify, it's still the same money, except I have so much money, but I will go and borrow. If I borrow and the cost of borrowing is too much, why will I take that amount of loan? Except I want to default.
Yeah, no,
so
I was agreeing with you. It seems counterintuitive, doesn't it?
We're just joking. So if the president is saying $1 economy, I think it's a joke. It is clearly a joke, and it cannot happen.
Can I just, before
you go ahead? Yeah.
Yeah, you see, the normal response when you have inflation in the economy, one of the normal responses is to increase NPR. The point is this: let's separate the food inflation.
We have increased it 2 times.
Wait, now let me just.
I know what you are saying, but we have increased it 2 times. But go ahead.
Wait now. So when you increase NPR, you are increasing the rate at which bankers can create money, because even when central bank does not print money, banks can create money just by lending. You understand? The same deposit that you put in the bank, for example, assuming the economy is a closed economy of $1 million, and then that $1 million gets into the bank, that means the economy has $1 million. If the bank creates a credit of 500,000, the total money in that economy becomes 1.5 million just by flipping pen. And if somebody takes that 500,000, the person that borrowed that money takes it to another bank as a deposit, the bank there can create another credit from that 500,000. Maybe they create another 250,000. That means that economy, without productive activity, that economy has become 1.7 million. You can see inflation now. No productive activity, just by flipping pen and depositing. So one of the first responses to So one of the first steps is to increase the cash reserve requirements. If, for
They
example,
have
$1
done
million
that already
comes
by
into my bank,
50%. They have done
if
that
1
already.
million, if
But they
one
have
wait
done that
now,
already.
if $1 million comes into my bank, and I say, okay, you must keep 50%, which is 500,000. It means you cannot create a loan of 500,000. You must keep 50%. The maximum you can create is for another 500,000. You have a liquidity ratio. I don't know what it is now. Maybe you need to keep a loan
The liquidity
deposit
ratio
ratio of
is,
maybe another
I think it's
20%.
about 40%. I think
So the maximum
40%.
you can create from that money maybe another $200,000. So one of the all this effort is to make sure that the amount
Okay,
of money in the
I
hand
know.
of
I know
people
what you are looking at.
reduce. But
Money
let me
supply
just
share.
let me
My
close
time is
with
almost up,
this.
so that I
Let me
don't
close with
want
this.
us don't
Okay,
Hold on,
maybe
conclude.
when it
Emeka.
comes to my
Hold on,
turn, I will
Emeka.
explain.
Let him land that point, and then you respond by way of summary, and then we go to
I will expand further
yeah.
when it's my turn. But
Yeah, but land that point.
the
I
point
think I
to
think you
me,
were on a journey there. Yeah.
yeah, to me, the point is this: you must put a multi-pronged policy. You are not using only one instrument. Cash reserve requirement is an instrument, NPR is an instrument, tax is an instrument, even your treasury bill is an instrument. Our treasury bill is very high now. So a lot of money has come into the economy. What we are just trying to do is take the money in our economy and put it inside. Things are very expensive, but if there are goods in the market and there's no money, the price of those goods will come down. That's just the truth. It will reduce the demand for those things, and so their prices will come down. It's a multi-pronged dimension. They must also address transportation insecurity, but this measure that they have taken is a
I
measure.
just
NPR
okay,
is not
but
just NPR
but I
rate.
I
just
just
give
add
you
Let
something?
me just close
okay.
with this and I'm off. NPR rate fixing is not just a central bank governor decision. The bankers committee is also involved. All of them must
No,
have sat down to say, okay,
the bankers
this is the
committee is
right
not
thing.
involved. It involves
Okay, now
those
I
who
will
sit
check.
in
No,
the
I will check
Emeka,
and post a
the
link.
bankers committee are involved.
The bankers committee is not
I'll check
involved.
and post
It
a link.
involves the members
Yeah.
of MPR. It
Hold
involves the
on.
members of
Who
MPR.
are the members of NPR?
If you are a city
All right. Hold on.
member of
Monetary Policy
MPR,
Committee.
Hold on, Patrick. Hold on, Emeka. Emeka, let Tunaja have a little window to have an insertion there, and then you round it off, and then we go on to Benny. So
Thank you.
Tunaja, and then you round it off, Emeka.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me, one man, and greetings to all of you on the panel. Greetings to the chat and to the viewers. Emeka, I'm a bit, I know you did admit that some of the policies that the government was pursuing last year was not very good, but some of the outrage you are expressing now is something that was clear from the beginning, since last year when they decided to float the currency. Most of the stuff that they are doing now is to kind of close the hole that they created themselves. For what purpose? It serves no purpose. It's like the country is not diversified. Then why would you float the currency the way they did? And then the inflation that is occurring now, you go and increase what they call it, the interest rate for what? That money should come into the country. What are they going to do? Let's say they bring the money in. Who is going to? They are going to give. Whom are the banks giving any loan? They will take
exactly.
the money. They will take the money, harvest profits, the interest from Nigeria, and take it out again. This is like the way they run the economy has been one big round trip. One big
Tunaja,
round tripping.
I agree with you completely. I do not agree with Patoski. Patoski is going through the textbook explanation of money supply. Now, Patoski, the first MPR, which I follow this thing rigorously. Cash reserve was increased by 50%. Liquidity ratio was increased by 40%. The excuse the CBN governor gave was that there's too much money in the economy. Yes. Due to ways and means, we need to mop up that economy. Now, when he was explaining, he has not even told us after this is the third or if not the fourth MPR increase that has happened in our economy, which I will confirm. He has not told us what is the impact, how much excess liquidity has been mopped out of the economy. He started with 2015, where the money supply was 13 million, and then money supply is 96 million. I might not be getting the figures correctly, but I can go
Sorry,
confirm. But let's
I
leave
don't
that
finish
side
the point
apart.
I was
Well,
making.
I agree with you, Nanja. I have my theory, I have my opinion on this, but it may be conspiratory. I have my opinion on this.
Yeah.
What is happening is we are just looking for money to come into the economy. And in every economy, Go and study, and I'm saying this directly to Patoski. Go and look at every economy. I don't know you stay in Ireland or whether you can. Once inflation is coming down, there is no need to increase NPR rates. So inflation came down.
Let me just add to it, Mike. This is Emeka. What they should be looking to is to stimulate the economy to function. If anything, they should not be worrying too much. The reason why they are doing what they are doing is so that they don't take control of the foreign exchange end of the thing. That's what created most of this instability, because how can you trade stability for this instability because you are defending the currency? You are still defending it now anyway. You have no choice. They still have to defend it now. And it's like it's a senseless policy that is designed to stall the Nigerian state. This policy
I am trying to bite my tongue, but you are on the money. I'm biting my tongue, but you are spot on the money. This policy is a sabotage it is an external pressure on our policymakers. It does not impact positively. That's my opinion, and but you have made me to say it. That's why I'm saying I'm calling officially now.
Emeka, can you explain that external pressure and how you also hold on, and what you also said is to the advantage of external people. But can you do it in about 2 minutes so we can?
Okay, I will explain. No, please, give me 4 minutes. If you give me 4 minutes, right?
Well,
please, I beg your pardon.
We have to consider on that.
You say I put other interest group into this conversation. You know I always do. Right. You know how I attract them.
All right, give it to us without nobody interject Emeka so that we can.
Okay, I agree with you, Nigeria. The pressure is coming from external organizations. It's coming from the World Bank. It's coming from IMF. It's coming from other external pressure group. Nigerian market is a toast to foreign investors. I will repeat again, Nigerian market is a toast to foreign investors. Our return on investment is always high. Whether in the stock market, whether in the bond we are issuing, or whether we're in our treasury bills, it is a toast in Africa. Number one sports destination of funds, Nigeria straight, even before Egypt and South Africa. So that attraction, the consistency to always continue to push our interest rates up to attract foreign investors is a drive, and it does not benefit our local economy. Now, and that's why I related it. I saw what the Federal Reserve in America did. Japan responded by increasing their own interest rates because they are trying to get that pool of funds. Now we have responded. Other markets will also respond too. If you want, you can go and check the international interest rate for other countries. You see it. Nigeria is a toast, a darling. So if that's what I looked at, I said, why is this happening? If inflation has gone down, it shows that what you are doing is working. So if it is working, why don't you wait again after 3 months to see if the inflation will come down? If it's working, why are you not increasing the NPR rate again? Why are you doing it? Why are you closing the economy again? Why are you making it difficult for companies to borrow? Why are you? Because it has a direct impact either on job seekers or either on the product or the explorational activities that companies can go on, and even their borrowing abilities of the economy or the individuals. Why are you doing it? If not because you want to show off your reserve, why? All the excuses is given are nonsense. And I'm saying it officially, the economic policy of BAT, whether to increase to 1 trillion, will never work. It will not work. And it's going to be a disaster. I want to say something before I leave, just 1 minute. Woman, you played 2 videos. I will speak on the Biafra one. That lady, I think it is very insensitive with her opinions. She is too young to understand what actually went wrong. She was extrapolating data, and her data is also quite wrong. You don't come out to begin to say stories on hearsays or them says without empirical proof. I saw it floating around the social media. I just looked at it. I said, these people will create problems for themselves. I don't know where they are doing, whether they are doing this for content or they are doing it for out of spite or they are doing it for their stupidity. If people die in war, don't rub it off out of your ignorance. And I think I also want to blame the administration of Gowon as well as the administration of Buhari. Maybe for Gowon, because the war was still fresh, we do not want to talk about the war. We do not want to educate or enlighten people about what caused that war. If the Biafra war was really included in our educational curriculum, I don't think a lot of us will be making this kind of rascal opinions. Whether we are saying it for purposes we cannot defend, or whether we are saying it out of spite, I don't think we'll go and look at Rwanda. I don't think we'll be making this kind of even in Biafra. Even in the southeast, now that they are calling for Biafra, if we have learned what truly went on or what went wrong, and we saw the pictures, we saw the corpses, we went through the studies of the Biafra war, I don't think many of us would be thinking in the way we are thinking. We are not sympathetic to the victims of those people who died, not out of their own volition. And I want to correct what she said. In a war, when there is a war, nobody has a choice. All the men would be drafted to war, whether you like it or not. If, like now that America and Russia, they are toying and playing with themselves over World War III, I think a lot of Americans are not screaming enough. Because if that war starts, nobody has a choice anymore. As long as you're an able-bodied man, 18 and above, even sometimes Ukraine has reduced that to 16 and increased it to 65. You will be dragged to war. They go to houses. If you're hiding, they will drag you and flog you and push you to the wall. People who run away, they will bring you out. They are even talking about even drafting women. So when she's saying that that was what actually happened, it is the consequences of a war. That war shouldn't have occurred, but it happened. We didn't learn about it, but it is good we sit down to study about it. But to talk in that manner, in my view or in my opinion, I think she should be arrested because she's trying to incite tension in the country. Thank you very much and good night.
All right, brilliant. That was the majestic Emeka, of course, the inimitable, one of one, a superstar. So that's the superstar Emeka, of course, one of the favorites on the platform. Another crowd favorite, Ogweni. Ogweni, you're up next.
Woma, how are you, sir?
You are driving today. Eh? I didn't even know you are allowed. Are you old enough to be driving? Eh?
Woma now.
Well,
I'm driving and on my way from Scotland to England.
Are you still in the moving process?
Yes, so I have my family in Scotland, yes. But that's fine.
I'm a little bit upset actually because I've been wanting to come to Scotland for decades, and you were going to be my window into Scotland, but now you left. But there it is.
Well, I've not really left. I still have my family there, and I'm still there. So
all right.
I travel up and down.
I want to come fishing in Scotland. Maybe next summer I'll come fishing in Scotland.
That's fine. There are sizes of fish you can pick and eat, and there are some when you hunt and when you fish them, you must return them, depending on the type and size and the area where you are fishing. So that is
I want to go to Inverness just because I like the name Inverness.
Oh, okay. Inverness is I think about 2 hours plus away from Aberdeen, and there are a lot of islands around that side. They have been to some places like Isle of Skye and others. Fantastic place. Rational mind. I'm very okay, Baba. How's everything, sir? Okay. Oh, yes, no, everything is fine. I just love driving, doing night driving when I'm traveling like that. Road
And
always
you didn't
less
drive
traffic.
night. So they only at night. Only drive night at the Sokoto Wati. Can you do it?
Well, I used to do Good Morning Lagos when I was living in Jos, but
How many years was that? When was that? When was that?
some
That
years
was
ago, as at,
in
That was in the 80s
1802.
now, right? That's in the
1802.
80s. You're talking about it.
as at 2000 and in fact, as at during Jonathan's time, we used to do it.
So you can see the
I
Jonathan
think
time.
the whole thing just messed up around towards the tail length of Jonathan's time to Buhari time. Very unfortunate. I couldn't do it again if I go to Nigeria now. I don't think I can do that. I've
All right.
known, some guys that were killed along that Lokoja, very unfortunate in the country anyway.
All right, okay, to the conversation, a 5-7 minute monologue from you. Do you want the topic
Okay.
or you just want
So,
to?
what
You
topic
just
do you
free
want?
flow?
I used to write your topic when
We
you are
have
running through, but I couldn't write now. So just remind me.
we have very good, very dark man coming out to tell us that Bobrisky did not spend a minute in jail, and they were actually going to convict him on money laundering, but he bribed the EFCC, and then they changed it to Naira bill. So we have that, and then we have the mighty Nnamdi Kanu stepping down the judge and telling her to get out of our own court. So we had that. And then we had a stopover with the Biafran narrative, with a lady coming up with a unique perspective on it. And then we have Yemi Cardoso telling us that he doesn't know what to do with the economy. So
Let me start with Yemi Cardoso briefly.
Okay.
I always say on this platform, I'm not an economist, and I say less of what I don't know much about. I'm not an economist, but what I know is first and foremost, no government set to be a failure. No government will get to a government all because they want to be a failure. Every government wants success. Every government wants to do the best they can do for their nation, and some leaders also to their pocket. Even when leaders do things to put some things in their pocket, they know that they want to succeed. They want to build legacy. So no government set out to be a failure. Secondly, I know there are so many economic theories in the world. The one Emeka just told us is just one out of thousands of theories, okay, in the world. I have so many economists as friends. They will tell you if they are engaging on an issue, as this one is bringing his own theory, the other one will be telling you another theory. So nothing is cast on stone when it comes to economic policies. One of the things some of my professors' friends as economists have told me before is that dynamics behind Nigerian economy are many of you don't respond to the traditional economy theories that you know and that generally economists know. One of them told me that SMEs in Nigeria, when you compare it to other places in the world, takes almost 80% or 80-something% of I think Nigerian business space. And do they have access to all these loans we're talking about? The answer is no. Ever since they've been surviving, they don't have access to all these loans. And I can share my own experience too when I was running my own farm at a medium scale. I can call it level of SME. It's not startup anyway. SME's level. Were we able to get loan? No, not until about our 6th year. We got no eventually from Skybank, which was also overwhelmed by a lot of hidden, commissions and others under it, and we couldn't survive it. So, the point I'm making in essence is this: I know that all these economic theories, they are so many. Everybody relying on his own. Patosky is an example now. Just demonstrated what I've told you. Patosky is also coming from another perspective. So I still believe in Cardoso. I won't doubt him. He's an expert in that field. He won't just set out for failure. He'll set out for successes. Economists would debate and engage on what is best for the country. And then I still repose confidence in them. I'm not an economist, as I've said. So if it's not working out, if they give it few months and it's not working out, they should retrace their step. One thing I've seen in this government is this. You've been seeing, unlike before, we've been seeing policies coming up. We've been seeing people debating policy. we'll be seeing government screwing some things, unscrew some things, tell you they are reversing on this and doing some things. These are economic activities that if we had started years back and we could engage on economic policies and directions of our government in the past, probably or possibly we won't be where we are today. But it is what it is. This is where we are, and then we'll continue engaging on it. Don't be surprised tomorrow they may be reversing this policy too, if they realize some economists are telling them this is not the right way to go. So it's still part of government activities. We'll continue to.
Woman, can I ask Ogbeni a question on this? Just one question. Is it okay, Ogbeni? You know I like you, Ogbeni. Yeah, you can tell I am not doing this out of bad faith. You started off by saying that no government set out to fail. I agree. I would agree with you on that theory. But then again, I will ask you this question, right? Yeah. A main question and a sub question. Now, which I know from practical experience, if something is working, you don't change it. True or false? Okay. Now, and from practical experience, I know Ola is busy. Maybe Ola does not like me going against the economic policy. I do not choose to do that, but I can see where they are going to. Now, every economy you do not want to contract your economy. It is not good. It is not ideal. Now, if you have increased your interest rates and you are seeing inflation dropping, no economic policy maker increases it again. They leave it the way it is until the next 3 quarters. If it does not drop again, then they can either choose to maintain or increase it. Ola, go and review. Go and review. Even Canada, where you are, we are fighting that they should increase it. That US has reduced theirs. Even Canada. Now, my question to Ogbeni is, if inflation figure that came out last 2 weeks dropped, why are they now increasing the MPR rate again to contract the economy further? Second, this you are talking, you believe in Cardoso. I used to, but today officially I do not believe in him anymore. Why? The policy that was drafted for Burundi change. What is the implementation? What is the drive? Has it been implemented? That was a draft copy. What is happening now? Can you answer the question? Thank you, sir.
I'm sure he would have loved to have answered the question, but I think we lost Ogbeni somewhat.
Let me just say something.
Okay, yes, go on, and then we go on to Brownberry as Ogbeni makes his way back. Yeah.
So let me just say something. I think we need to clarify some things. The inflation rate that dropped, the data that was used in getting that was basically data that was used during the protest. And as at that time, there was drastically reduction in household items, right? And number two, why exactly do you think they want to increase interest rates? It's only one thing: portfolio investors.
Thank you.
Most countries will always want, if you look around the world, you will see probably from today, and some countries will also increase their interest rate probably tomorrow, next tomorrow.
Sorry, Larry. Sorry. Okay, yeah, it's connected now.
And the main reason for that is this: as US reduces interest rates, every other person outside the US will definitely want to increase their interest rate.
Who is speaking? Who is speaking? Is this who is speaking?
It's just as simple as that.
One man, who is speaking?
That's Larry.
Larry, what do you drink?
They drink expensive champagne, but if it's an economist now, they only drink expensive champagne. As we wait for Ogbeni to join us back, let's go on to Brownberry. So Brownberry, you're up next. 5-7 minutes monologue from you, Brownberry.
Which topic do you want to touch on?
Good evening,
Yes,
everyone.
we just a myriad of them. We were talking about the Biafran War, which is it's a staple go-to when the news cycle is slow. That always generates interest. We were talking about very dark man exposing Bobrisky somewhat, telling us that he didn't spend a minute in jail, and then there's a fight going on between the governor of Zamfara State and Matawale as to who is sponsoring terrorism in the north. Nnamdi Kanu recusing the judge that sits in judgment over him. The United States telling us that the Edo election was free and fair, etc., etc. And then Yemi Cardoso are confusing us with economic jargons.
I think I want to go with the fun ones. You know, I watched this VDM expose today. I watched two of his video today, and one was involving the Faz, the bad guy, and the father. You know, so I mean,
it's the same one. You know, it's the same Bobrisky storyline. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, this is terrible. I mean, the rope is going to be long. You know. So, I mean, I know our brother from Choosing has already spoken, and he said that they used to preach there, they used to go there every Sunday. That he doesn't think that will happen. But I don't want, I don't think that was back in the days. I think what happened. I mean, this girl cannot, this man. I mean, the girl or man, he can't just come and be lying and be saying things that didn't happen. You know, he didn't stay there for a day. You know, he said his godfather. I mean, I can't imagine what is happening in our country, and I can't just imagine, if these things are happening to people. I mean, what about ordinary people are just the ones suffering? You know,
you can interpret that godfather to mean sugar daddy, of course, the sugar daddy of the.
I know the godfather now will just be doing everything to make sure that the names doesn't come out.
Yes.
You know, so it's a terrible situation. You know, I mean, we have it in our law that these things that the constitution is against what this person is practicing, but our people at the top, even the celebrities, the Nollywood, and they are all, in it, sending her. I'm confusing him and her. I can use both words, whether him or her. Sending him money, after he came out from wherever he went. It doesn't look, he didn't look like somebody that went to the prison, that spent 6 months in prison. She didn't look like that, So if these things are happening, I mean, it's just a shame, It's a shame. We think the politics is the only issue that we have. We also have issues in, trying to, make sure that the high profile people doesn't stay in prison. Even with what our brother was saying earlier, our brother from Choosing, that I mean, these men, they would give them.
I'm not from Choosing, no.
I'm just kidding you. I know you will say something. You say you're from. I'm just kidding you. You say you are from Christ.
Assemblies of God Church.
Assemblies of God, but I was just saying Choosing for you to say something.
We're going to bring the Chosen in. Maybe I'll play you their clips when I'm about to leave, because that's a phenomenon that is going on there. Some crazy madness. But carry on.
So and with Faz involving, and the father trying to clear the name of this guy with 10 million naira. So I mean, I know he's a lawyer. A lawyer can defend anyone.
But were you surprised that Falana will go into that space?
I'm not surprised. Because I know Falana has been, Falana used to defend politicians. He made so much money and he said, "No, what I've made too much. I just have to give it up." Because I know how much they pay just to defend when it comes to like what is going to happen in those states now with PDP going to court. Because I know someone that lost against Obaseki years ago in 2016. The first money he paid to the lawyer was 2 billion naira. I thought it was a joke. 2 billion naira. That was the first money they paid to that to the firm that defended them. Not the other money afterwards.
2 billion naira?
Yes. To the lawyers that defended it was a governorship case.
2 billion naira?
Yes. I'm not kidding you. If you think because my brothers were involved in people that put all those papers together to give to give to the firm. These people are making money. That's why you see these lawyers are doing everything to make sure that they drag politicians to the court. So he has made a lot of money from defending politicians. So he stopped. He just say, I've made too much money. So it's a shame. Let's see what happens from there. And I'm going to go to Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu, I don't think they're going to let him out anytime. No matter how he tries to drag it. We know that the way they brought him to the country was illegal. But any country would do that.
What did you make of him shouting at the judge in the court, shouting at his lawyer to sit down and all this? It's a bit like, I don't know. It's
we have Tinubu is he said a lot of things. Tinubu is not somebody that forgives easily. Look at what he did to Sibajo at the day he won the primaries. He saw Sibajo. I mean, even to today, I don't think if you see Sibajo outside, he's going to agree to Sibajo. He passed him. It was Bajabi Abila that told him, bros, I beg or go greet this guy. It's very embarrassing, So look at what he's doing to that Jayabele. Jayabele didn't contest with him. You think he would have just let Jayabele go? But I think they are still on him in a way, just because he has something against him. So they're not gonna let him out. So you should just know that. And now he has already extended the time, because now they're going to take it on that court, and it's going to take time again, So I would love him to come out, but at the end of the day, most of the things, the things he said, they are all online. They are all there. They are all damaging. So it's very, very difficult to pull yourself out of those things, except they just want to, like they've been saying, let do political solution. So I don't think they are still that Tinubu is still holding him there because he's afraid of the North. I don't think that. I think Tinubu is just saying, this guy is, he was talking to me anyhow. He asked people to come and burn my house and stuff like that. So I'm just going to keep him there to rot there. Maybe when I'm gone, that person will take over and try to see if they will let him out. So I don't think they're going to let him out anytime soon. They're going to, the trial is going to...
My brother, give me 1 sec, please. One man, you remember you were saying the other time that the first thing that Tinubu will do is to release Nnamdi Kanu to persuade the Easterner. Your prediction is not right now, one man. You remember? You are laughing, Abi.
No, I'm not laughing. I'm still insisting that Tinubu is going to play Nnamdi Kanu as a political tool. So that's it's a valuable political tool now. So I think it's still going to play him as a It's never going to be anything that will be resolved by the judiciary. It will be resolved by politics, and the government is going to play him as a political tool.
I don't see Tinubu doing that. I think they're just gonna let it go to trial, and they're gonna try him, and they're gonna find him guilty, and they're gonna sentence him. And they are gonna say, okay, he has spent like how long now? Maybe it's 4 years. Maybe they will send him to 20 years. They'll say, okay, you spent 4 years, so spend the rest of the 16 years. I don't know how they count. I think it's night and day, right? So if it's 16 years, it's gonna be like maybe around 8 years or 9 years. So I don't see Tinubu. That guy is just a mafia. He's not gonna forgive. He's not gonna forgive him.
Have you recovered from the Edo election yet? I can still hear the pain in your voice.
No,
the pain is still in your voice.
Like I told you about the Edo election. Yeah, I said it yesterday that it has happened. There's nothing anyone can do. So for us, it's just to pray for this guy. I mean, it can be upturned, because they are determined to just to pray for this guy that
a lady sent me a voice note about you. She was listening to the let me see if I can actually
what did she say I did?
Yes, she was so aghast by what you were saying that she sent me a voice note. If I can find
That
it
I
and
did what?
it says you are talking nonsense, you know.
Yeah, nonsense as in how?
As in everything you said. Let
And
me
she should
see.
come and speak. You know, how nonsense.
All right, let me make sure that the name is not showing. Okay,
The
hold on.
name is not showing. Why you take her name off? Why you want to take her name off?
Because it was sent in confidence.
If it was a guy, you won't play it because it's a lady. I know how you feel with these ladies.
Hold on. Hold on. Can you hear it? No,
I'm
you
not
won't be able.
hearing.
Oh, okay. No, you can't. Oh no. No, you won't be able to hear it. Oh, okay.
Why did
Let me
she
just
come?
play.
Why did she come and why did she come to the stream and speak?
No, she probably wasn't disposed at the time, but yeah, usually she comes on. She comes on every now and then, but she sent me a voice note that this guy is talking utter nonsense. You know.
Who is that person? Is it Shioma?
No, not Chioma. No, not Chioma.
So you said she comes here sometimes.
Is a lady from Edo.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know what she's talking about, but she should come and she should also come and say what she knows. In that, I mean, she has the right to also come here.
She said that guy is going to prove to be the best governor yet that Edo State has ever experienced.
It might be. I didn't fight him. I didn't fight anyone. What I was saying is that it wasn't. There was a lot of irregularities. You understand? So, and did they win? No. Were they selected? Yes. Are they going to upturn it? No. So that's where I stand. You know, that's where I stand. What am I going to do? You know, I have to. We have to pray for that he succeeds, and truly he might be, because. And what we know about him was before he became a senator, he became a senator because of the good he was doing, you know, building schools,
So to
giving
you, who won that election?
etc., giving a
Based
lot
on
of
your
them
own judgment.
water, access
Based
to
on your own
water,
judgment, who
you
won
know,
that
because there's
election?
a water issue in Esa Central. There's they have water issue, so giving them boreholes and stuff, you know. So he used to work with Anine. I think he's just like MC Oluomo. According to what I heard, though, I don't know if it's true. You know, like Kabaka, stuff like that in that area, you know. What people always like, anybody that does things for them, they will love that person. That's what I see. That was how he was able to win their heart there, and he won the Senate, and he became a senator, like in 2023. So let me go to Matawale. Matawale, I mean, most of the governors during Buhari, most of them in the north, they were all in with this bandits, because what they are getting, they get a lot of donations. These NGOs give them a lot of money. So I don't see this banditry. I don't know when it's going to end. And it just keep affecting us on this other side from the south, because they keep, whatever is, when they call Nigeria, whatever is happening in Nigeria, if it's happening in the north, it's Nigeria is Nigeria. Even if it's not happening in the west, it's not happening in the south. So this is just, I just hope that these new breeds of governors that came in this 2023, this Zamfara governor, this new governor looks to be look like a smart guy. The Niger governor is smart, but what he did last time was, when he asked somebody, I don't know if he has to slap someone or stuff, So, and the Castina guy, though he doesn't appear often, I've also seen him. He speaks very well. I don't know. I don't want to use speaking very well to judge any of these people. So I just hope they are not like other governors that were negotiating with bandits, because these people, they know where they are. He said it. Zamfara, this new Zamfara state governor said it, that they know these people, they know their parents, they know their homes, where they grew up from. So it should be easy for them to be crushed, because a lot of children are out of school there, and these northern state governors, they should take their business serious. They should take their whatever their governorship, their governors, they should take it very, very serious, and make sure that these children go back to school. And any parents that will go and drop those parents should be arrested, dropping their children anywhere. They're gonna be begging money, So.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Bramberry. Let me move it around very quickly, and then after that, after everybody has spoken, then we open it up to a more relaxed conversation. Ajale Koko, you're up next. We're doing a 5-7 minutes monologue just to document the voices quickly. So Ajale Koko, then to Larry, to Niger Patoski. So Ajale, to Larry. A Rational Mind to Niger Patoski. Ajale Koko, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you, woman. And greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button. So, woman, let me say this on Cardoso. Well, I think I want to stand by what Ogbeni said, that we are not economists. I don't think we can know better than them. But at the same time, we can express our opinion and dissatisfaction at the way the country monetary policy is being, managed. One thing that is very important is that for us to know is that our country monetary policy is not managed to transform Nigerian people. It's not people's oriented policy. It's a policy to satisfy the dictation of IMF, World Bank, and all those international financial institutions. And do they stand for the good of our country? No. So as long as they remain our creditor that sustain our financial they sustain us financially. So they will continue to dictate to us. And if we don't follow their dictation, they will strangulate us financially. So this is where we it's so unfortunate that we found ourselves where we are today. And some of us back then, when we were shouting that Buhari borrow upon borrowing will destroy Nigerian financial base, some of you on this platform were saying nothing wrong with borrowing. They want to build infrastructure. They want to build infrastructure. How many infrastructure that did they build that value how much they borrow? So, but Tinubu, when he came in, the mistake that Tinubu made is that Tinubu was trying to cover up Buhari's mess. He said something a little bit, but it didn't come out strong enough to address Nigerian people, the financial state of Nigerian economy, and the solution that he wants to apply on the way forward. But rather, he was following the dictation of IMF. And the same with other candidates that were that they contested together back then, OB and all of them. Removal of subsidy,
Sorry, Ogbeni, I think what they told him, if he floats the naira, they will bring in the dollars in. But it's not looking like it. Where is the dollar? Why is our reserve not expanding? We floated the naira. The inflow of dollars is not coming in as promised. That is, I'm quite pained because a lot of people
that's
are suffering.
speculative.
You said?
That's speculative to say
No,
the promise.
That was what was promised, and that's why they gave him the one. That's why World Bank gave him extended that line of credit. It was a $4 billion dollars line of credit. That was what was promised. The inflow are not coming in, and people are suffering. Now you have gone to increase MPR again when people are crying in their various homes. Who are you working for? The Nigerian people or for the international investors? Who are we working for? And you say you want to increase the economy to a 1 trillion. Is it by mouth? If you want to do that, you should have we should have started like yesterday.
No, Emeka, I think if Aja don't mind, look at where we are. This is the 9th month. Is a month where people start importing, needing money, buying foreign exchange to bring in things.
So
Side by side,
what I mean
let me
is,
finish
he
my
said,
point
no,
so that you can.
let me correct my comment. He said he wants to grow the economy to $1 trillion. You don't do it by just saying it. If you truly want to do it, when he has said it, that is when you start implementing. He only has how many years left? So with what I am seeing, it's not going to work.
What he did was half the size of our economy in dollars, and what they by now, if they hadn't done what they did with that currency alone, they would have been heading in that direction already, because they have saved some funds, at least that would have been available to them by removing the subsidies. There would have been inflation, but it would have been contained. But the entirety the lid was completely blown off. They didn't even give Dangote Refinery a chance to come on stream first. None of those things. It just went ahead and blew off the entire. Then they stabilized the entire
I don't know
economy.
why I'm agreeing with you. It is painful to agree with you.
Aja has the flow. You guys are hijacking
I know. Sorry to interject. It is painful to be agreeing with you, Niger. Look at what they did to Dangote. Even Dangote had to run to an international media to begin to speak. We want to grow. I am quoting the president. We want to grow our economy by $1 trillion. We are fighting the biggest refinery in Africa for working. We have floated the exchange
But
rate.
Aliko praised the president,
We are quoting
Bloomberg.
investors. Baba, sorry, don't be angry, please. Please, sir. We are quoting investors, and we are not seeing them coming. He went to Germany. He went to India. He went to Dubai. He went to where again? Now, he's not going to the UN General Meeting. He's not going. He said he has internal domestic issues, flooding. Oh, goodness me. Who are we? Whose interests are we satisfying?
This is round tripping. This is round tripping for their foreign partners. Clearly, the Nigerian businesses have lost. Even Dangote lost money. MTN lost money. Everybody's losing money. Where do you think the money is going? The money is.
What do you mean by round tripping? What do you understand by round tripping?
What I mean by round tripping is that people can come into the Nigerian economy and harvest wealth from the Nigerian economy, and that's what has happened.
Is that round tripping?
Yes, don't you understand? The concept of round tripping is when you don't offer any value and you just harvest currency. Can you let me finish what I'm saying? You just harvest this wealth without creating any this thing.
Sorry, I think he understands what round tripping means, but he's asking how does it apply in this particular instance?
It applies because when foreign speculators come into the economy, like now with the increase in the foreign exchange, if they come into the economy, they will harvest money out of it. If anybody knows the direction the currency is going, they can harvest wealth out of it. I know people in the West that actually make millions, maybe even billions from this is speculating on foreign exchange and this market. Can you imagine what happened in Nigeria this in foreign exchange within a year? That is crazy. These are the kind of people that make money from foreign exchange that changes by 1%, 2%. Nigeria's economy, this currency was just flying all over the place. What do you think was going to happen? The wealth doesn't disappear into thin air. It went into the hands of foreigners. And by increasing the foreign exchange now, like they said, is attracting foreign investment. You think that foreign investment is here to stay? They're not here to build anything. They are going to take harvest the money again and take it outside the country. This is I think I saw a video of Obasanjo begging Shell to I think Shell or one of these oil companies to run Nigerian refineries, and they refuse. These people don't want to help us develop. They refuse. They turn him down. That just run the company. You'll get money out of it. No, they don't care. They don't want to run it because they will just leave Nigeria to fester life, because our people are too easy to deceive. And to be fair, I too was deceived at first, but very quickly I picked up on what was going on because the foreign exchange aspect of the economic policy of this government, I didn't track it enough. I thought they were talking about converging the two exchange rates, not moving both of them north. And that's what they went on to do, and created an inflationary cycle, and this thing needing to even reinstate the subsidy again. It's like some crazy stuff. Then destabilizing the Nigerian economy. What is better? Hold on. And this is a very interesting point. Let me
let him land. Let him just satisfy himself. When you come, you put it in the proper perspective.
So if somebody is arguing that they should flow the currency, what is the consequences of it? Is it not better to keep the currency stable so that at least the businesses can plan? Is it not better to keep the currency stable so that
how do you keep it stable?
By if you want to do deflation, depreciate your currency, you can do managed depreciation. If you have an import-dependent economy, you don't go and float your currency like that. And some of the excuses that
you've not told me how to keep it stable, though.
I just told you. Maybe okay.
It's the simple arithmetic. Don't hide from it. You have to show it up. You wage it and support it with at least 1.5 billion every month.
Which is
what Buhari did, which is what Abacha did.
I just told you don't have to do that. Remember, he just saved money by removing subsidies. At the moment he did that, he just saved money by removing subsidies. Dangote refinery was coming on stream. If we were to believe them, the Nigerian refinery was supposed to be coming on stream too. What was the hurry to flow the currency?
Sorry, if you don't have to defend the currency, then how do you hold it stable?
If you don't have to defend the currency, you can reduce demand. That's very possible, which they did. They went on to reduce demand to an extent. Or you can decide that okay, you do manage depreciation. Let's say you were defending the currency with about $1 billion every month. If you do manage depreciation, the bill can come down to $500 million. So, but they didn't do that. They just floated the entire thing and drove inflation through the roof, destabilized the economy, made businesses losing money. For what? To what end is that? There is no end to because our economy is not diversified. So it's not like our economy is going to be diversified in the next 2 to 3 years. If that was the case, I would have said, okay, fine. But there's no purpose for it. They just destabilized the Nigerian economy. That's why I've been calling it sabotage all this while. Are you guys soon you guys are going to catch on to it? Because the other day I was watching the news. Even Babajide of TVC was saying this is crazy. This policy is just crazy stuff. And he too honed in on the fact that it's the foreign exchange floating that was the problem. That there's no way the Nigerian dollar is worth 1,500 naira. It's like some crazy stuff, and it took a lot of people to catch on to what just happened. I don't know why it's so difficult for me. This you don't need, like I think Majala Gogo was saying something about because we are not economists. No, we know certain things. Like you don't have to be a doctor to know that for headache medicine you tend to take this in Panadol or something like that. If somebody starts giving you jadi medicine for headache, you start worrying that that doesn't sound right. Everybody knows the conventions. If your economy is not diversified, you don't float your currency, at least not the way they did. So, and
I just also want to beg the co-panelists on the platform. I am with what Tunanja is saying. I'm finding it. It's typically we know we are a dialing platform, right? We allow diverse opinion to come on the platform. That's why this platform is rich. To be honest, my brothers, what Tunanja is saying is looking like the reality. It's looking like the reality. The president has told us.
You don't want to be encouraging Tunanja to.
I am not encouraging him. I am not encouraging him.
Is right, or if
I am not trying to encourage him. I can't see truth. I can't see truth and hide my tongue. I can't see truth and hide my tongue. If the president is telling us to be patient,
but not with Tunanja now. Is the ego not big enough already? And then you want to.
One man, if you are flogging your child and telling your child not to cry, that things will be all right. And you are still flogging the child and still telling the child not to cry, that things will be all right. One man, what people say you are a wicked father. The president is telling us that we should be patient, that things will be all right. And you are still increasing NPR rates. Abba! Do you want to send everybody to the grave? Is it
Okay,
till we go
make
to the
okay,
grave that,
okay,
that things will be all right? That's why I asked
okay,
that question. That is why I asked that question.
okay.
I
All
asked
of
that
us are
simple
anxious
question.
to say something,
Whose
but let Aja
interest
finish
is
so we
the
can go
Let
round.
president
Naja finish.
working
As soon
for?
as some of us can hold our opinion. I'm surprised that the way
All
you
right.
guys will actually get
Let
there.
Ajale Koko continue so that I don't have to hurry him along because so many people still not spoken and I want
Yeah,
to
one
speak.
man,
Yeah,
please. I need to just correct some things when Ajaleko is done, please.
all right. All right. Yes. Ajale Koko.
Is Patrick trying to say something or what?
No. I want you to
Okay.
have your say, then I move it around just so that it's
Uh,
it's not staggered.
Look, Emeka just a lament. Now lamentation of Sodom be this one. And to Niger, all this one way to Niger they talk, you don't talk and so many times. Wait till we not go hear from to Niger. So the issue is this. You cannot surrender your economy and the policy to run your economy to the dictation of the foreign power or foreign institution. There's no way you can get it right. You must run a policy that is good for the people of the country, that is good for your economy. So, but what we have been saying since Buhari came in, and Buhari even resisted a little bit on the petroleum subsidy, on the removal of petroleum subsidy, on taxation. He even resisted a little bit. The only problem with Buhari was that he surrounded himself with corrupt people, and he himself lacked the capacity to, you know, um, lead well and monitor well. So that was what killed Buhari. If Buhari had been a man that was agile, that was healthy enough to do the job and have the competent people in place, maybe he would have done better than what he did. But Tinubu, that everybody expected, a well-educated man, one of the best students out of his university, an accountant, but totally surrender the policy, economic policy, or rather the monetary policy to the dictation of. We can never get it well. We can if we continue on that trajectory, we can never get it well. That is the problem with us until when the real problem confronting us as a country today, confronting our economy today is low productivity. We are not producing for export that can earn us enough forests to manage our economy right. And we are mono economy. Mono oil. And we surrender that to foreign power too. We are not in full control of even our oil. So what are we doing? And we don't want to get out of OPEC. Remaining in OPEC is remaining in bondage, remaining in slavery. I would have said it long time ago. I believe that Baba can testify to that. Awolowo said, if he become president of this country, of that country, he will get out of OPEC. OPEC Nigeria will not be a member of OPEC. That was what Awolowo said as far back. So if a man like that can get it as far back as then, and now we don't get it, we want to remain in OPEC,
that strangulated us with a large economy. It strangulated us to produce with allocation of little, and we allow corruption itself for us not to even improve on our productivity in that sector. Forget it. A mono economy that is giving 1.8, what do you call it? 1.8 million barrel a day. That economy cannot get out of it. It cannot. By today, for Nigeria to get its economic right, to get enough forest to fund our economy, Nigeria needs to produce at least 5 million barrels of oil a day. At least. At least 5 million.
Are you saying because we're in OPEC, that is why we're not progressing, we're not, is that why you're saying?
No, what I'm saying, yes, that is one of it. Remaining in OPEC cannot give us
so if we're not part of OPEC, how would we have sell our crude then?
Is Russia not selling our crude?
Well, you see, this is another false comparison we're trying to do.
Ajale,
no, stop it.
We don't produce enough crude oil. That's the problem. We should be producing more crude oil.
So what I'm saying is that
my point is this. The point I'm trying to make here is that I don't think OPEC is the matter. Is the reason. You have leaders that are corrupt, that are clueless, that are not patriotic, they don't have the interest of the people. So I don't think OPEC. I understand that 1.8 million barrel they give us is too bad, but the thing is, we don't have leaders that can negotiate, that knows the worth of our country. That's the problem. So I won't put it because of OPEC. Because if you do not join OPEC, how do you sell your oil? You can't compare Nigeria to Russia. Russia is a superpower. So if Nigeria has that superpower status, then you can say yes. We can yes. We can say yes. We want to sell our oil without having to go through OPEC. I mean, America can say they don't want to become part of OPEC because they are superpower.
No, what is the limitation that OPEC is putting on us? Can somebody tell me what the limitation is that they put on us? I don't see it. We don't even meet our own quota. They want us to produce more, but we don't even produce. I don't know why we are blaming OPEC. We should be producing more. We used to produce up to 2 million at least. So why are we not doing
that too? By October, OPEC is saying they are going to cut down supply again. So where does that leave us?
I want to tell you why we must not be member of OPEC. If we are not member of OPEC, then we will become that with, transform us to an energy power. I mean,
Babajan Lekoko, not being member of OPEC will crash Nigeria.
Clearly, people inside for God's sake.
It's just the simple truth.
It is not the simple truth.
No, it's the simple truth.
It is not.
So, Babajan Lekoko, wait. Why exactly do you think Nigeria is in OPEC? And why do you think, not being in OPEC will help Nigeria? Because if you are not in
OPEC, NNPC, we want to leave OPEC with NNPC.
Hold on for a minute. Yeah,
oh God, we should not try it. NNPC will send us to our grave.
Emeka, hold on for him, Larry. Yeah. Why do you think? Make the point you're about to make. I lost me.
So the fact that you are in OPEC, number one, it ensures that you are able to sell without even going extra miles. With Nigeria being in OPEC, it also ensures that OPEC is able to at least have a standard when it comes to the pricing of crude. Why is OPEC reducing supply? OPEC is reducing supply basically because they want stability when it comes to price. What is happening to the price of crude now? The price of crude is going down, right, drastically. And it's as a result of, there is excess supply of crude around the world. So how do they really do that in order to ensure that they increase that price? They need to cut supply, right? So Nigeria does not have that capacity to be able to withstand that pressure. That Russia that you're saying, Russia crude, do you know the number of countries that can't even buy from Russia? People go behind. And even when you go behind, there are still some one or two punishment for going behind. So do you think Nigeria have that capacity. Nigeria have that power to be able to do that. Nigeria does not have that. The major thing is you can still be in OPEC, right? How about doing exactly, do you know at least do 1.8? As of today, we are doing 1.3, right? So doing 1.8, I'm telling you that is, do you know the amount of money we are losing every day without doing 1.8 million? So we should just focus on at least let's do 1.8 million. OPEC will help us in order to have that price, because when we have that price, it helps everybody. So OPEC is not our problem. We have an internal problem that is making us not to meet our quota. So it is better we solve that internal problem and not blame, OPEC, blame this, blame that. Most of our problem we have are kind of like internal.
Yeah, I think you are right, Larry, because OPEC, I think, has been very kind to us. We've had 2 Secretary General, Desiani and Rilwan Lukman has been the secretary, and they always remember the world output on daily basis of crude oil, 80 million every day. OPEC cartel has 33 million of that. So it's a force on its own. And I think that's refuge for us. That umbrella is a very good thing for us. If we want more production, if we can meet the present 1.8, they can give us at least another 200,000, making it 2 million. And they will be making the necessary adjustment as the world economy dictates. Over to you, Aja, please.
Okay, Baba. Yeah. Remember, our membership of OPEC is not relevant anymore to our economic growth, because OPEC is a cartel, and those that are leading that organization are the Gulf state. They benefit more than any other country in that organization. So I believe if we really want to attain our economic independence, remember, this is the product that dictates our economic activity. This is the product we have comparative advantage over even many African countries. Why can't we be a leader, at least in Africa? A lot of countries around the world, we are no more living in unipolar world. We live in bipolar world now. A lot of countries are ready to buy this product behind the door. And we can use that leverage to dictate, to position ourselves in the world as one of the leading oil producing countries in the world if we don't inject corruption in it. It is corrupt. This membership of OPEC will remain is not benefiting the country. But some people,
I need to understand how it actually affects us. I know
let Madam Lekoko carry on. I want to try and get to Larry rational mind yourself and Patoski. And with all of the interjections, he keeps pushing the time back. Yeah, carry on.
It's not benefiting the larger population of that country, but some few kebab. They are the ones that benefit from being members of OPEC. They know themselves. So if we have a leader that really wants to take us out from economic and slavery, we must get out of there. Our biggest trading partner now is China, India. Go and check the trade
Index.
Volume.
The balance of, I mean, how do I say it? What am I?
The trade volume you're saying between Nigeria and
Yeah, the trade volume between us and China. We could use our oil to bargain well with China. China is a highly, it's a country that consumes oil.
Resources, yeah.
Oil like water. So we can use our productivity to bargain with China, with India, in order to balance that trade between us and them. Go and look at the trade volume between us. It's just too wide. The differences between us and them, it's just too wide. So remaining in OPEC is not for your country. It's for some cabal, some international organization, and you continue to be suppressed. They will continue to suppress you economically. So it's the people that will continue to suffer. We don't have leaders that are ready to take us out of bondage, economic, international, international organization conspiracy or against us as a country. So for me, I just think that Tinubu, I've said this several times, as long as Tinubu is trying to hide something, as long as he doesn't want to come out clean, as long as they don't want to embark on people's oriented program, and they want to continue to satisfy this international organization so that they can continue to borrow, get more loan. Nigeria is never going to, they are not going to get it. We will never get it right, because the people are already crushed economically now. They must do something to take people to uplift Nigeria out of poverty. And it is when you embark on people's oriented program, heavy investment on education, heavy investment on healthcare, heavy investment on small scale businesses, and investors at home should be encouraged. All these international investors, all the policy they are saying is for better. It's better for international. They just come just like to Nigeria. They're doing round tripping. Although I don't agree with it, but they bring in their money. They cut away whatever they can take out of there at the detriment of your economy. All this borrowing can never get us to anywhere. So Tinubu and his team, they must they must reposition their policy to focus on the development of Nigerian people, and that is the only way out. So Cardoso can say whatever he wants to say and continue to play this game of international organization policy. Is not going to work for Nigerian people, and for Nigerian economy, it's not going to work. We have our currency down. Today is 1,600 and something, maybe 638 or 640 or 600.
Aja, sorry, please. One man, have you checked on Ogbeni? Did you hear anything from him?
No, I'll
Try and
check on
see.
him.
Yeah, he
Maybe-
was driving when he went off. Please.
Maybe he would like to join. Maybe as he's driving, he's having bad network, and maybe he will join.
Just to check that he's okay. Thank you.
That's cool. So, as far as I'm concerned, one man, I don't see the way forward. It is not an economy that will work for the people again, except we take ourselves, we stop listening to these international organizations. We embark on what is good for us internally. That is the only thing that can take us out. So, Cardoso, people can lament the way they want to come and lament. Is not heading anywhere. It's not heading anywhere. One man. Let me leave it for others.
All right. Thank you, Ajani Koko. So thank you, Ajani Koko. So I'll go on next to Larry. But before I go on to Larry, I want to make an announcement for the platform going forward. The unique selling point of the platform is positions being interrogated with interjections. But I've been noticing that the interjection sometimes it takes the conversation all over the place. So going forward, we'll be limiting the interjection to no more than 2 per speaker. And then the speaker also gets to decide if they're going to take the interjection or not. And if they are taking the interjection, don't go on a long and winding essay. Just make a short succinct point so that you don't break the flow. It's just for the natural smooth flow of the conversation. Sometimes the conversation just scatters all over the place with the interjection. The interjection leads to a different conversation, and then it pivots into something else. And before you know it, the conversation is in the middle of nowhere. So if we are all in agreement on that, then we want to be limiting the interjection to no more than 2 and short and succinct to the point. Larry, you're up next.
Okay. Good evening, one man. Good evening, fellow panelists, and good evening to the viewers. So I think the first thing I quickly want to say something on what Baba John Lekoko said, and on my stand on why Nigeria cannot afford to leave OPEC. Right. Number one, if Nigeria leaves OPEC, can Nigeria sell above OPEC price? No. Right. You can only leave OPEC probably if Nigeria is doing excess. And is Nigeria currently doing excess? No. So if you are not doing excess and you leave OPEC, that means if you're leaving OPEC, that means you should be ready to sell cheap crude. And can Nigeria afford to sell cheap crude at the capacity of 1.3 million barrels? No. So until we're able to, and that's why for me, before we start looking at solving our external problems, we need to first focus on how to really solve the internal problems. How can we really, at least at a minimum, how can we really be, at 1.8 million? If we can do 1.8 million today, I'm telling you, things will be different. But we can't even do 1.5, not to talk of 1.8 million. Even several instances when OPEC has told countries to reduce their supply, they've left Nigeria. Why? Because Nigeria has not really been even meeting the quota that they were supposed to be meeting. So for me, I think it's more of Nigeria looking inwards to solve those problems that are not really making us to at least meet the OPEC quota. If we can solve that, that's going to be good. The second thing I want to talk about is the interest rates. I know there are diverse opinions, right? There are different economic policies, different economic perspective on probably why Cardoso should not increase interest rate at this point. But if you ask me, there is no other way than him increasing the interest rate now. The data you see that shows you that inflation rate has actually gone down, it's not the real data, right? Those data, like I said, were actually gotten during the time when we had when they did the protest, and during that time, there was reduction in prices of things and inflation was a little bit down. But unfortunately, with the increase in fuel price, right, inflation has increased. So if you look at the next figure coming after this period, you will definitely see that it's going to show a lot of increase in inflation rates. So, and also, why is also trying to, they are trying to increase the inflation. I understand, portfolio investment, every economy around the world want to take advantage of the reduction in interest rates in the US. at least for them to get some portfolio investment. But it's so unfortunate, and it's there are two basic problems in economics, in macroeconomics, where when you are solving one, unfortunately, you will be opening up, and those two problems are inflation and unemployment. If you are solving inflation, unemployment will be increasing until you're able to get to a price where you can actually get an equilibrium, where you can be at average around solving inflation and unemployment. So for me, you know, and I think Cardoso has always said it's kind of like using fundamental tools, kind of like, the conventional tools to solve the problem. I don't really see him doing any magic, right? Except, you know, the only thing they can do, and which I've always said, that the only turnaround is if they can reduce foreign exchange, foreign exchange that we use every day, you know, taking advantage of the Dangote refinery. And if they can actually stop that, if every other, foreign exchange demand is coming from every other things, right? Because the major chunk of our foreign exchange demand is coming from importation of fuel, right? Every day. So there's every day that gobs a lot from what we have. So that's the only thing I see, where they can actually take advantage of it. If you are expecting Cardoso to not increase interest rates, it's the effect of it, right? It's really going to be huge because we know what is happening, right? If anybody tells you that inflation rates, it's kind of like reducing now, it's a lie, right? It's increased immediately after this issue of fuel and everything, which has multiplier effects around every other sectors of the economy. So, I knew, a lot of people were saying, oh, probably they were not going to increase it. For me, I'm like, okay, fine. How is he going to do without increasing it? So he doesn't have a choice than to increase it and start looking into, every other ways in order to kind of like solve this problem. And he said it that, they are kind of like, they are optimistic that, with Dangote refinery coming in, and if they can, at least if they can, stop importation of fuel, at least reduce it drastically. So that would definitely have some effect on demand. And if that have those effect on demand, at least they can look for a way to kind of like have some stability, and at least at a minimum have some equilibrium around that. So that is that. So it's unfortunate, you know a lot of people, it's going to affect industry, it's going to increase cost, it's obviously going to increase cost of capital, but it's just something that has to be done. I know a lot of guys within the the real sector of the economy will definitely be affected. But just like I said, you can't solve inflation and solve unemployment at the same time. You have to make a choice. If you want to solve inflation, then you should definitely expect, right, that unemployment is going to increase. That's just the gospel truth in economics.
Larry, I have three questions, but I will ask you just one.
Okay, yeah.
Because I don't want us to, let's respect other people's time. Larry, we had trade surplus for second quarter. We are currently on the third quarter, right? That trade surplus is not because we increased our exports. It's because we reduced our imports, right? Now, nobody is actually really, really importing into the Nigeria economy. And you can go by the data. Maybe when you have time after the plow, you can go by the data. If nobody is truly importing because our oil dependency has gone down, our import on oil dependency has gone down, why is our exchange rate still high?
Okay, so it's a simple question, and I'm going to give you a simple answer, right? So, have you checked the fuel consumption in Nigeria, and how the
No, you
importation?
didn't. I gave you. Sorry, John. Sorry for me interjecting. I
Wait,
gave you a synopsis first.
wait,
We
wait,
had trade surplus in quarter two,
wait, wait.
right? No, let me repeat my question again. We had trade surplus in quarter two. Our exports did not increase significantly, not by any magnitude. right? It was as a reduction of our importation of refined petroleum products.
No,
Yes.
no.
The Dangote refinery kicked off when?
No, no,
Yes. Okay.
no,
Okay. Go ahead with the question. I will send
no,
the reports to Wama.
no, no.
No, go ahead with the question.
So as a
My question is, our imports has reduced. Nobody is truly importing significantly in the economy as I speak, and I'm speaking with so much authority on this because I'm going to back it up with data now.
when you are done with
Wait, hold on, don't worry now. Why has our dollar rate or our naira not appreciated if we have gotten if Q2 is showing trade surplus? Q2 is showing trade surplus. We are exporting more than importation now.
No, that's not the only variable now. For
Part of that 7 trillion, part of that 7 trillion was 85% oil export. It's not on commodities. It's not from finished product.
I said no. You guys want to answer the question. One man, please. One man, let's not. I don't want them to play. I don't want them to play games now. They need to answer this question. I don't want them to play games. I don't want games now. I don't want games. Let them answer this question. Now there is only one significant. There is only one significant. So people are coming here to come and tell me nonsense or something they are not doing. There is only one significant drive for dollars.
You want to answer that question?
Some people are coming to tell me about nonsense input, and that significant drive for dollars is the demand for foreign products. That significant drive. Woman, please let me land that point. Let me land this point, please. I'm begging you from the depth of my heart. Let me land this point. Let me land the point.
I have to mute you now. Just stay steady. If we don't have rules, then we have anarchy. We just agreed on rules now.
Exactly.
We just set the rules, not barely a sentence ago, and then everybody just ignores it. So just you've asked the question, just let it go.
Larry, please answer the question.
Larry, I think you need to explain to him some other factors that affect the exchange rate. One of them,
Patoski, just keep your mouth shut. There's no other factor. Just keep your mouth shut. There is no other factor. Keep your mouth shut. I asked Larry that question. Let Larry answer the question.
Moderate your language.
Let's go to our panel now. You are co-panelists. Let's be respectful to each other. What's this?
Now Larry asked question. I didn't ask him the question. Let Larry answer the question.
When you are done with your question, let me know so that I can.
Let Larry carry on without interjection. And gentlemen, please, I need your cooperation. If we are ever going to have a successful platform, I will need everybody's cooperation and just to be guided by whoever is moderating. So we've just set rules. Let's abide by them. Larry.
Okay, so Emeka, number one, there are several things that you need to take into consideration when you're talking about trade surplus. Fine, importation actually reduced. Now, what exactly reduced? Every other thing aside petrol, right? Because the cost of importing things actually increased, which led into people not really, looking for alternatives, right? And the petrol that we're talking about, if you look at the volume of petrol, right, and that's why in most cases I look at things when they tell you this is how much we consume every day, right? As of today, I think it's been like 2 3 months, 2 3 to 4 months, right? When we reduce subsidy, the consumption of petrol actually came down, and it got to a point that it moves from like 30 million liters to around 60, right? Which means that, it's a good business for people that import, and we all know it. And the more they do that, the more actually adds effect. As of today, right, every other things that makes up importation in Nigeria, they've gone down drastically. Take, for instance, let me just be a little bit practical, right? You know how much Nigerians love buying Tokumbo cars? How many people buy those Tokumbo cars again now? Because it's expensive to buy. People, and several other things that people buy outside Nigeria. So people are now beginning to look for alternatives within the country, which means
Larry, you're contradicting yourself. Are you aware?
no, I'm
If
not.
if the importation is reducing, the
Yeah.
demand for foreign products is going down. Because my other question I wanted to ask you, how many percentage did our oil importation gone down by in quarter two? If it's going down, which means the demand. Wait, hold on, sir, please. I'm begging you, sir, please.
Let me just say
Hold
this.
on, sir. Hold on, sir. Because now you see, I don't want us to confuse the listeners, right? Let's not do that, please. Let's not do that.
No,
And that's why I'm trying to take my time now to like I want to break it down. If the demand for import, please, sir, hold on, sir, please, sir, so that it doesn't get rowdy, sir, please.
Let me just say,
He wants to carry on now. Emeka, you have to help us out
Let
now.
him
He
answer
wants to
your
carry
question
on.
now.
Let's let him carry on.
Let me say this. When you shout, I know you, probably because you love what you say, but it's just it's just the truth. So now look at the data. If you can get the data of our importation of petrol, right? We discussed it even on this platform where we were kind of like, what happened?
But you are not answering the question. The question is, you said it yourself, importation has gone down, which means the demand for dollars has gone down. Why is it not reflecting in the valuation of the naira? What am I waiting? Answer the question.
Don't misquote
The
me.
data is in front of me. I'm looking at it as I'm talking to you.
Don't misquote me. I said importation of every other thing went down, but importation of petrol went up.
No, it's not true. Importation of petrol went down by 23.34%.
Okay, now
Emeka, I may have to set you to the back if you.
No, woman, it's not true because I'm correcting an information there. You want to set me to the back?
Whether it's true or not. Okay, hold on. Let me show you
One
something.
man. No, one man, this is wrong. When somebody, we challenge the data here.
Hold on.
You are sending me to the back when somebody has told the lie.
My guy, hold on. You've interjected every single speaker all the way through, and we keep pushing everybody back. And look at your screen. Prince that is there, he's not spoken. He probably doesn't agree with half of the things that's been said. Patuski is there, he's not spoken. Probably doesn't agree with half of the things that's been said. Rational Mind is there, he's not spoken.
Okay, woman, on that premise, I set the pace on this topic. I did set the pace. Other people decided to lead on what I spoke about.
All right.
They could choose different topics. They could choose different topics, but I set the pace on this topic. I did set the pace. And when I said the pace was because one man is trying to criticize me here, and I think it's unfair.
Listen to him now. You don't want him to direct the show. Let him direct it now.
I think it's unfair. It's unfair to me. I set the pace.
We are not taking money here. We are not taking money. Let him direct it.
Adanle Koko, please. Emeka, let the session flow. And if you don't
one man, there were other topics.
We can abandon the session. Guy, I'm just going to have to let you go. That's too much. I've been reasonable with you, but you are not being reasonable with me, so I'll let you go. Sorry, Larry, carry on. God Almighty, Kilo Day now, every single time. We've had this. All right. Rational Mind, you're up next.
One man, I've not finished though.
Yes, let's Rational Mind.
Rational Mind, no Allah. Yeah,
I'll soon have to bounce out of somewhere else. Anyway, thank you, woman. Our friend Emeka, sometimes we just have to let the session take its course. There are people waiting. Myself, I need to go. Your time is important to you, just as my own time is important to me. We are all passionate about this, but like one man said, maybe after everybody has had their own monologue, then we can now start talking about how passionate you want to talk about what you want to talk about. But that woman is trying to steer you to okay, hold on, but you kept going on. I think that's you just have to let him moderate however he wants to moderate this platform. Having said that, but we still want you back here because I enjoyed some of your analysis. So, Wama, give me whatever you want to give.
You know, Emeka is one of my favorite voices on this platform, but he does this too often. It won't be directed. It won't let the flow sometimes. It can be overwhelming. But we were talking about Nnamdi Kanu shouting in court. We were talking about Yemiko Cardoso saying he's confused about how to run the economy. And then we were talking about Very Dark Man, you know, that did an expose on Bobrisky. Hopefully you've seen it. It's been cycling around the social media so much.
Rational mind, before you go in, one man, please, I apologize on behalf of Emeka. Please bring him back, please.
No, Emeka, you know Emeka is we are tight now. We speak offline all the time now, so it's not. I don't have issues with Emeka. I think it's probably just left anyway, but it's just the flow, and I'm trying to say, you know. So, but I'm sure he'll be back tomorrow. So,
Yeah, so
I have no issues with Emeka, but I just want the platform to smooth. I'm going to show you guys something about. Carry on, whoever is speaking. But I'm going to show you guys something in a moment.
Okay, so I want to say good evening to everybody. I don't know if it's I shouldn't say that because I already have spoken without even greeting anybody. So I want to greet everybody again and tell our listeners to please like and share and also subscribe if you're yet to do that. Hit that hit that subscribe button. Anyway, woman, yeah. So you see, there are certain things I don't really like to concern myself, especially this Bobrisky matter and all of that. I just see that as some of the distractions that we see out there that doesn't make us to really talk about the real issues that bothers Nigerians. I mean, who send Bobrisky, who send EFCC? I mean, let them deal with their matters. I mean, let me just go straight to this whole thing about the economy that Tinubu is mishandling. I've heard everybody. I think everybody has a point. Emeka has a point. Everybody has spoken has a point. I just want to say something about the IMF thing that, it's the IMF, this issue with the cartel, the OPEC. You see, the issue is not much about OPEC. I'm not saying Ajaleku does not have a point, that we cannot put out of OPEC. You see, you can only do certain things if you're in the position of, how do I say, I'm looking for that word. That word, I got that word earlier, but I just forgot that word. If you are in the right position
in a position of strength.
Yeah, that's the word. In position
all right. So, sorry, rational mind. Let me show you guys something. Okay. Why I'm taking some of the stances that I'm going to be taking going forward. So, a lot of you may remember when Professor Chidi Odinkalu came on the platform. So it took a lot of persuasion to get him to come on the platform. This is our text message exchanges with him. So I invited him, it was okay to come, and then he had a look at the platform, and this is what it says. I sent him. So that's his name right there. So I sent him episodes just so he knows what to expect. And this is what he said. He says, it is a little too raucous for my liking, regrettably. People are too busy yapping and unwilling to listen to any other point of view. I am not sure I could do this. Sorry. So it took a lot of persuasion to persuade him to change his mind. So it's just this sort of, anarchical sort of, I understand the passion, but please be directed by whoever is moderating. But I'll carry on.
The one man, I think you have to be very firm too. You're saying this today.
I don't like
tomorrow
to be excessive. I don't like to be excessive,
you may relax again. Yeah. I admire it when the women were taking their own program on Sundays. You can see how they are firm. So maybe, I don't know, you have to take up that as a strength. When you say stop, the best fellow refuses to stop, send that fellow to the background. Simple. We will come to realize and know you for that, and everybody will take caution. That's my own contribution.
Yeah,
all right, thank you.
I agree with you, Baba. Yeah. So you see, you can only negotiate from a position of strength. Is Nigeria in a position of strength? No. In every ramification you look at it, in every aspect, Nigeria is not in a position of strength to negotiate. For one thing, security-wise, we are not there. The country is not secure. economical, which is affecting both our social, economic, and political. So, and you can only get weaponry from this so-called big actors in the political scene, in the international political scene. So, yeah, you don't want to needlessly offend them. So, you see, we do not have leaders that are visionaries, that can read through, and that are clairvoyant, that can see through the future. What we see is leaders that wants to compromise the institutions, every institution. You see, like somebody said, was it Obi said all these things that all these people are doing, he will come and buy them someday. It could be maybe after Tinubu is gone, many years from now. It could be when Akpabio is gone. It could be when Adam Oshimole is gone. It could be when any of these people are these idiots that are compromising, and it could be Wike. I mean, which is one of those people that are compromising our institution. So after when they are long gone, maybe their great grandchildren will be victim of this anarchy that they've created. So my point is that when you see MBS churning out figures, and we're seeing contrary, they will say one thing here, and then you see another thing play out, and you wonder what is wrong with these people, this APC, Tinubu, and all of them. They try to use propaganda. I know I was asking, was it Emeka earlier? I was asking him that they are saying that this thing has gone down, but yet you are jacking up the interest rates when other countries like the Federal Reserve Bank here just dropped there by 0.5%. I mean, I think 0.55% or maybe 1%. Immediately, my bank sent me email here. Come and borrow money for your small business. Come and do this. You see, that is it. And just today, I was reading the dailies, Nigerian dailies, that Federal Executive Center, Federal Executive Center, Nigeria Federal Executive, whatever they call their meeting or whatever they call it. They said they just approved this Tinubu's. You see, everything is all about Tinubu. I mean, I don't know why they always put the slides like that. Let me just forget that. But my point is that they just Tinubu administration just the tax regime that they want to implement now. The Federal Executive Council just approve it so that they will give tax break. When I look at it, you see, they will do one thing and they will say another thing. And when you look at those things they do, it doesn't make sense. Because they just want to say things for the optics of it, so that Nigerians think that they are working. You want to cut, you want to give tax and tax break to small businesses or businesses that are coming upstream, but yet you're jacking up interest rates. How are they going to? Because if you jack interest rate you give to the bank, banks will put their own. So who is going to borrow that money to go into that business? What to do? I wonder why people like Emeka was vibrating here the way he was vibrating about the whole thing. You see, when we say people are not ready to come and lead, they just want to come there and it's their own local. So it's their own turn to come and eat and come and enrich their also cronies like themselves. We saw what he's doing with the oil sector. How is him and his cronies are all just milking the NNPC, making money from there through Owando. Owando that was just valued as was it 2015 or how many was that? Was it 2015 or 2017? Owando was valued about 75 billion. Was it 75 billion? Somebody can correct me. Now Owando is worth over $1 trillion. How did that magic happen within this? When Tinubu entered, became a president, Owando is worth $1 trillion, $1 trillion naira. How did that magic happen? So you start wondering, like Adelekoko said, are these people really there to come and serve the people or to come and serve their own pockets? And you wonder why our economy does not even it doesn't even look like the heavenly economy. It doesn't look like the earthly one. It's just like any kind of economy. So you see, for me, I think the problem is it's deep seated, and I say it's you can blame IMF, you can blame, like somebody was trying to say, was it you, woman, was saying that the pressure. What the hell does that even mean? What pressure are you talking about? I mean, if they pressure you, you have the right to say, no, I'm not going to accept this pressure. I'm going to do what is right for my people. Don't you see? This is what APC and all these people, they come here to try to do, just to make us believe that, oh, it is not Tinubu's fault. It is international community's fault. It is the pressure from the IMF. The pressure from, come on. He has to. It's not a robot. It's not someone that they be programmed. You know, because he sees his own selfish interest in that. So my point is this, woman, is that is he trying to analyze the Nigerian, or when he said earlier, you see, when he said his economic friends, telling him that I've said it many times on this platform, Nigerian economic does not follow the classroom economics that we learn that, oh, when inflation is going up and this will come down. I mean, I did economics many years back in secondary school, and it's inflation, deflation, and all those kind of a thing. Nigeria does not go with that. Nigeria defies the textbook, the economic that. So what is wrong? There's something fundamentally wrong with that country. That no economic solution, any economic policy that they want to apply to that country seems to be working and ever going to work, because the very problem is deep-seated. Compromised institution, corrupt leaders. Look at MBS churning out figures that we don't even know where they're manufacturing this. If not because they want to, the person who is there, because now the best everybody sing to this guy. Everybody pedestalize, because when you hear any of those people in the administration today, the president Tinubu, our president Tinubu policy. I mean, like, come on, why do you have to talk like as if you're all here to come and be licking ass? Let me excuse my language. I mean, and you wonder why MBS would be churning out figures that doesn't even match the reality on ground. So you wonder why this guy, CBN governor, is jacking up interest rate again, because apparently the inflation is killing. Just resolve. Jalico just said it. I was looking at it a few hours ago. That you can buy if you send dollar now to Nigeria now, you get about 1,660 naira some places to $1. So you wonder what is going on. If inflation is coming down, why is the dollar rising? Why is food prices still rising? Why are people buying more, paying more for gas? I mean, pay more for petrol. Why are many people paying more for energy? Like, for example, you're paying, if you buy 20 units now, 20 units cannot last more than 3 days in Nigeria, and you pay 20,000 naira just to buy 20 units of electricity. Why is everything just jacking up? And we wonder. So it's very hard to explain with whatever textbook economic that we have, that whatever people that are even written PhD on economics or whatever, because Nigerian economy defies logic. So why is it so? Like I said, for me, if we do not get the politics right, any other things is going to be zero. I think for me, it's the politics, because the politics affects the social order, it affects the economic order, it affects anything you want to mention in that country. Because we have criminals at the ends of affairs, criminals that are clueless, that don't know how to run a state, not even a local government. They can't even run a local government. If you ever give them the heart to run a local government, it is what is in it for them. How are they going to enrich themselves and rig themselves back to election, back to power in the next election? That's what they care about. So there's a need for us to sit down and redesign that country. Anything we do, when I come here, I say Oshiloba backroom. When I say Tinubu is going, at the end of it, is going to end up being a failure, even worse than Bobo. See, maybe I'm just swearing for him. And we wonder why all this whatever point. At least even if they are even sincere in what they're trying to apply to the problem of that country, all this economic, which I don't even think they are even really sincere about it. Even though if they are sincere, they really want to work to turn things around. I don't see them making anything out of it, because something is inherently wrong with that country. There are no datas. There are no real datas, economic datas to substantiate anything that whatever. I even wonder, where is the MBS getting all these figures from? Is it from all these transfer that people are doing from one bank to another bank? Is that from where they are getting their economic activities from? When they're really economic activities, it's going behind. It's not even true. When we were talking about, okay, look at it. 3 days ago, what's his name? This guy, what's his our friend name? I mean, Cardoso was saying that, oh, he wants to revisit what this guy was doing. This cryptocurrency that Nigeria did that time. What was that? But that cryptocurrency, somebody remind me. What was that? I think it was what was that cryptocurrency that Nigeria had that Emefiele did when he was there? So we are talking about cashless economy.
E-money.
E-money. I think
it was e-naira.
So they're trying to revisit that, because they see that if you want to really be able to put a tab on the economy, what is going on behind closed, because not everything is going through the banking system. How do you put that in the data to be able to quantify that and know how you can make your plans? So many small businesses, they still collect cash. So how do you quantify that? How do you even tax these people when they're collecting cash already? So you see, there's a lot of things wrong with that country, and these people that they're not really seeing how to go about it. Because for me, I just believe that there's no way they can go about it because already the whole system is just it's a mess. It's in shambles. Like for me, I don't think they can really. I mean, anybody that comes in and becomes the Nigerian president, where's he going to start from? So my point is this: is that there's a whole lot of things wrong with Nigeria. But if we can talk about this whole lot of things, for me, I've said it many times here. Maybe they should start with collecting data first. We should start with that data. Know what is going on in the informal sector. Because when you cannot quantify that, how do you even know what is even going on in the informal sector? It's more than what is going through the banking system, perhaps, no doubt, probably. So how can you even make plans? Where is MBS even getting all their figures from? You wonder when MBS gives one some figure, it doesn't match the reality of the ground. So for me, I think I just don't know what economic solution I can prefer to this solution of this problem of hyperinflation that is going on in Nigeria. It's just skyrocketing. So, woman, I'll leave it at that. If you have any other topic for me, let me.
I think like wants to come in. Yeah.
Can I just take like 30 seconds to 1 minute?
Go on.
Okay, one man, I dropped something in the chat. I was talking about how we, amid scarcity, and how there was surge in consumption of petrol. So if you can, because that was what I was saying, and Emeka was more like, yeah,
it's on the screen.
Okay, so if you can read the first paragraph.
Nigeria's daily consumption surges to 50 million liters amid scarcity. Is that the one?
Yes.
It says the average volume of petrol consumed in Nigeria. The average volume of petrol consumed in Nigeria has risen to 50 million liters per day, up from about 46.38 million liters in July 2023, 2 months after subsidy was removed by the current administration.
So this particular paper was actually released September 10. And they're trying to find out there is scarcity of fuel, right? And MNPC is giving them that figure, right? At the point we're doing 40 something, now NNPC is saying 50 million. So how are you able to relate increasing what they tell us that we're consuming when there is scarcity? So which shows you that this is the figure that NNPC is dropping regarding what they are importing into the country. So
it still boils down to this data issue, correct data. We don't have right data.
So
everybody just manufacture data.
So as of today, NNPC gives us a figure, and if you look at that Dangote's interview, one man, at a point he was saying, oh, they probably say 60 million, they say 65 million, right? And I think those are things, right? And these are people that collect money from, pull dollars from the economy every day. They pull dollars from the economy every day. Now, they said we're expecting fuel, right? An imported fuel, I think around 100 million. Baba, do you know the liters that we're expecting? They said we're expecting, I think over.
Larry, I'm not. What did you say?
Yeah, the vessel that they said we are expecting.
Don't mind them, Larry.
So that's what I was trying to explain to you.
It's so sad. It's so sad.
Every day, these guys, they collect dollars every day. They import fuel every day, and this is the figure they give us. So, which means that even when every other thing is actually going down, right? People are not, in terms of what people consume, in terms of consuming imported things are going down. This is still going up. So that is going down, and this is compensating for it. It's going up. So which means that plus or minus, we are still at the same level. So continue.
Yeah, see, just in conclusion, let me address our friend Kulata. that was saying that I said data. So well, maybe it was a slip. It was a slip of tongue. Maybe I meant saying it too like that. But I know data is data. It's plural singular. Anyways, I know you're always here to come and be. I'm sure English in so happy.
No, data singular is datum.
Oh, you datum? Okay,
Iyanko?
okay. All right. Yeah, right. Yeah. Good. I mean, I accept that. Well, the thing is, so anyway, so my point is,
I certainly didn't know that. I didn't know there was a singular for data. So we all learned something. Well, I certainly learned something today.
all right. So so for me, woman, you see, and everybody, you see, Nigeria has a problem. It's just defying logic. I mean, like, and then these idiots, they come in there, they use that as excuses. Oh, because we made rot on ground, we made this on ground, we cannot move forward. You see, for me, it's just excuses. People will come here and make it. Oh, they fight, they have pressure. What kind of pressure are you talking about? He's the president. He can decide to say, okay, no, I'm not going to follow this IMF policy, economic policy. He can decide to say, no, I'm not going to follow that. But no, because he has he's looking for you see, let me not go into all of that because it's going to sound petty tonight. So my point is, woman, we're in a fix in that country. I mean, like somebody said, he just came and just scattered the whole thing. I don't know how we're going to pull ourselves from this economic doldrum that Tinubu has put us. Because in any way you look at it, it's like there's no light at the end of the tunnel. Some of you are telling us, oh, we should wait for his baby step of pain that he's talking about, the crap he always throw around. Recently, he was talking about there's no free beer parlor. I don't know. Is that man okay in the head? That guy they call Tinubu. The way he talks sometimes, I don't even know. You wonder why we cannot even attract foreign investors. When your president, when you hear him talk, just talk like sometimes incoherent.
They're already going sentimental now. We're arguing with
rational mind. That's our president too.
You started going sentimental.
Don't play this word of emotion, and I'm not going sentimental. I'm talking about the reality.
Yeah, but you are using emotion now.
No, this is not emotion. Don't black me with that emotion crap that you're saying about Mr.
You are using it. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not using any emotion here. I'm talking about what I see. Your president cannot speak among committee of leaders. I mean, even if you speak, you can't even understand what they say. The other day he was talking like there's no free beer parlor. Can you beer parlor? Why has there ever been a free beer parlor before? So you see, you wonder why we can't even attract foreign investment.
In conclusion, there are people here to still talk, please.
Okay, all right. So in conclusion, in conclusion,
when you are saying you can't hear Tinubu, but you can hear Joe Biden, does it speak to?
Oh, come on, it's okay.
Yes, now in America, where you can hear Joe Biden, but you can't hear Tinubu.
No,
it's not a contradiction. He's trying to conclude so that people like us also can talk.
Okay, yeah, you will talk. Yeah, so Joe Biden is more coherent than your Tinubu. I leave it at that, woman. Thank you, woman.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, really. That was a bombshell right there. Joe Biden more coherent than Tinubu. If there was ever a damning condemnation, there it is. Right? How is it even humanly possible for Joe Biden to be more coherent than anyone? Maybe Ogbeni will explain it to us. So we go to Ogbeni Patoski, and then we continue to move it on. Ogbeni.
Thank you, Oma. Sorry, my phone. Okay, Elon Musk failed me that time. I don't know what happened to my iPhone. It just told me that it's too hot or something like that, and then shut itself out. I think the last topic I was talking about, I've spoken about the economy, and I agreed with rational mind to a very large extent to say that we have you with data. And that is why when I see all these Bureau of Statistics, all these guys coming up with data, I wondered why. Because I've had engagement with some people that should understand data very well, data collection in Nigeria. And I don't even think they have, well, maybe some of them, but not too many. Actually, when they are collecting data, actually followed the proper, how do I put it now, tools that you need to collect data. And I understand our environment too. The data collection for our environment is a very difficult terrain, even for researchers to conduct a research in Nigeria. Not to talk of lazy researchers that we have in the country, not to talk of influences and weights that the political class have on all these parastatals or agencies that are supposed to collect our data. So I agree with Rational Mind to a great extent that we have issue with data collection in Nigeria. So you can't really speak specifically or rely, on the data we have in Nigeria. Okay, look at the last time Nigeria. But what baffles me sometimes is that we speak from both sides of our mouth. The same Rational Mind that will tell you today that Nigerian Bureau of Statistics is bringing out data that is not correct is the same person who hailed them when they told him that the body in Nigeria that collect highest bribery is judiciary, but he hailed the same body then. So we speak from both sides of our mouth. If we want to condemn NBC and charge them to their duty, let's charge them to their duty and not hail them in one and condemn them in no. So for me, one man, no economic theory, even if Adam Smith himself comes down today to come and give you theory, all this book theory in terms of economy will not work in Nigeria. There are too many enemies of Nigeria who pretend to be friends of Nigeria. There are many who are enemies of Nigeria who pretend to be just a neutral political analyst. There are enemies of Nigeria who pretend to be human rights activists. That we have too many of them. See Bobrisky was talking and Femfala no names. He showed up. And I keep saying many human rights activists in Nigeria are just businessmen. They're just there for their own pockets. If you know the kind of things they do and what they put in their pockets, you wonder. So that's why. And I saw you mentioned Shidi Ondikalu too. The reason why he doesn't want to
Benny,
show.
what did Falano did?
He mentioned Falana there that Falana wanted to work out something for him through Fars, his brother.
Or
Go and listen to that.
he said Falana collected 10 million now.
Yeah, that wanted to work something out for him from the government.
Pardon, I mean something.
So my own is that Falana name is also subverting in Bobrisky EU to work out what for Bobrisky. So you see, so in such a country where we have a lot of, well, if
Is
we
it
come to
Falano, the lawyer, or the son?
The son.
His has connected him to Femi Falana. His son doesn't practice now. Does the son practice? Did he even go to law school? He's a law graduate as far as I'm concerned. He doesn't have rights of audience in court. He said Falana connected him to that fast collected in Femi Falana, allegedly, and he was working out something for him. So there's no need to twist it. That was what he said. Except Bobrisky come and say that I did not say it. Fine. So that's that. And sometimes if we come to this platform and tell you what happens sometimes behind the back, particularly all these human rights activists, or all of them.
So expressly, you believe that, right?
I say allegedly. That's why I put the word allegedly. I heard him, and I won't pick and choose. If you believe part of his story,
you sound condemning Falana now. Hey, they do things behind the door and stuff.
I don't condemn Falana. I said Falana name. You see, we like picking and choose. You want to believe Bobrisky in one part of his story, but when it comes to our so-called heroes, in quotes, the saints, who has all the sainthood garb in this world, we don't want to believe that part of the story. You see the problem with our society? So I've never condemned. I said allegedly his name was mentioned in such a messy conversation. So to just give you a glimpse of what happens sometimes in the human rights space. So I'm not condemning him.
Please, can I say something? In as much as Falana has not come out to deny it, right?
Yeah.
Falana's name was mentioned. And Bobrisky also said, in order to do that, 10 million has to go into sorting that. He said, Falana said he was going to help him with pardon, so as to kind of expurge his name out of this and that. and he
Yes.
paid 10 million naira. So if you see the way they are dragging Falana, I expect Falana tomorrow morning to either run to Arise TV that he used to run to, or run to channels. Because if he doesn't do that, I don't know how, it's so big that, for me, I was even ashamed to see what's actually happening on the internet, the way they are dragging him.
You know, the day I was here, I mentioned Falana sometimes almost a year now. I know I was condemned by Baba Jaliko, and so many people condemn me for saying that about Falana. Yes, I agree Falana has given so much for the country, but we all remembered Alamasea that was granted pardon by Jonathan, and we all condemned Alamasea. And we condemn Alamasea's lawyer too, who walked out that pardon, okay, at Jonathan in Jonathan's space. But today, whenever your name has been mentioned in somebody who wants to use political means to work out pardon, which is supposed to be discretionary for the Attorney General. But his name has mentioned that he has a personal relationship with the Attorney General and will work out pardon. But we choose to save our own, how do I put it, criminal in quotes, because it's ours. It's good. One day things like that will come back.
You see why I'm
Nice.
challenging you? You sound very you sound, how do I describe it? You sound conclusive on what that guy said, Bobrisky. You believe it strongly, and now you are condemning Falana. You have not heard from Falana. You have not heard anything, and it's just unfortunate that you can stand like this.
Falana,
You heard on one side, you've not heard from the other side. I mean, it might be a defamatory statement. You are a lawyer. You're supposed to know better. Why are you?
You should sue
I mean,
Bobrisky. If I find
I
myself,
can't believe this.
Abadale
Ogbeni, I
Koko,
cannot
wait.
believe this.
You have to believe it. It is me.
I can't
It's
believe the
still
way
me.
you stand in this
Wait.
evening.
Yes, it is still me. Wait. I've told you human rights activism in Nigeria. I've said it times that number here that ever since the exit of Ganifa and me, where we don't have and we will not have human rights activists in Nigeria. We've been having businessmen. I've said this severally here before, so it's not about condemning Falana or condemning anybody, and it's not about being conclusive about what Bobrisky said. What I'm saying is this: I don't expect Falana name to surface. Then, secondly, if our Femi Falana, I will sue Bobrisky for defamation. So I challenge Baba to go and sue Bobrisky for defamation. It's very simple.
But
I
did
don't think I have
Bobrisky mention
anything.
Falana's name
Yes,
explicitly?
he mentioned his name clearly. Now, I don't have anything personally against Falana. In 2003, I voted for him, NCP, NCP. That was Ganifa and me party back then. Bereko Soshi, that was our motto. I voted for him, so I don't have anything personal. But my own is this: I've not seen any human rights activists in there. All those in Nehebe, or what do you call those guys? They're all businessmen, as far as I'm concerned. So let them clear their name. Let them sit tight. They are the one that should be putting the government on their toes. But why are they? Why are they? Some years ago, during Malami time, Femba name surfaced again in purchase of a particular property in Ghana Street in Abuja. So that's my issue with human rights activism in Nigeria. So I won't say more than that on that. Oma, let me go to another topic. I don't know what topic again do you have for me?
We were talking about Nnamdi Kanu'S court appearance, forcing the judge to recuse herself.
Now, let me talk on Nnamdi Kanu. You see, one man. You see this Nnamdi Kanu case, eh? You know we have analyzed. I've analyzed it here before. My own perspective. I've read that judgment that Nnamdi Kanu keep flinging around, and his IPOB lawyers that he has around himself, the Maxwell Okpara and other guy. They're all IPOB lawyers. We know them in the practice. Now, you see, they will not even if you ask maybe some of those lawyers, particularly that Maxwell Okpara, I'm 100% sure that has not even read that judgment from front to back. That's the problem, and they will keep come out to fill the public with lies. Unfortunately, Nigeria is not a reading public. It's not people that really read in Nigeria are not too many. Unfortunately, again, we now live in a generation where there is Twitter and Instagram that limit you to type maybe 500 few words, and that is what people read. Unfortunately, again, the major media in Nigeria now rely even on social media for their news. That's another unfortunate thing. Recently, okay, don't let me even go there, but it's a fact now. You see them going to Twitter to go and pick news, and that is what they will be flogging and overflogging for everybody until maybe when they now realize that it's what they are broadcasting is wrong, they will start doing damage control. I saw Arise TV this morning doing damage control on that Oba Obini that was dancing when they returned this and they mistook it for this and they've lambasted Oba already a day ago, and they're trying to do damage control, you see. So, but they pick it from social media. So we live in times now where we don't even have all these things. We've lost it. We only pray that we can have our head back and have our populace back on track. Woman, let me talk on. So they've not read our judgments, I'm so sure. But if you care to read that judgment, and I will urge everybody to just go online. That judgment is online. Download that judgment and read so that you can understand what it says. In as much as the judgment of Supreme Court castigated the Federal Republic of Nigeria for kidnapping Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya back to Nigeria, and then for all the treatment.
Not going to read it. You summarize it for us. Thank you.
That's what I'm trying to summarize.
Yeah.
So when you look at it, I say, what did they take to court? That's the first question you must even ask yourself. What they took to court was that strike down some counts which they believe were irregular or no proof of evidence to support some of the counts. Now, what is counts? If we charge somebody to court, each point you are having against that person contains, or most times is embedded in each count. So in criminal litigation, we call them counts. For instance, if you go in to rape somebody and then they arrested you and they are charging you to court, they can charge you on, for instance, 3 counts. They can say, first, for breaking into the lady's house, that is a crime. Second, for tearing the lady's cloth, that is indecent assault. Thirdly, they can now charge you for rape. Those are 3 offenses, 3 counts. So they charge Nnamdi Kanu for several counts, different counts, okay? Treason, money laundering, something against government and everything. And it's of the view that, look, all these counts cannot stand, okay? At the Court of Appeal, they drop some of the counts. Some travel down to Supreme Court. At the Supreme Court, it was challenging that. Second thing it was challenging was what happened in the course of his trial. They said he jumped bail, but he said he never jumped bail. They wanted to kill him, he left the country. Okay? And they got him back without following proper extradition processes to bring him back. So what was his complaint? His complaint was that the way they brought him back was illegal under the international law. Therefore, they should allow him to go. Lastly, they should strike out all those counts and then dismiss his charge, and so many other things. But those are the basic ones. And what was the finding of the Supreme Court? Yes, the Supreme Court agreed with him on the first point that, look, it is true that your extradition, I can't call it extradition now in code because it wasn't extradition, it was just a guerrilla
rendition
of just branding somebody from somewhere and just pick the girl and send a guy and send back to Nigeria. Supreme Court condemned that because obviously under international law, that was wrong and that shouldn't have happened at all. So the Supreme Court condemned it and said, look, this was wrong on the part of the government. His properties that were destroyed and everything during the time they said he jumped bail, the Supreme Court condemned the Federal Republic of Nigeria for all those things too. and said it was wrong, and even granted compensation for him, okay, for all those trauma and everything. Now on his own counts, that's the crime now that he's facing, that he wants them to dismiss. Supreme Court did not dismiss that charge. The Supreme Court ordered that he should go back and face his trial. So, but along the way, if you see why Supreme Court was condemning all those things, they were actually casting some aspersions on the trial court judge, okay, for allowing some things to happen before the trial court judge. So that was that part of the judgment you see them always banking on to say that they castigated the trial court judge. Now, what do you call judiciary? Judiciary is not a one-man job. There are judges in the judiciary. So if the Supreme Court condemn one, you can easily move your case to another. If the Supreme Court condemn two, you move your case to another. The admin judge, which happen to be the chief judge now of the Federal High Court, will be the one to move your case if you so wishes. So, but what has this man been doing ever since they returned to the trial? What he has been doing practically is to frustrate that trial from going on. I don't know the strategy of his lawyer. You know, we all have a strategy. It may be a good strategy for them. Probably there's a particular joker, a point they have, and they are buying time to get it out. That is a possibility. But for them to come out and now deceive public that they freed him, because that's what many IPOB members keep pushing, and their sympathizers. Oh, they freed him. Why are they still holding him? Why is this? Oh, they release Igbo and Showore. Why is this still here? Nnamdi Kanu is here to be out. They are not facing the same trial. They didn't commit the same offense. We are all in Nigeria. And they have discretion, also prosecuting discretion, to decide who they want to prosecute or not. So they're exercising their discretion to prosecute him. He should just face his trial. But today he has shown that he doesn't want Binta Yako, my lord, to continue doing, and the woman has said, there's nothing personal here. Okay, let your case go back to the federal, the High Court CJ. Then the High Court CJ will reassign it to another judge that will take your matter. So for me, in the next 1, 2, 3 months, you will see that matter being reassigned. It's going to start de novo, and if we say de novo, all interlocutory applications or order made will still stand, okay? And the substantive matter is what they're going to restart, which has not even started in the real sense. So,
Ogbeni, may I ask you a question, please, if you permit me? In a situation where the defense lawyers are pushing false narrative regarding the Supreme Court judgment, doesn't NBA have a disciplinary action against such lawyers deceiving the court and deceiving the masses?
So NBA has it, but sometimes NBA too contain a lot of people. Don't forget there are so many IPOB lawyers also within NBA. Okay, because NBA is an association, it's a voluntary association. Okay, that has some flavor, some statutory flavor, but it's actually basically a voluntary association. Try to operate independently, but based on the mandate of its members. So within NBA, there are so many interests also that plays out in NBA. And that is why our NBA in Nigeria has not been able to function well the way Law Society and all these people function in the Western world. So NBA has done something similar before. If you look at the case of Andoka was the Attorney General under Yar'Adua. And when Yar'Adua was sick, Andoka was gallivanting everywhere around, saying that the peak of it was when he said that the president can rule from anywhere in the world. In fact, the president can decide not to even be in Nigeria and just be ruling from anywhere, which people felt offended. When Yar'Adua left and passed, Andoka was punished for all those embarrassment to the legal profession. So people like them, they can deal with them, but don't forget there are so many interests also playing out within NBA. NBA have branches also littering over the entire country. They have branches also in the eastern part of Nigeria, which they all have officers too at the national level. Those ones for sure, you have some IPOB members among them, who would always not allow such unanimous decision to be taken by NBA. So people can petition them for disciplinary action, but I don't see how that can fly. And most times they won't want to meddle into all this political thing and everything, you know. So that's the way I see that. I see
Thank you.
NBA, yeah, position from a practical perspective. They won't want to meddle into that. That's on that. One man, what else do you want me to speak on? I wish to speak on one more. Before I used to jot down your points, but because I'm driving, I couldn't even really jot down your points. You need to remind me.
Yes, we played the clip on the Biafran war, which nobody has been speaking to. So
Okay,
maybe it's
let me
it's
speak
too
on that.
delicate a topic for. Did you watch the clip first?
I watched it. I
One
watched
man,
the
be
clip.
like say I won't go sleep. Oh. Make I leave una for now.
No, hold on, Patoski.
Talk tomorrow, yeah.
You're after Ogbeni, so just hold on for Ogbeni. We want to.
Patoski,
Yeah.
sorry, make I finish. Patoski, you know, say I love listening to you. Don't go. Particularly your economy perspective. Okay, don't go. Let me speak quickly on that. One man. You see, I think I heard Emeka, trying to say, okay, we should exercise some caution here when issues like this is popping up. Good. It's good to say we should exercise some patience and caution. But you see, the problem here is this, one man. One side story has been in this space for too long. For too long that people now take it hook, line, and sinker, even when it's not 100% true. Let me give you an instance. I read this book, Chimamanda Adichie. I've read so many books on Biafra, but they are mostly written by foreign authors. Some of them New York Times journalists who were in Nigeria then. Then I think was it BBC or one of these English journalists also was in Nigeria during that period. I read some of their books about Biafra. In fact, there's one I just bought like less than 2 months ago that I'm also reading presently. So now, in all these books, if you read what this lady is saying, is not new. If you read those foreign authors, many of them have mentioned this thing in person. Because it came out from news back then. Okay, if you go, like the one I'm reading presently, went back into archive of about 6 newspaper, stations in press in US, in UK, and what they were reporting. So he wrote that book on perspective of the journalists who were on ground and what they reported. So all these snippet, little thing that this lady is talking about, you find it in those books too, pocket of this thing. But the news in the mainstream news is, if you read Chimamanda Adichie, Half of a Yellow Sun, if you read Baba himself, who has gone now, God rest his soul.
There was a nation.
Shina Achebe, there was a nation. If you read, there's another veteran, that veteran from Imo State, a lot. You realize that you see one side story all through, as if the only victim in that war were Biafrans. Was not true. As if the only victim in that war was not just Biafra, but just Southeasterners. But that's not true. When Ojukwu declared that war, one man, what remained constant in all the books I read on that Biafra is that when Ojukwu declared that war, which is fact and is in public domain, the Eastern Nigeria, which go on at the dying minute, try to create one out of it, that Eastern Nigeria remain southeast of today and south. And many people in south were recruited into that Biafran military. So what's that lady assertion? That lady assertion is, look, if you're saying, oh, they kill us in millions, they killed South Southerners also were killed. Not to talk of part of Southwest that were killed. Ojukwu declared the entire Bende state as a republic.
Is it recruited or conscripted? You're trying to say, Ogbeni?
Both recruited and conscripted. Now, if you view it from the point of the South, they will tell you they were conscripted. If you view it from the point of view of the Southeasterners, they will tell you they were recruited. Whether of the two, they find themselves in that Biafra army or soldier, and they were also killed along with the Southeasterners. But today, one side story will always tell the story of the Southeasterners killed. In the South also, their land were occupied by the Nigerian army, and they dealt with them too. So I read some book that said, look, Biafrans dealt with us, the Nigerian army also dealt with us, that we suffered more. But why shouldn't we also listen to them? They were minority. If they were minority in Biafra Republic, and later became minority in Nigeria during the war. So why are we saying we should kill their own story and elevate the other part's story? You see, but in all this, my point is this: in all this, I know it's a very sensitive issue. It's either you don't tell one side story and we all keep quiet, or we all want to tell stories. If we all want to tell stories, then it must come from both sides, all sides. In Ondo State, which happen to have so many relatives coming from that part, there were invasion into Ondo State. People were killed. There were still some graves you find the Akoko side, the Ore side, today, of people who were killed when there was invasion of that part. Were they not human beings? They were human beings. Their families should not tell their story again because you want to claim only Southeasterners died. No. Were Southeasterners there that died? So many Southeasterners died. And I believe they died in millions too, which is so very unfortunate. But there are so many sides to those stories. I read one in this new book I'm reading, and they were talking about food. There is this general story of food blockage. Said, oh, they block food. They didn't allow food to enter Biafra, and because of that, people were dying. And there have been stories I read too that said, look, they were bringing this food. At a point in time, Ojukwu said, it could be, if you allow your enemy to be feeding you, they will poison you. So they were blockaded too from Biafra. There's another part that says, when they brought those books, they were serving the armies first, the Biafran army first, before they spread. There's another side of the story that said the churches were involved. So the question you ask now is that, I met a professor in Unijos. If he's still there today, I don't know. In Unijos, I met that professor in 2006. That professor refused to go to church till I don't know of now. Till that 2020, he told me since after war, he has never been to church and he will not allow his children to go to church. I asked him why. He said because during Biafra, the man is from Southeast anyway. He said because during Biafra, that the Catholic church, that he was young back then, so he was church boy. But he stumbled into store of their missionary. And the kind of food, why people were very hungry outside, the kind of food that the Reverend Fathers had in their own store. And they will come on Sunday to preach to the people who were hungry, as if, oh, we were all hungry together. But still whining and dining in their own secret dining hall. He said when he saw that, he felt so bad, he felt so, and people were dying. That after that war, he refused to go to church until date. Till that 2006 when I met him, that he would never go to church because it's just an institution full of hypocrisy. That people were dying and Reverend Father were feeding fat. And they were blessing, they will go and bury people and they will be the one to go and officiate funeral. But if you tell that man to keep quiet, not to tell his own side of the story, then you don't want the truth. So if we keep saying our history must be written, we must tell our story, let people come out and tell their story whichever way they can. That lady is not a researcher, she's not an academician, I don't even see her as, but that's the little she has also heard. If we have argument that is superior to our own, we should bring forth our own argument to counter our own argument. That's the best we should do, not to condemn her. That's my own on that one man, and that's all I want to speak on that. Thank you, Patoski.
All right, brilliant. Patoski, you're up next. Sorry about the long delay. It's the conversation that takes
No
us there.
problem.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, one man. I will just speak generally because of I'll speak to the moderation. When one man was reading what the feedback he got from the person that was supposed to be the guest, I really felt bad because if you are the one making all those efforts and trying to bring people, and at the end of the day, some people are just trying to
And by the way,
disrupt your work, you feel very bad.
and by the way, Patoski, I got a similar response from Shehu Sani, who was all set to come on, but he also felt it was a bit too
Yeah,
rowdy.
so there's no way you'll be working with one. You don't want to work with one hand and then be throwing it away with the other. So I think we need to be firm, and then we should understand something. When we come to the platform, we should bring truth, fact, and then you just express it. You see, you don't make something a statement to be truer by saying it with a loud voice. If what you are presenting is the truth, it will remain the truth. If it's not true, if you like raise your voice to the highest pitch, it will not make it true or something. So we should understand that. Let's just simply express our truth, the truth, and then be okay with it. Be okay with it. With respect to the monetary policy rate, a lot of people have spoken. I'm okay. Some of us, even though we have background in economics, and some of us have very strong background, I just don't want to speak more than that. We don't speak with such authority, with so much alacrity, and feel that no, even with our background and our exposure and everything, because we know that it doesn't just happen, come that way. And mind you, these people that are taking this decision, they are economists too. They are economists, and it's not a Cardoso decision. It's a decision of committee of people after consultation. Then they have data, the kind of data that you and I don't have access to, and they would have consulted some other big people in the academic too, apart from the fact that they are in the bank. Some of them have their professors they will consult in Nigeria and outside. And mind you, central bank also have consultants. They have consultants. So it's not just a decision that people take like that. But the fundamental that I want to address is a simple theory that is not only balance of trade that affects exchange rate. It's not. There are so many factors. So the question of but we had positive balance of trade, our export exceeded import. Why is dollar rate not coming down? Yeah, what you have just done is you have held every other factor constant, and we know in real life it doesn't happen that way. Even though economics is ceteris paribus, but no, there are so many other factors. The interest rate is there, the inflation is there, a lot of factors, the economy, the perception of the economy by foreigners, or even then the strength. So many factors come into play, and you can't say, okay, because of this must be this. It just shows that yeah, we have some knowledge, but if you don't have very broad knowledge of a particular thing, you become a quack in that field. You just hold on to that one that you think you know, and in most cases they are wrong. In most cases, because most of the time we have not even tried to think through those things. We just hear it now and everybody's responding. No, it's not inflation, it is IMF. No, it's not IMF, it is OPEC. It's not OPEC. At times, we just allow that to happen and then we laugh and enjoy the conversation. But I'm sure if economists, the real economists, if they had listened to us this evening, they would have laughed and laughed and just be laughing. But one man, I'll speak to your done. Let me just leave with this. I'm an economist, but I have a very broad perspective of economics. I have 3 undergraduate degrees. I have one in economics, I have one in accounting, I have one in marketing, I have a master's degree in business. I'm a CPA. I've worked in one of the biggest accounting firm in the world. I've consulted for big companies, but I have a very broad perspective. As someone who is an economist and very focused, is an investment analyst, capital market analyst, monetary market analyst. and he's like my younger brother. Maybe one of these days, if I had the opportunity, I can talk to him. We both work for public sector here in Canada, so he has something, and he's a Nigerian, so he understands what is happening. Maybe one of these days, I can just invite him to the platform and let's just talk economics, and it will be like an Ogbeni. Me, as my own perspective is very broad. You understand? He is more focused in perspective than me, and I think when it comes to economy, it can be our own Ogbeni on this platform instead of people like me or people like me and Emeka that are just very broad in our own approach and everything. That's what I want to just suggest one of these days. We work together. He'll be by me in the office. I've spoken with him about the platform, and so maybe one of these days when we want to discuss economics, yeah, we can talk. Thank you, Omar.
Yes, please bring him on board. We want all of the biggest brains here. Only the big brains. No people like who do I want to this? No people like Pansat. We want big brains. Yes. So
No, yeah.
we want thinking
This is
people.
the guy he went to. Anyway, don't let me make Ogbeni to swear. He went to the same school with Ogbeni them and Kulata for his undergraduate degree. He went
That's
to
the only university in Nigeria now. Mention it
That's
now.
what the guy used to tell me. He went to McGill. He went to McGill here in Canada. McGill is one of the best universities here. It's like an Ivy League. He
Yeah,
went to
yeah.
McGill here, and then he's a CFA. He's a certified financial analyst. He holds other business, and he's worked in the investment and capital market very well in Nigeria.
We could
He's a
actually
senior
have him as a
management.
guest if you're able to fast. We could have him
Of
as a
course, I'll
guest.
talk to him.
Yes.
His desk is beside my own in the office. I'll just call him. He's like a younger brother. I'll call him. I've spoken to him about this platform. You know, I was almost going to call him when we're arguing. I wanted to say, Said, come and join. I wanted to jump on something. He would have come. But let me talk to you tomorrow. At least I'll see him in the office tomorrow.
Yes, we want to wrap. We'll wrap an economic session because then we have a really good.
At least Ogbeni is giving us very strong perspective in law. I can do that for economics, but I am like somebody. I'm like a
You are
family.
a general practitioner. You are a general rather than a brain surgeon.
Like he's more focused, and was it Remy that was telling me, "Oh, Patrick, you can be an advisor." I said, "No, I don't pride myself. I know my limits. You understand? I know my limits, and I can't be the minister of finance. No." All my training has not prepared me for that. You understand? So, but he's a younger person, but I think he has a broader knowledge and a better knowledge than me in that area. Okay, I'll talk to him tomorrow, Mama. Let me yield the floor to somebody else.
All right, brilliant. I wonder if we still have two Niger. If we don't have two Niger, then we take it to Prince Daddy, Zita, and then Simba. So two Niger. All right, Prince Daddy, you're up next. So we've been having just a whole myriad of conversations. So I'll just come into it at whichever entry point you'd like.
Yeah, hello, woman here.
Good to see you, Prince.
Yeah, you too. Hello, everyone. Yeah, I was just in the background listening. Really, I didn't catch much of the topics.
We were talking about. Let me play. We were talking about the Very Dark Man clip. Have you seen it?
Now, anything that has to do with that Bobrisky, man, skip it. I ain't got time for that.
Okay, skip Bobrisky. We were also talking about Nnamdi Kanu'S appearance in court, where he forced the judge to step down, and then the judge returned his case file back to the chief judge to reassign it. So have you been following Nnamdi Kanu'S appearance in court?
No, but what is Nnamdi Kanu'S prospect of being released? Does he have any chance at all? I heard he still was yelling at the judge and his lawyers. I mean, what's up with that? What's going on?
He's always yelling, isn't he? It says they had a judgment from the Supreme Court that releases him, and the judge is not abiding by it. So therefore, he wanted her to recuse herself. I'm fed up with all of the shenanigans. The judge said, "Okay, I don't care for this. I'll leave and I'll send your case file back."
Well, let's see. I mean, He said it previously that Tinubu is going to use Nnamdi Kanu as a political pawn, but that is not novel. I mean, if you had said that Tinubu would not use him as a political pawn, then that would be more apt. Of course, I mean, it's in politics, whatever helps you get ahead, just like anything in life, you use it. So we'll see. I guess the true value of Nnamdi Kanu's worth when the election time comes. That's if still remain in prison since then, till then rather. We'll see. Um, just a lot of stuff in the economy. Angelica was talking about Nigeria going solo, and I think Larry put it very well. I mean, Nigeria doesn't have that status um, to go on its own to sell to whom, which nations. I mean, Nigeria now producing below its allotted capacity. I'm not sure if that's going to work. Nigeria is enslaved to the OPEC system. They don't have any recourse. I mean, it's a shame, but it is what it is. But one thing also that people are not considering right now is that look, when Trump wins, you should expect that the price of crude oil to plummet. It's going to drop, and perhaps drastically. So now the country is going to be in a crunch for foreign exchange. That'd be another problem. Because once Trump comes in, there's going to be plenty of oil flowing around, and it's going to affect OPEC pricing, just like it did previously. If you remember during Trump, the price dropped. I mean, so low to like in the low 30s. I mean, it was horrible for countries like Nigeria. But of course, Saudi Arabia's got plenty of money. So that's the thing. When your economy is not that diversified, I mean, you become a slave to the system. It's a if there's any country that's punching below its weight, Nigeria really exemplifies such a nation. It's a shame. But yeah.
What about
Uh,
what about the Edo elections, Prince? I don't think we've documented your thoughts on that.
I mean, I hear you guys talk about it a lot. I'm like, what is? I don't know why I would be interested in Edo's election. What is the value of Edo State to Nigeria? I mean, what do they have to offer? To me, I mean, if it's not for world peace and some other people that talk about the Oba of Benin and that's so revered, other than that, I don't see the usefulness of Edo in Nigerian politics. I mean, how much did they really contribute to the center? I mean, I know about Delta State. I'm not sure what Edo really has to offer. So it's not something to even talk about as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, I heard the governor guy that won. I mean, people were saying that he couldn't express himself publicly, and I heard also that he's going to do great. It might be, according to Isaac Black, he might be the best governor.
We had quite a big debate about it, Prince, that day. I'm curious to see how your position. The guy is not especially articulate in English. And I was suggesting that somewhat limits him in being able to administer a state. But Ajande Koko and a different sort of line of thoughts, they were insisting that it doesn't necessarily have to be able to speak in English for him to administer that state well. But I was suggesting that not being able to speak in English speaks to the level of education that he has. And if it's limited in education, then that limits his capacity to govern.
One man, that man can speak. We finished that. Ajanle Koko was here when we finished that yesterday.
All right, okay.
One man, I was on the same side with you.
Yeah, sorry. It was Larry that was opposing us.
It was Larry, yeah.
That Baba
Ajanle Koko, you gave up yesterday now when we played that man for you. So what are you saying again?
No, that is not enough. I want to see him.
But did you?
I want to see him on TVC on Arise News where we
But
speak
did you?
good
Okay,
English
yes. But
and
did you
not
listen
broken
to him
English.
yesterday? Yes or no?
No, that was broken BBC pidgin English. That one is not enough
So
for
was
me.
he
I
speaking
have to.
pidgin?
He was speaking, he was mixing everything up. So what's the big deal?
This
Let him
Baba,
go and sit down with a real
this
media house where
Baba
he can be
Jale
real.
Koko. Okay.
Yeah.
This Baba Jale Koko, sir.
If we can survive Rufai Hussein,
Rufai. Then we govern well.
Well, if you can still hear me, one man.
We can, yes.
Governors that
Yeah, carry
that
on,
can
please,
speak.
Daddy. We can
What
hear
are they
you.
doing? You can hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, I think Prince may be having some network problems where he is.
No.
Prince.
Yeah, well, I had a call that came through. I was saying that if you can speak English, relevant. I mean, what about all the governors that can speak English? What are they doing? So, I can be able to not just to speak English. If he speaks broken English or speak a different language, if people can interpret what he's saying to have an idea about his, his thinking, his ideology, and other things, then that is fine. If he can express himself, it's not by speaking English. It's about getting the job done. So it is what it is.
So you are from Ogun State. You can allow somebody who cannot really articulate himself to be your governor. Is that what you are saying? Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, are you there? Look like you cannot hear me. Somebody hearing me?
Yeah, we all can, but I think Prince may be driving or something, connection
Oh,
problem.
the
So
system having problem. Okay, all right.
all right, all right. Prince still has the floor, but I'm not quite sure how much of Prince we still have left. But let me bail out and hand over to you, Ajanle Koko. Thomas will be here momentarily to help out. I'll be in the background. Let me acknowledge the super chatters. That's Choma right there, and that's Prince right there. That's Ola, who's not been on the panel for a good while now. That's still Prince. That's still Prince, and that is the end of Solomon Grande. So that's the end of the over. So let me hand over to you. The conversation carries on. I leave Zita to speak. So there's Thomas right there. So Thomas is there. So Zita to speak. If Tunaja is ready, he comes on board as well. Simba still not spoken. So you still have a full conversation to be had. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Oh, thank you, and thank you, everyone. I think who is speaking? Yeah, let's hear from Madam Sita. Who is speaking? I'm sorry, I just batched in now.
It was Prince Daddy, but I think his connection dropped. Hopefully, we'll be
Yeah,
back.
we will come. I know he will come back in a moment.
All right.
So, yeah. Do we have Madam Sita? I think Baba, you are on me. Do you want to say something, sir?
No, thank you, Thomas. Thank you.
No worries. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Prince Daddy is back. Is it there?
That is not back.
It's not back. Okay.
It's not back on. Yeah. Who wants to go next?
Patoski is still there.
Yeah, it's here. It's on the screen, but it's with us in body. We don't know. Maybe it's here with us in the spirit.
I'm here now.
Yes, yeah.
But
Patoski is
what
here.
happened now? You didn't expatiate enough on that Cardoso policy, and
No,
I mean, you were so short.
I was so short because you see, I was telling one man something that when we make assertions, we can't sound too authoritative in an area where we are not so strong a professional. For example, for someone to speak so strongly like that, you must be a professor. not someone who took economics a 5 credit course, or who read economics magazine, or who worked in the bank in credit, or maybe worked in treasury briefly, or foreign operation, something like that. And mind you, the people that take these decisions, they are professional. Most of them are professors, and CBN have consultants too. It's not as if it's not a Yemi Cardoso decision that, oh, I'm just sitting there, I want to reduce. They have economists that are consultants, some of them
But
locally.
you can see lay out your own opinion
Some of them
or
are, what I'm saying, I'm just trying
your
to get people to see the thought that went into it. But let me just say this. You see, if I am the one that is supposed to take a decision in this time of decision, this, I don't support Tinubu in all of his things. I've been saying it. The same decision that this guy took is what I would have taken. You understand? If this thing fail, it will not be because of the choice of economic tools or maybe the policy. There might be other factors. This tool, this instrument that the guy is using currently, is the best option that is available to drive this change. Now, if it didn't work, it does not mean that he had taken the wrong choice. There are times you see a treatment. I'll use medicine for example. You see a treatment, the best treatment for that thing. You still implement that treatment and it might not work. The drug, maybe they have built resistance to it. Maybe
Patoski the drop.
Patrick drop. Yeah, Patrick drop. That is Nduru Gudu. Take is back. Is back. Yeah, you
okay,
drop
Sam,
Patoski.
I don't know what happened. So it is possible that the instrument will be the right tool and it still fail. So that's what I'm trying to say. I think where this government really missed it is that they didn't take off on agriculture and security on time. I was saying this in that time. That these people, I expect that by now, 1/3 of the arable land would have been cleared. They say, no, it will happen, it will happen. I said, if it doesn't happen then, people will complain now because, and that's the time. That time, by now, would have had the harvest. So all this policy, the noise and the way people are responding to it, it won't be the same way because people at least will have something to put in their stomach. Every policy of government,
Patuski.
yeah.
Yeah, you said that. Sorry. Good morning, everybody. Naraja Coco, Thomas, and everybody on the platform. You
Dr. Simba, I thought you wouldn't greet us. I could have thrown you in the back. I'm joking.
He's an Opumulere who will not do that.
Go on, my brother.
Àbákọ̀ sọ sínú ọ̀sà bí
No,
bí bàbá wa bábà ṣe sọ pé àwọn ti sọ birthday
Rational mind,
certificate
rational
national
mind.
man sọ́sà.
Osa straight.
Àwọn ti sọ birthday certificate national man sọ́sà.
okay?
Yeah, go on,
You
Simba.
yes, okay. Yeah, you said earlier that they will have taken on security and agriculture. You
more
understand?
seriously than they are
More
taking it
seriously,
now.
yes.
Yeah.
The two sectors that you mentioned. If you look at it, I think what we are not looking at in Nigeria is how deep rooted are these problems, and it's like Nigerians we don't have that patience because we are not looking at the how will I put it now, how strong those problems are and how long they have been in place for us to achieve it within 1 year, to solve those problems within 1 year. We all know that we have problem with agriculture right from time immemorial, since the 70s. You understand? And even if you remember, that was when Obasanjo came with all these Operation Feed the Nation and all those things that did not even work. The insecurity, at least I was listening to a clip yesterday, maybe was it Commissioner of Police of Safara State that was talking about insecurity in Zamfara, and was saying that a member of House of Assembly in Zamfara were involved in banditry. Community leaders were. It's like it's a business. You understand? And we all know that to tackle all these problems, you needed resources, financial resources. Not even not only financial, so many resources. Okay, let us take agriculture. You say, okay, government should have tilled the land 1/3 of Abiabi, 2/3 of arable land, whatever. What resources are they going to use to do that? And we all know that it's not even a business, that Nigerian government cannot be any business. Patrick, you agree with me. Let government invest in agriculture and come and see the output. Nothing will come out of it, because Nigerians will not even see it as our own. Everybody will just see it as an avenue of, okay, this is the opportunity to have our own share of the national cake. That is the mentality that we have. Now, let me tell you what is happening now. Because earlier on, I was listening to Larry and was talking about, that because of the inflation, the increase in price of petrol, inflation has jumped up. That is not true. You know why? Nigerians are being pushed to their limit. And what is happening now is the business owner are the one facing it. You cannot even increase the price of your goods and services because you will not even see any patronage.
Nobody
So
will
what
come
is
and buy,
happening?
Mr. Simba.
Nobody will come and buy.
Sorry for
Exactly.
cutting you. Sorry for cutting you. My sister said he buy a gallon of palm oil, maybe 50,000 3 months ago. Now it's 35. I said, wow. So Nigeria now beats down their price. You remember before, anything that goes up never come down. It's like people are beating out their price because nobody will patronage you. Nobody will patronize you rather. Yeah.
So is the business owner that are now cutting whatever profit so they are the one actually facing it. And the effect that you see is that at the end of the day, when people see that those businesses are no longer profitable, they will leave it, and there will be more unemployment, more people will lose their job, and all those things. So that is what is happening. So if you are talking about agriculture, let me tell you, and I've been saying it on this, there are a lot of Nigerians that are interested in agriculture. They want to invest in it, but it's not profitable. It's not profitable, Patrick, unless the one that you are
You are
talking, okay,
right, bro. You are right about
government
that.
should government should do it. And if they want to do it, one, if government invest in agriculture, they will not get anything out of it. And even if they get anything out of it, is it that they want to just be using like a subsidy thing, that they just be selling at a loss to people, and then people will just be enjoying? And what will happen is that our borders are so porous that whatever we do in that country, we are not doing it for Nigerians alone. We are doing it for the whole of West Africa, even the extension to North Africa. So to all that insecurity
But that agriculture that you said is not profitable. That is what is causing it not to be profitable, is what the government will look at and try to find solution to that problem, so that it be more profitable and be more attractive to people to invest there. That's the job of the
Babajai, I
government.
gave an
Baba, you
example.
are right.
I gave
Baba,
an
you are right.
example. Let me give you an example. As we are speaking now, people say, okay, we should not do comparison, but we have to do comparison, because you cannot isolate Nigeria from the global village. The price of things, if you compare it to global prices, is still very ridiculously low, and the input and the capital that you need is the same all over the world. In Nigeria now, a crate of egg is about 5,000 naira in the market. Go to Ghana is about 8,500 to 9,000. Okay, so you would rather be a farmer in Ghana, because the same price that you are buying the feed and the other inputs to feed to produce that one crate is the same thing in Nigeria. Farmers in Nigeria are selling at 5,000. Farmers in Ghana. So the farmers in Nigeria, a lot of people are leaving that business. Likewise, every other business. That is one I know. You understand? The same thing, I do fishing. The
But that's
price
not
of
the way to look at it. Sorry for cutting you. That's not the way
okay.
to look at it. Nigeria is a bigger space where you have
Okay.
more buyers, more consumer, more purchasers in
But
Nigeria.
but you know that we also have more producers.
Yes. So we have more producers.
So it
And
balance out.
that's where I'm going. So don't compare it to Ghana. Now, what we need is government intervention. If government really believe that that we are in a state of crisis in terms of food security, don't forget that food security is also key, okay, to sustenance and to development in any country. So if our government can really declare state of emergency on that on food security, you see all these companies and all these things will kick up again. An instance I always give, let me do it quickly. An instance I always give is what when Buhari closed border and encouraged rice production. Many people rushed to rice production. But what happened after? They pressurized Buhari to open that border. The man eventually opened the border, and then we couldn't sell. We warehouse our rice in the warehouse, expecting demand to close border again, but it did not. And then foreign rice started competing with us. We couldn't break even. We have to sell at loss. That is the problem of government, not farmers, because farmers
So
were.
so what do you how can government tackle that problem?
So
Because
this is how I think government should tackle that problem. You see, back then, government supply fertilizers. Government told us if you need machineries, come for machineries. We got some subvention from government. You can buy improved seedling. All these things. Buhari actually did. Okay, for us. To monitor our border, the government was not doing much about monitoring our border. So people were bringing in, even as at the time he said he closed border, people were still bringing in foreign rice, but it was drastically reduced. So what I expected Buhari to do back then, not to mind the pressure, particularly Thailand. Thailand had to come to Benin and pick the guy in Benin, the president of Benin, and both of them came to come and beg Buhari to just allow their rice to enter. Buhari shouldn't have listened to them at all. He should have stood his ground, even if it's just 1 and 2 years, to allow his own local farmers to bring out their produce. And as at then, because of his fertilizers, subvention, and all these things, we would have sold at affordable price for Nigerians. But we couldn't. When public came in, they started
Ogbeni,
competing with us.
Ogbeni.
Yeah.
But we are all in Nigeria at that time. Oh. Okay,
Yes.
two things that I will identify that time. One, the price of Nigerian rice was not actually lower than the price of the imported rice.
You are right.
One.
Do you know why?
No,
Do
let
you
me
know why?
finish. That is one. Two.
Okay. Yes, you are right on that.
Two. Can we compete with the foreign? I mean, not even in term of the advantage that they have in terms of production. Because if you say, okay, government supply fertilizer, they supply all the input. At the end of the day, you cannot even produce at a lesser price than the imported. So what is the essence of that?
So this is the way you look at it. We can. What you need is we need to go through numbers of circles before you can start cutting down those things and then get the exact price government wants from us. Okay. Now you have farm, you open that field. Starter hubs must first come in. Don't forget, startup must first come in. What are they using their money at that point to do? They are buying machineries, they are buying land, they are doing this. They factor all those things into their production and the final price. That is your first circle. By the time you leave the first circle, you have your farm already, farmland, you have your machineries already, you have your stable labor already, you have this and that already. You don't factor them in your next price. Then it's coming down. Okay, government sit down.
But you know what you are saying is not actually, that's not the way people look. You cannot say you
No, that's the way
invested in
it works.
something that is long term,
Do you know why I
and
say
then your
that is the
first
way it
harvest,
works?
that's when you want to recoup all your capital.
No,
It's not, that's not the way, that's not, it doesn't,
it worked that way. I said that
it
it
doesn't
looks
work
like
that way.
the way it works.
I'm also a business owner. You don't do it that way. You can't say you invested now. You cost of building, cost of a tractor, and then you produce first harvest. Then you now say you want to recoup the cost of all those things
No,
in your
not
first
everything.
harvest. You
See
can't do
the
that.
way it works.
You have to
See the way it
prorate it
works.
everything.
I'm coming. Let me explain to you. For instance, local rice in Nigeria, when Buhari came in, they said we cannot compete with the foreign one. Why? They said because we don't polish our own way, we don't distone our own way. A lot of reasons they gave us. Now, some local farmers started polishing. They were putting those machines. At a point in time, we started having Nigerian-made machineries. Particularly, there's a place in Imo. Can't remember that place now. Those guys were producing those machines and were buying. Okay. At a point in time, we started having our own distoning that can compete well with Thailand. And then we started having our major mills and all those things. Now, if you look at price, the reason why price can come down by the time you get to third and fourth circle is because as at then, even but those starter hubs that are just starting, they are becoming SMEs. They are no longer starter hubs. You have scaled up to the medium size. And because of that, you can start accessing loan. Starter hubs don't have loans in Nigeria. I've said it today. You can access loan, you can do a lot of things, you can do expansion, you can scale up and do all these things. When you continue scaling up, your price will be dropping. It's a simple thing in production. But if your government will not allow infant industry or company to rise, and you are pumping in or you are opening your gate for foreigners to come in because you think they are cheaper, then there's a problem. You see, that's my take on that anyway.
Well, Benny, I think the only way out is if the Nigerian government have the resources, the way they do it in developed world, they should be the one buying those things from the farmer. But if the farmers are the ones selling directly, because if you go to Nigeria now, this is the time for harvest of yam. Go and look at it. Yam is everywhere. But by the time you are getting to January, February, that's when you see the price increasing. Why can't we have it? Okay, we store it. Every farm produce in Nigeria have their season, and during the season, the price will be very cheap. All these ones that they are saying, and the price of tomato is this now. By the time we are getting to the dry season, you all know the price will jump up again. So to me, I don't know if the government have the resources, the so-called commodity board that they used to do in those days, and even if they venture into that, can we actually supervise it? It will just be like all these subsidies of the things that is happening in petroleum sector. They will buy, then the whole thing will disappear. Even people will not get it again. So I don't know. Our problem is so it's not tilling the land and all those things now. I don't know. I don't know whether it can work for now. Even the one that we are producing now, go to market now, you see a lot of food wastages. Even we think that we are not producing enough. A lot of wastages. You see tomato getting rotten, with vegetables, a lot of our farm produce. So to me, the problem is not production. It's actually the way we store and we manage whatever we produce.
But that's
That's
where
the major
government should
problem.
come in now. That's where government should come in. All those preservation, buying excesses from market when the produce is out. Then how do you preservation? How do you bring it out when off season and all those things? There are strategies for government, not private individual. It's for government. Then, for instance, you know that the strength of a particular area in Nigeria, okay, is yam in this area, is orange in this area, is this in this area, rice is their strength in this area. Then you focus on those things and say, okay, if rice is for Abuja, Nasarawa, Benue, then every farmer that is producing XYZ here, when it's during season, we're going to purchase XYZ, we're going to have silos so that we can mop all those excesses out from the system. Orange, you're looking at all those Okeogun, Shaki, all those areas where you have fruits in abundance. During its time, you mop it out, you have silos that is specially for that particular food there. Yeah, it's government that do all these strategies, not private individual. But what's the government doing? That's the question I keep asking. They should declare emergency on food security, get people to think for them. Their think tank should be thinking on, okay, what do we do about these things? I've not seen it. for me,
Ogbeni,
and
I
I've
think
said it before.
the major problem I can see here is actually, because the consumption patterns of Nigerians have changed, and it's because of the purchasing power. Is that something government can do to improve the purchasing powers of Nigeria so that they can buy things? That's the way to stimulate the economy. Let people be able to spend money. If there's no money in the circulation, people cannot, they don't even have money to spend. So all this production that we are talking about, when there is no money to buy all these things, what will become of them at the end of the day?
Simba,
I
that's
agree,
what they are
but I'm
trying to
just
do.
talking about how price can come down. We
Simba,
need
sorry,
more
Jerry,
Let me,
production.
Ogbeni, we don't need to, the price cannot come down. We are not insulated from the global village.
Why do you think so? If there are more produce,
The price of, let me tell you, you are just looking at it in terms of naira. The price of everything in Nigeria is ridiculous when you compare it.
yeah,
You understand? Why can't we raise
yeah.
our purchasing power so that we'll be in parity? And then all this problem of smuggling and all those things that is driving, that is causing problem for us. Anything you want to, that is one of the reasons why we're having a problem with subsidy. Larry was just saying that okay, there is a surge in our consumption pattern when there is scarcity. Do you know what is happening there? We all listen to what Dangote said on Bloomberg. That he said that our price is 60% of our neighboring district. There's no way, because we have a very porous border. If we subsidize anything, we subsidize in that country will not be for Nigerians alone, and the price, we don't have the money to do such things. So if we can be in parity with the neighboring country and our purchasing power is the same, if Nigeria can afford fuel at the price that the other neighboring country can afford it, there won't be any need for them to be smuggling it. The same thing go for food. If the neighboring country can come and be buying our food that we are claiming that the price is so high that Nigerians cannot afford, so what are we talking about? I think that is what government should look at.
Well, well, I agree with you to a certain extent, but I also believe that, like all these our border you talk about now, it's an issue of institutional failure. If you know that some food, let me give you an instance now. There's some food that you can't just buy and export out of UK, for instance. Why? Because those food, government is subsidizing for it because it's a staple food for British. So because government is subsidizing, because of that, you can't just buy and just export. It's not possible. It's prohibited to export it out. Okay? Because they have supported their farmers to have all those things at affordable price for British UK residents. Now, our own system also should work that way. If we have our staple food, everybody understand what staple food are. Yeah, cash crop and all those things. Yeah, you can be exporting it. It's okay for us. But food crops, our staple food, the rice, the yam, the cassava, and wheat, all these things. These are our staple food. So let me give you an instance. Today, people that plant cassava today, I have some of my big uncles now, that plant cassava. Okay, they have cassava farm. And when you ask them what exactly they want to do with their cassava, we are exporting our cassava now en masse to China in Nigeria. We don't use it for Gary any longer. So they process it. There's a way they cake in the form of cake, and then they are taking it to China for pharmaceutical industry and all those industries in China. So the question I ask is this food crop? Government ban exportation of cassava in Nigeria.
No. Ogbeni, you are a farmer, and I think I've said it on this platform before. If I produce something You understand?
Yeah.
And that's why I've said it several times. You cannot force somebody that produce something and you determine where to sell it when you are not even the one supporting the person.
That's what
You
I'm
understand?
saying.
If I produce,
Because
that is what
we are
that is
making the same
that
point.
was why you are just supporting what I said, that we can't isolate
We are
ourselves
making the same
from the
points
global
now.
village.
So my point is this: if government is focusing on food crops, okay, and government is giving you improved seedling, government is giving you fertilizer, government is giving you every support, then there should be a policy that says that once I give you all these things, this particular crop in this country is food crop for our own survival first. It must not be exported out from this country. But if you have excesses when you are selling and you couldn't sell, bring it to me, I will buy from you. And there are silos in 776 local governments in Nigeria. What does it take us to have all those things and get them secured? That's the point I'm
Ogweni,
saying.
let me
But
even tell you
today,
this.
we are still exporting our cassava, almost maybe 60% of cassava we are producing.
Before
We are exporting it
to
to
even
China.
back what you are saying now, before whenever we have increase in price of maize in Nigeria, you know where we used to get maize from? From Benin Republic, from Niger. You understand? And we start going there to go and be buying maize. Now the reverse is the case. They are the one coming to come and buy those things from our distance. In fact, you know what they call wheat offer?
Mm.
After you remove the wheat, the back of that's wheat offer. Usually we use it to make poultry feed. Now before we used to import it from outside because it's cheaper. Now all those companies now like Olam, Grand Series, and all those things, after they have removed the this thing, I mean the wheat offer, now they are not selling it outside Nigeria because it's more profitable for them to sell outside Nigeria than to sell in Nigeria. You understand? So most producers now of food in Nigeria now, they prefer rather to sell outside than to sell inside because it's not profitable for them to sell to Nigerians. It's not profitable.
I agree with you, but for our food crops, there must be certain food crops in Nigeria that must be prohibited from exporting. It's a policy issue. We have gotten to that stage that we must make that
You
policy.
can only do that as a
Let me
government if you are the one
let me give you
producing it.
another
But if you are not
example.
the one
Let me give you
producing it, you cannot force farmers that are spending their money, they are the one doing everything, to announce
by
okay,
policy. Let me give you an instance. In UK, you can't export UK tomato. You will never try it. If they catch you, you are in trouble. Because, and when you pick it, tomato is relatively cheap. I know there's some Nigerians that still do it too. They're exporting it to Nigeria now. They will change it to paste and they're exporting it to Nigeria now. But it is prohibited. Why? Because it is the tomato. In fact, in the UK, they go to Europe to go and pay farmers to plant for them for the purpose of bringing it to their own country. And it's almost ridiculously cheap in Europe when you compare it to what we have in Nigeria now. Okay, full basket full, you see, but very ridiculous cheap. But because they understand that it's a staple food for them, they use it for so many things. Because of that, they prohibited, they banned the exportation of it. So
In
it's not a
fact,
matter
they
of
are not the
so it's not a matter of
continue.
it's not a matter of a free choice that you can't tell me not to export whatever I have. No, the government can make policy to ban you. There are many things that is on prohibited list in Nigeria now that you can't even export, and there are so many things in prohibited list in Nigeria that you can't import to. Okay, so many that you can't import to. For instance, batteries, you can't bring it in. You can't export. Say you have your own permit, this thing. A lot of things you can't just bring in. A lot of things you can't bring out. There are reasons for all these things. But our problem is all those prohibited lists now. We'll just go to the West to go and copy it. We won't think of our own peculiarity. What is our own local peculiarity? What is of priority for our country? Then let's focus on that priority. And let's see the way we can do something about it. Recently, I was reading
There's not something very ridiculous thing like that. They say you can't even bring it to Nigeria. What to? And that thing, in the real sense, is a raw material for another industry, which is a very big industry in Nigeria. I say they can't bring it in. Maybe back in the 80s, maybe somebody was maybe the major importer then and has gone in a custom and just say, please help me to put this one in the list so that I can. So the kind of thing we do our own things. And we won't even do review. We won't review. We just, business as usual. That's the way I see these things. So,
What you said, if we have the discipline and I think is what government can, because I remember even Saudi Arabia, because if they don't have arable land, they go. I think very in Ethiopia now they have a lot of farmland in Ethiopia where they produce some of the food that they consume in Saudi Arabia. They will go there, produce those things, bring it to Saudi Arabia, and come and sell to their people. And how dare you want to even say want to smuggle it? You know the consequence now. You know the consequence. Then earlier on they were talking about our quota with what they call it now, OPEC, and then they were saying that Nigeria should pull out of OPEC and all those things. I mean, I don't understand that argument too. Because if the last time I checked, I think our quota was around maybe 2.4, 2.5 million barrel per day. And I can't remember the last time that we even met that quota. That we are now looking at OPEC as if they are a major problem. Then another thing I noticed that maybe people are not talking about that is that even Saudi Arabia, that they have about 10 to 12 million barrel per day. They still produce about 5 to 5.5 million barrel addition that they refined locally. That one is not part of the international quota. So if we can improve our refineries, even all these ones that we are talking about, Dangote, even the moribund NNPC refineries and all those private refineries, if they come up, if we have the capacity to produce more, we can be producing for those people to refine locally, and then we set the one that we can, our quotas to the international community. But in as much as we are not even meeting that quotas, and whenever they said they want to even have cuts, so that because if the price is coming down, that's what they used to do. It doesn't actually apply to Nigeria because we are not even meeting up with our quotas. So me, as far as I'm concerned, I didn't see that OPEC as our issue now. We have not even resolved our issue locally. Talk less of now be seeing OPEC as the major problem for our oil sector.
like Kulata will always say, that we can both be working and chewing gum. There are countries that are members of OPEC, and OPEC is not a problem for them. They are growing, they are developing, and they are members of OPEC. We are also a key member of OPEC. We should remember that they don't make decisions for us in OPEC. We are a key decision maker in that OPEC. At a point in time, we used to be, in fact, several times we used to be at the heads of affairs of OPEC.
I remember that was the time Rilwan Lukman was the OPEC this thing.
No, as recent as Dezeni. I think Dezeni was even there at a point in time. As recent as Dezeni time. So, it's not as if they just decide things for us. We are also a player there. We make decisions together. And so if we make all decisions and our people there are making decisions that is detrimental to us, which I don't want to believe. I want to believe that we can't isolate ourselves. There is no country countries that have tried it before. Countries like USSR, we know where they are today. So we can't isolate ourselves. But I just think we need more patriotic people to just be directing affairs particularly when it comes to the economy of our country. Particularly this agriculture. It shouldn't be, I don't think it's not a rocket science. It's not a rocket science. To me, I still keep suggesting that thing. Federal government should work with 776 local governments in Nigeria directly, without involving state government in this, directly on agricultural revolution in Nigeria. every local government to submit proposal on what is your strength in terms of the food crop, not cash crop in Nigeria. What's your strength in terms of food crop? Then bring a proposal on what you can do at your local level. Food production is local. Then let federal government support. And I believe federal government should have silos in every local government in Nigeria. With that, people see that you have declared state of emergency on food security. And problem is still the insecurity we're having in Nigeria. We need to tackle this too. And I still believe it's also still local. And that is why we need all those traditional rulers and the local government in Nigeria to tackle problem of food security in Nigeria. What we are experiencing now, our farmers are reducing every day. And every policies that government, look at Anchor's Borrowers Program now. I applied for Anchor's Borrowers Program. In fact, all my members in our cooperative, they all applied. They did not give us, failure, what do you call that one, that idiot? They didn't give us, they were giving all the briefcase farmers that don't even, they've never been to farm before in their life. They are the one they were giving the millions, the billions, and everything around. Except maybe some few farmers that know that new politicians too. And all of a sudden, they just sent a message to my phone that, see, about a year or 2 years later, that they've seen my account is not active after collecting Anchor's Borrowers Program. I called that guy. I called the guy, like, calling for, do you give me Anchor's Borrowers Program? I sending me this kind of message. And they say, oh, it's a mistake. I said, okay, that means somebody collected that in my name. That my form that I filled. Some of you collected it. I went away with it. And that's why you can be making this kind of mistake, you know. So that's what we do in Nigeria. Many of our agricultural policies that we have in Nigeria, it will get down. It won't get to the real farmers. The ones that get to the real farmers will still use another government policy to frustrate it. You know? Anyway.
To me, no. I think if, as you said, if government really want to invest, they should find a way of maybe how people will get that loan directly on their own. They can go apply in the bank. Maybe they should find a bank that will be in charge. Because even those that come borrow, how many people even pay that money back? Were they able to recoup that money back? The one that they gave to the people. That is the problem. Because if we are giving some people money and they're supposed to pay back and they are not paying back, well, then the other people will not be able to benefit. Then even if you now produce and there is no market for your farm produce, what will you do? So to me, I don't know if government can be buying those things and then they'll be the one that is actually releasing those things, maybe in piecemeal for the people. That's it. But if you any producer should be able to know that, okay, if I produce this certain thing, this is my margin of profit, this is how much I'll be able to sell it. But as a farmer in Nigeria, you will be praying to God after you are harvesting that, okay, there should be market for whatever you produce, and you can't even determine the price that you want to sell. You can't determine it. In fact, the middlemen are the one determining the price of farm produce in Nigeria. They're the one, not even the farmer. So there's a lot of problem with our agriculture in Nigeria. So there are a lot of things that government can do to actually help the farmers and the people.
Yeah, because the government doesn't have a good agricultural policy that can, enhance greater output of, food production in Nigeria. We have the population. There is no way farmer should not be millionaire, multi-millionaire in Nigeria if we have good policies that can support agriculture, that we encourage more people to invest in, agriculture and farming. Government play a very important role in agricultural sector. But in Nigeria, our farmers are abandoned.
They're already millionaires now. It's only millionaires that can farm in Nigeria now.
Multi-millionaire. So,
If you want to really do farming, you
and we
can't.
are country,
If you are not a millionaire, you can't.
and we are a country that
Babaja
fed
Coco.
by
Sorry.
subsistence farmers. Subsistence farmers that sustain us, our food production in that country, and they don't get help from the government
At all, not at all.
as needed. And so
Not
that's the
at all.
problem. That is the problem. People that produces the food for the country, you don't support them. So how
We
how
have
can we
more
achieve?
than we are, Babaja, to back what you are saying, we have more than enough farmers in Nigeria, which we don't even need. We don't need that population of farmers to produce food. But since we are doing it at its subsistence level, that's why we have that population.
Do you know, Simba? I was watching one program one day. Was it on TVC or one? Yeah, I think it should be on TVC. When, do you know? I didn't know it was on that program that it was on that program that I got the information that we are the highest producer of Irish potato in Africa, and yet we are not the highest exporter
Exporter.
in that.
Yes, no. Mm-hmm.
So South Africa, that is number 4th, that stand at number 4 in the production of that Irish potato. They are the number 1 exporter of Irish potato.
But why is it like that? Why do you think it's like that?
Because we consume
Because we
most of
consume it
what we
now.
we consume most of what we produce. The same thing goes for cassava
Other
now.
than that, hold on.
Because
Other
there are
than
many
that,
now.
we have a larger population that consume. Those farmers who are saying that they don't get help from the government, that they can produce times 10 of that volume that they are producing at the moment if they are getting help from the government. And if they can produce times 10, what do you think we will have been? We will have been a greater, an exporter in that Irish potato, and that will have generated a lot of forest for the government, and that will have make these farmers, to be richer and get more money to expand their farming business. You see, and you see many of these farmers are even women. I say, you contribute delay to people that work hard, they don't get support.
You
Nigerian
know,
leader.
Ajay Kuku, Nigeria is just on autopilot. It's just on autopilot. We are just surviving by.
So
In
what is
fact,
going to happen? What is going to happen to them when it's on autopilot now? So what?
No, believe me, how that country is surviving, is still existing, it baffles my imagination. Believe me, because nothing.
Simba, let me give you an
Yes.
instance. I have a farm in Abuja, in Kuje. Now, next to my farmland is R R0R. They say it's R R0R's wife. Fenced. Next to R R0R farm is Obasanjo farm. Fenced. Next to R R0R, next to Obasanjo farm in the west wing now is Lamude. I think they said it's late now. Lamude farm. Next to that Lamude is this guy, Hodrogbe farm. And go like that. Then there's one Fadama project. Now, in that area, when you go to that area in Abuja, insecurity will never enter those people's farm I just mentioned now, because they are who is who, and they will never plant food crop. If you see the kind of plants, in fact, you see some plants you've not even seen, like that Banjo farm now.
They just put all those their, what do they even call these things? The organic house, greenhouse, something there, very big expand. Now, you see, subsistence farmers around that place, they are the one insecurities affecting.
He said something that he said fenced. They
Well
fence their own
fenced,
farm.
electrified.
How many people can we are talking about? Maybe something like maybe 50 hectares. I mean, hectares of land or 100 hectares that somebody will go and use our money to fence. You understand? How
So
many farmers? That cost
you
the
see
cost
now,
of that fence alone. The cost of that fence alone. You know how many people can afford it?
God bless you. So this is where I'm going now. You see the money they use to fence all those things that are government money, they are not their personal money. That's the first thing. Secondly, they created adequate security only for their own farm, not minding the fact that all those subsistence farmers around their farms too are resolving one way or the other problem in terms of food insecurity in Nigeria. It's none of their business. What matters to them is just those their farms. They are elite in the society. They once in a while been a leader before they are still leader. They are elderly. They are all this, but they will never bother. It's just to give you an example of how our leaders don't really care much about this food insecurity around us. Because if they really care, the next farm to you should be able to even enjoy at least snippets part of security that your own farm is enjoying in that place. But you put all the security on your own micro farm when there is a bigger one that involves more people that will feed more households in Nigeria, but don't really care about them. Whatever happened to them is not your business. You see? So that's the way I see it. Until our leaders come to realize that, look, we have to feed our people. We have to find a way to be independent in terms of food production in Nigeria, food distribution. Like example that Babantaniko don't mention now, high-risk production. Let me tell you, the reason why they don't get all those things to export is first and foremost preservation. Before you can export, you have to deal with preservation first, because it doesn't take 1 or 2 days.
Yeah. Thank you, but that is one of the problems that those people
That's
mentioned. That
major problem.
yes,
You have to preserve before you ship things out. See, during our Dogbe time, they said they wanted to ship yam out of Nigeria, and they display everything to us. So they are shipping yam. First yam is leaving Nigeria. Was it David Uday or one of them that later exposed them that, do you hear anything about that yam again? Because our yam did not arrive UK safely and still eatable. All rotten by the time it got to UK. No preservation. We just put them there. And that's why any yam you eat in this UK now is Ghana. Unfortunately, again,
Same
it's
thing in
Nigerian
Canada.
yam.
It's only Ghana yam that we eat here.
Unfortunately, again, it's from Nigeria. Nigeria, they will pack it to Ghana. So because Ghana know how to now preserve and move. Yes, now they change all those the pali, the box and everything. You see, Ghana produce. They lie now. Where is the land in Ghana that is producing all those things? It's Nigerian farms. Benue. That's why
but you can't totally say that. Ghana, I mean, they be producing. Yeah, we can't claim what.
Ogbeni, to buttress your point,
we can't claim what.
All those Gary, Yam, and the rest, they are being. Do you see the package? I'm talking about Europe. It's being packaged from Nigeria and exported from Ghana.
No, that of Gary, Remy, Mama claim what does not belong to you. We still buy Gary Jebu here now. That is made in Nigeria.
Actually is packaged from Nigeria and exported from Ghana.
Very
what Ogbeni is trying to say is true. I'm not saying that it's true. Ghana, they are exporting most of it.
They route most of our things from Ghana.
Yes.
Look here, we have Gary Ghana. We have Gary Ghana. We have Gary Jebu. You know.
Okay, Baba Dali Koko. Let me give you an instance. In UK, for instance, Nigerian beans cannot enter UK. Are you aware of that? Go and read about it. Our beans cannot enter. Those beans that enter from Ghana are still Nigerian beans. They route it through Ghana.
You see.
So that means Ghana that is benefiting from it, not Nigerian government is not benefiting
Yes,
anything from that foreign
That
most
is
of
the
investment.
our
point.
Nigerian
So,
government customs
is
or
our politicians and elite not aware? They are all aware of this. So the question is, what are they doing about it?
They don't care.
Because they don't
They
care.
don't care.
Common man on this, they don't care.
Ogbeni, a quick question. Why is the government, the customs, and why are they not following the international standards so that we can export directly from Nigeria? Is it we don't have scanner, or what exactly is the problem, sir?
My brother, it's institutional failure. We don't pay attention to details on all these things. So it's institutional failure. And because they don't care much about feeding our people. Affordable food for staple, affordability of staple food. Who
But
cares much?
another quick question I will ask you is: I know very well when you said that all these big guys with their big farm, I know that some of them they do export their own product from their farm.
Yes.
And secondly, most experts from international world, when they say they are sending them to Nigeria to help Nigerian farmers, they end up in the farm of Obasanjo, Danjuma, and the rest. So my
Yes,
question is this:
others.
yes, because I know some of these agri experts that I have dealing with them for 1 month before they went to Nigeria. That was some few years back. So my question to you is that most of their product, all these big farmers, they also export it. How do they do that? Because they also have to go through the same Nigerian customs.
But that is simple. 3 major agencies: your NIPC, the Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, your NIMEX, and Nigerian Import Exports, either National Import Exports, I don't know, that bank, and then your Ministry of Trade and Investment, I mean Ministry of Foreign Affairs to an extent. Before you export all those things, you get permit, okay, through all these agencies. So the rest you can now imagine the rest now. Startup, and is it up starter? What do you even call them? An SMEs. You could imagine an SME coming to Abuja to come and get such permit from NIPC. They will tell you that it's accessible to everybody. It's a lie. It's not accessible to everybody. You will apply. That your application will rest there for years. Nobody will touch it. All those directors, if you meet them now, they will tell you, no, everybody is applying. It's a big lie. Because there are cabals. There are people who, that is where they feed. Let me give you an instance. Look at sugar production in Nigeria. Who are the people monopolizing sugar production in Nigeria? Mr. Dangote. That's why I laugh sometimes. When Dangote will be crying and say, they say I'm monopolizing. What am I monopolizing? I just feel like, what's this man? Sugar production. That man is the one monopolizing. 2 people. Dangote, there's now one government agency that is somewhere in Kwara, either Jeba or Ilorin. There's one agency there, something on sugar, something commission.
Bashita.
Thank you. Something sugar commission. But do you know that commission is still Dangote that is supplying them, something like that, or that is helping them pay for their home?
What to need sugar
So at the
commission
end of the day,
Of
Oh,
course.
but I know their office. They have their office in
owó tó
Ilorin.
wà níbẹ̀ Abajale Oko, owó tó wà ní sugar commission, you be surprised. Owó tó ń vote.
Don't go repete.
National Sugar Commission.
Abajale Oko, let me tell you how important sugar is. There is no beverages you want to do in Nigeria that you don't need sugar.
That's
and
right.
You as a beverage company, you cannot import your own sugar. You must still buy it in whatever Dangote is bringing in. You must still buy it whatever that commission is giving you quota.
Pharmaceutical,
all those industries, critical industries.
animal feed
and others. They
veterinary.
must use that sugar. But when you now say, let's look at this sugar industry critically.
Animals also animals eat sugar.
Kí ni animal tó fẹ́ fi sugar jẹ?
Ẹ
fẹ́ pa animal.
Pàtósì ṣé sáwọn ewúrẹ́ náà ń jẹ ṣúgà ni? Màá gbé ẹgbẹ́ ṣúgà.
Pàtósì fún animal ní sugar jẹ. Ó rò pé Canada ní Nàìjíríà ni mi tó ti ń fún àwọn ajá lóúnjẹ tó dàbí oúnjẹ gidi.
For instance, gbogbo industry tẹ́lẹ̀ tó ṣe candies ní Nàìjíríà tó ṣe àwọn sweet tó ń ṣe yẹn. Sweet is almost 60% sugar.
right? From that
Ice
thing.
cream. Ice cream.
Ice cream.
Ice cream, gbogbo èmi ni cake,
All these our
donut,
Milo, Bonvita. You
all those
understand?
beverages,
Wow.
Biscuits,
all those
biscuits, biscuits.
cornflakes, golden morn,
Wow.
Nasco biscuit, Okin biscuit, malt, that your malt, all the drinks,
Yes. All
all those
these
things.
drinks.
Even àwọn alcoholic drinks, sugar máa wà ńbẹ̀ now.
Sugar sì tún wà
No, it's
ńbẹ̀.
actually sugar that they ferment to alcohol now.
So there's actually anything you see sugar content of something percent, at least 1% will be in whatever produce you have there. So how can one man
And sugar wà no beer now. Beer.
Benny? So you now ask your question: who are the people producing sugar in Nigeria? Ṣé sugar cane wa ti tán ni? Is government encouraging farmers to produce sugar? Is government having his
Ogbeni, do you remember one helicopter crash somewhere? Was it in Osun State that time? It was that the woman, yes, the woman in charge of that sugar this thing was one that crashed. Now that they said people started picking dollars from that crash. Yes.
owó wà ní sugar commission yẹn? It's just a retirement package for some elites in the country. You just go there to go and be resting.
And most of our sugar cane farms are moribund now. All those ones along the River Niger in Bashita, in Jeba Bashita, they are no longer functioning. There is one in Niger State, they call it Suti. I don't know if you know that one, Ogbeni. Sunti Sugar Company.
So where are they getting
somewhere
the sugar?
very close to Mokwa there.
When all those sugar cane farm are not
Babajale Cocoa, they are imported. Our sugars now are imported by who? Dangote.
Wow.
As the man importing our sugar to Nigeria. You see the issue now? That is just the issue. So they produce
You remember Tate and Line?
Yeah.
Is all those ones are moribund now? They are moribund.
Wow.
Now.
Ogbeni, sorry to interject you. I learned that Dangote have a very big sugar cane plantation up in Kano or Katsina or whatever area. So
how can you have sugarcane in Kano and Katsina in the dry land?
I don't know.
Sugarcane.
Up in the north. You can tell us. Ogbeni, question
Florida is gone not.
Sugar farm.
Flourish not.
So the question I want to ask is this: with all of this thing, we still continue to also import it again.
Yes, because I limit it. Nigeria large, and that's why I agree with Rational Mind the other time that we don't even know our data, include the population.
Ogbeni, sorry. Some of the things that we imported is not because we don't have enough production in Nigeria. Let me give you, for example, as you cited the example of sugar now, there is what we call also what's it called now? Egg powder. Egg powder, they also, as they use them in beverages also. They use them for all these Milo, Bonvita, biscuits, even ice cream. They have egg powder in it. We produce more than enough egg to the extent that we used to have egg glut in Nigeria. But we are still importing egg powder.
Yes, I know that.
So why can't we be converting our excess egg that farmers are now selling at a loss to egg powder and stop importation of egg powder?
We have egg glut in Nigeria to the extent that we do bury eggs.
Exactly.
Egg in Nigeria, we bury eggs.
Why can't they give them out free to people? Why are they burying egg?
I don't know.
So the farmers should be giving people freely, have you?
Okay. Why not give it out to people to consume?
No.
You know, Babajale Cocoa is a socialist.
Now let people eat. God is Shadra for you. a lot of mo ń bèrè mo ń bá àwọn èèyàn mi sọ̀rọ̀ lénìí pé how much is egg wọ́n ní tó bá fẹ́ ra crate egg ṣé 24 ló wà ń bẹ̀ wọ́n ń sọ yẹ fún mi bákan I can't even remember but wọ́n ní ẹyọ kan tó bá fẹ́ ra ẹyọ kan bẹ́ẹ̀ 2,000 àbí 200 àbí I can't even remember the price they were telling me.
A crate is about 5K.
They are 5K, yeah.
Or something. Distribution. So what's not distribute?
But Simba, with that, sometimes that is also scarce. Even people that want to resell, sometimes they don't even have enough stock. With all this, and then you just said the glut will also come in.
No, I don't. When there is scarcity, Nigeria, as somebody said that our own situation defies any form of economy. You understand? When you talk about wait now, Remy, wait. With that scarcity, that's supposed to be increase in price.
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying? But you can't even increase the price even with the scarcity. You understand? And that scarcity that you are talking about, there is no scarcity of egg in Nigeria. I can tell you. No, but anybody that is feeding you that there's scarcity, they lie.
So are you guys now hoarding it?
Hoarding what? Do you get to the market and you don't see egg to buy? What are you talking about?
I'm telling you, I'm telling you.
It's not true. Don't tell me that. It's not true. There's no way, there's no time you get to market and you not see egg now.
Okay.
In fact, most of the time, what we have more in Nigeria, Ogbeni can testify to that, is glut. You even have more of glut than scarcity.
So glut all those ShopRite and the rest, she want the partner one farm come and package come and tarnish shop one. I just don't understand.
You know what? You don't know what causes glut? It's because of lack of demand.
Preservation.
Then when it gets to the dry season, when the weather is very hot, it is also responsible because because of lack of observation, as when he said, you can during dry season, air cannot last for more than 3 or 4 days before it start getting spoiled.
And you can come and export it also go neighboring country.
I think if they really want to improve agricultural production, we should not be thinking about Nigerians, say, okay, what Nigerians will eat. We should be thinking of export, because as it is now, Ogbeni, it's not as if we are producing enough for our people. And you can see what Babajide Kuku just said, and you two also attested to it. Look at all those things. Look at preservation, all those things. We can, so that even by the time we are exporting, it will actually stabilize the price. It will make it so that at least you can able to predict what you are going to get. But this the way the things are going now, you produce, then you'll be asking, you'll be praying to God, so let whatever I produce meet better market or whatever. To me, it's killing. You think of everything, you start thinking from production to the final selling. It's not good.
And the value chain aspect of it is also not easy. It's another money if you want to break it down to more finished products. That's become factory and farm. Ogbeni, there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. So a lot of issue, a lot of trouble in Nigeria problem. Do you think I'm sorry to take everybody back to this, because what I see is a gang up of the elite. So do you see, to solve all this problem, do you think we should, like people are clamoring, do you think instead of every state looking to get money from the Abuja, why don't you just do this total restructuring? People will stay to bomb. I'm not talking about region now. Every state, what you get in your state, that's then you export some and then you pay a kind of royalty to the federal government. Don't you think this will reduce all this wahala?
If you want to restructure Nigeria, then we have to pick the subject one by one. Is it food production? Is it natural resources?
If we start from police and food production, actually, because we know that we have insecurity problem, and this insecurity problem we have been talking about now is because we are still together, like this central unit. So I want to decentralize it. Why are these people continuing to kill themselves? And the elite knows about this game. I'm talking about banditry and kidnapping, especially in the north. So the elite knows it, and their hand is they have their hand to Jatu. So if that federal government is not helping them, it's your state that you help yourself. Don't you think this will also reduce? Because
Look at it from this angle. Who is in charge of food production presently in Nigeria?
it's the northern part now.
Thank you. Now, what does our law say? Does it stop other states from being in charge of food production in their state level?
It does not stop. It
doesn't stop them. So, I need the restructuring already. Food production in Nigeria is restructured. Any state can have farm, any local government can have farm, any like military. As you run like a military now, local many farms. At least I can still remember. But local government, I don't local government, any farm would here. As you man, any Greek to dates, Lado, very massive kini. At only we go below Lokwe, any palm oil, palm plantation, everything on law. Time would see our food kini about to jade by. Then the local government will come off season. Local government will man jade to cushion that effect. That was military. But what do we do these days now? We've lost it all. We should go back to it. Local government should go. Everything in Nigeria now, we just look up at federal. It shouldn't be so. I know federal government also should be there to support by bringing up policies within which those states and local government can also operate, successfully. But is the initiative really coming from this sub-regional government in Nigeria? I don't see any really, except few. Look at Lake Rice, the Lagos Kebbi Rice.
Yes.
It's working fine.
Yes, it's working fine. But you know that rice mill built in part of Lagos is not working up to capacity because they need the rice harvest.
Paddy rice.
Yes.
So when you look at all those things, if Lagos and Kebbi could take that initiative, what happened to Ekiti and Imo? What happened to Abakaliki? Let Ekiti go to Abakaliki and say, look.
I am sorry to say this, so it will look so harsh. If I were in government, I will force some of our youth to farm or by force or long or bango.
Because there are incentives by which you can encourage them now.
My phone incentive no matter to force one on because
yes.
Two of them with 1 year.
As of 2005, 2006. Lekiti ngba wọ́n máa ń fún yàn ní block of ilẹ̀ somewhere around that Ìkọ̀lé axis. You just apply to local government. They give you. Once they give you that land, there's a certain little amount you pay. They release a tractor and everything to come to your farm and do everything. I had a lot of friends back then that we studied law together and went back to do 1 or 2 years, from there, from those block of farms, and then they made some cash. But is it still available today? No. When you ask, they tell you, oh, no, our government has cancelled that project. Why? This is the time we need it most. Why do they cancel such a project? What's the problem? Some will tell you it's insecurity, or it's this, or I don't know. We need to feed ourselves. No country will be producing food to come and feed us. We still need to feed ourselves at affordable price. Yorùbá will say bí bá tán nínú iṣẹ́ bùṣe now. Anyway, I hope they are listening to us. And I hope they will.
Yeah, I'm listening.
No, I said I hope the elites and our leaders are listening to us. We can just be there, we talk, we do our own. Do they really care? Do they really listen to
us? Because although we know that as population increase, development also come with it. Maybe farmland is also reducing, but we still have a big land, especially from the north central to up to the north, and it does not even take away the southern part, especially those of Osun, Oyo, all of them, and even Ekiti. Everybody have a big land for farming, and our people, our orientation have been bastardized totally. Every young people, when I was growing up, the only thing they always preach is that for you conducive well, conducive you already know that there's some attitude or some character you cannot admit that Uma Buruko Babeje, Abuma Buruko family, you cannot do that. The discipline is already there from day one, and we are brought up like in a community. If I can never forget the man that built the house beside my father's house. That man beat the hell out of us. Baba Gani la máa ń pè. Òun kankan ló máa ń nà ẹni ọmọ ló máa ń nà ládùúgbò tó bá ti ṣẹ̀. Bó ṣẹ̀ kó máa nẹ̀. So kì í ṣe pé bàbá ẹ̀ nìkan ló máa discipline. But nowadays, I think, I'm sorry, parents our parents became too soft. And àwọn náà ti gbàgbà kúgbọ oríṣiríṣi. Just look at
Jerry Gen Z.
Man, that Gen Ìpòṣepọ̀ Gen Z náà láwọn abroad now. Àwọn náà ní tiwọn lọ́wọ́, but in Nigeria yẹn ti pọ̀ jù. Kí ló dé?
No, the Gen Z don't think they at the stage táwọn ti build all the system and everything. We're at the stage of building when all this generation now came. Unfortunately, the generation ahead don't prepare for all these things. The millennial and all those generations, even prepare for all these things.
So I'm sorry to say. So when people talk about Obasanjo and I just these people, they don't love your country. They are just pretenders, okay? They are just siphon. It's what can get into their pocket or who they can control, who they can put in a position. That is what they are fighting for every time, not the interest of the nation. So it's all about sharing and control or whatever. Unfortunately, I don't know. And the way we are, we cannot depend on import all our life. And another problem we have in that country is that the subsidy is too much for everything. To be frank, wọ́n á ti gba kíní yẹn lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ bó bá ń ṣe ń ṣiṣẹ́ sí náà máa gbowó táàsì wọn lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ gbogbo bíìsì yẹn dẹ̀wà tó gbọ́dọ̀ san because òun làwọn kan fi òun làwọn company míì ń lò láti fi ṣiṣẹ́ wọn. So
you know what I've observed? Láwọn tí lóyìnbó, whatever they are even subsidizing, the moment they are subsidizing it, wọ́n máa rọjú mọ́ bí watchdog ní.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni o.
They won't allow you to mess up with whatever they are subsidizing. Look at drug. That's pharmaceuticals. Anyone tó bá ti jẹ́ pé wọ́n subsidize, doctor gan lè prescribe anyhow.
Wọ́n ti jẹ́ kó pè because wọ́n fẹ́ sanwó púpọ̀ síbẹ̀. So white yóò máa fún ọ lọ́fẹ̀ẹ́ rẹ̀. Ebi báyìí náà, if you go and see a doctor, to professional operation is free. But if you go and see a doctor, they still charge money. They call it doctor fee or nurse fee, which is very low. They can be as low as 20 euro, or 25 euro, or 15 euro. But in medicine, you have to go and buy by yourself.
So that's the point. Whatever they subsidize, but in Nigeria, whatever they subsidize, they don't watch dog it, they don't, who cares? I want to subsidize and no matter what cool. Why not here? We now think subsidy is the problem.
So we have to put it the central control government, all this commission, everybody just gang up. It's all about how to make money. It's not all about to serve the people. All this parastatal commission, this and that, it's all about how much can I make. Look at just the story of that Bobrisky. Oh my God. Who is the person sleeping with that man that is so powerful that has to initiate his move like that? And the other person.
Who are you talking about?
Bobrisky Abikilorokwe. Okay.
That guy.
So who is so powerful that has to that at the end of the day, it has to be staying in a place in not in the prison.
Godfather.
And this who is the Godfather? Who is that Godfather? Who is that gay godfather that is so powerful that is, oh my God. And I think at the end of, even the EFCC themselves, so many of these officers they just take bribe. How come you are prosecuting cases? You are not successful most times. There must be something going on.
Recruitment in the EFCC problem starts from recruitment process. If you know the way they recruit them, you won't expect anything really serious from
Not
that.
the same recruit. I never see them advertise. How did you
advertise once in a while? But advertisement.
I know one thing near Broadway. I want most time recruitment in Manchester, University. Some of them are like all these lecturers. They have hand in so many companies. One can recruit school. Only recruit from company directly.
Yeah.
So, but Nigerians, something I just don't know. They won't put the right. It's this stupid central something that is giving Vala too much along about federal character or shit of poker.
We can't but do our better character because to the problem to solve.
Momo, you are right. You are right. It solves a lot of problems, but at the end of the day, when you look at it, this is something that we have been practicing for a long time. So see, that country cannot. Okay, I think the reform this guy is doing, although he might have his own wala too, he might not do it right or whatever, but that country needs a lot of reforms. They all need the reform to fall because so many loopholes to get by on your account. Can you tell me the last time to get paid in Nigeria and go want to sentence and when you lost them? What you pay? Because at the end of the day, they just do party and the person will be free like that. So it's very in Nigeria. I know that in some other countries, sometimes they will send them to jail and some people will go to jail for them. I don't know that. So that means for this to do this for this Bobrisky, that means it has been happening for a long time in Nigeria. This is not really the first one.
No. It's too Nigeria.
I mean, more than to Niger. Are you there to Niger? Even I think maybe Thomas is also not there. It's only me and you. Baba Jali could probably to lost.
No, we have to call it.
Yeah, no.
I'm traveling.
Okay, you are going back to Scotland, right?
No, I'm from Scotland. I'm going to England.
Okay. So you guys, if you want to go to like Dublin, or you still have to get a visa, or no, you don't need a visa if you have a passport, right? Just okay.
No, you're going to Dublin.
Yeah, if you are going to Dublin.
Why not? It's another country now. It's another country now. You need a visa to go to Dublin.
Oh my God.
What to conclude? You can feed on UK now.
Okay, on feed on UK. Ṣé you are okay? Nígbà tẹ́ ti kúrò nísìn. Ṣé you are okay? Ṣé wọ́n ṣì ń feed lórí wọn?
Okay, they are not even happy.
You can't say that. They are happy or they are fine, okay?
Pounds is still stronger than Europe. Pounds is still stronger than Europe. And
I don't know how they do it. It will, but what about? It's still you are right. But at the same time, UK, no, you still have your own problem too. So many wahala there.
Okay? Yeah, they have their own problem anyway, but not as much as when those of you guys were still around. Africans low pay. You know what they did? So after that Brexit now, they now merge Africa, they now merge EU with Africa. They put all of them as international. And generally, those EU cannot really conveniently compete with Africans.
Yes.
You get yes. For instance, schooling is before EU, OT local on EU song, schooling, but after Brexit, so EU will now start international field.
So they can't pay that international fee now. How much for now? Maybe only give you Amazon 20 something thousand pounds per Igbo. What's up as a country one?
But more boy, because you the guy is British national. Ó wá sí ìbàyìí now. Ó dẹ̀ ṣó sọ school
There's
fees ṣá? Ó sọ pé san.
there are some British that are not also happy with their own system. It's everywhere. That's why now you're about to sorrow migration in Nigeria as if it's something. No, it's everywhere. People migrate every day now.
People just think that migration is only just to go and make money. Till in memorial, people will be migrating from one country to another.
They will. As mighty as America is, some Americans are still migrating out of America till we speak now.
And I discovered that more and more East Africa and some other West African countries are also migrating to Nigeria also. Well, migrate to Nigeria in large chunk.
Yes.
So what are we talking here? Ìlú tí wọ́n sọ pé kò dáa yẹn pé Nàìjíríà yín yẹn ti bàjẹ́ ibẹ̀ làwọn migrate lọ.
Many Africans, Nigeria below Igbo lórí fún wọn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni now, and there's one particular guy that migrated from Cameroon or Ghana. I don't know, from Ghana. I think maybe Cameroon. And he's a famous fashion designer in Lagos now. He's a multimillionaire. He designed for this elite, everybody. And when he came to Lagos, he said he came with just a plastic bag. That's it. And before he knows it, people said, don't go to Nigeria, but he find his level. Now he has like about 3 or 4 factories. I mean, showroom, what do you call it? Produce, sewing clothes, fabric, selling a lot of stuff to high-end, local. So a lot of them are moving to, especially from East Africa, especially East Africa, even South African girls, they are moving. Even Igbo people are also like to live in Nigeria instead of living in their Igbo land. Because in Nigeria, if you are doing business, all about bad gbogbo àwọn fees tó máa san nílùú òyìnbó ò ní san Nàìjíríà náà ìlú mílíọ̀nù wọn ló ń san tax. They are not paying nothing as tax. Okay, let me leave you to concentrate driving on your driving. We are the Thomas by their shut it down.
All right, cheers.
Yeah. Safe drive.
Yeah, thanks.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there.
You can only see, but
Ọbụnụ gịnị ka m na-achọzụnụ ịmana Chukwu akọzi iwomo o nyere m iwu nyelu ya ume. What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, oh. He give you me, give me you. Ọbụnụ ka ife nlachacha so, ọbụnụ ka ife mmechacha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you away. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me, my baby. You know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Obuzi kimfe la chasha so, obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go.